side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high. Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high.
welcome to the OfflineTV Valorant Charity Invitational. My name is Rachel, aka Seltzer. I'm going to be your host here today and tomorrow and all weekend long. We are going to be bringing you an incredible and very special Valorant tournament. And talking us through the action today, we are blessed to be joined by Van Silly and DDK. Gentlemen, come on in here. Come say hi.
Hello. How's it going, Rachel?
What's up?
Yeah. You guys, you look bright and fresh. I know you're coming to me from all over the world. You've got a lot of experience talking about competitive Valorant, but why don't you give us a little bit more about you? DDK, start us off. Tell us who you are, why you're here.
Yeah, I started many moons ago playing Quake professionally, and then became a content creator, and most people know from Counter-Strike, commentating that, and now Valorant as well. So I've done the esports thing for a long time.
I'm going to have to echo that. I think I've done it for quite a while, too. I started my career in Quake 2 and Quake 3 as well, but I started commentating video games in 2003 with Counter-Strike 1.6. I was on and off, but happy to be back for Valorant, and it's been a fun ride so far.
Well, gentlemen, you've certainly got the pedigree to be talking about competitive gaming, but the tournament today and tomorrow is going to play out a little bit different than stuff you might be used to. We, of course, have 5 incredible teams playing all weekend long, and the way we're putting them head-to-head is a little bit different. So why don't you break it down for us? We're going in with a single round robin between these 5 teams.
That's right. It's going to be super fun. All 5 teams are going to play against each other for today and tomorrow. So we're going to try to determine like a winner of a group for today and a winner of a group for tomorrow. And then the winner of each group will play in a grand finals best of 1. It's going to be super fun looking at this throughout the weekend here.
Definitely.
Absolutely.
And I have to add something in there, Rachel, first, because definitely is a lot of focus on fun. We've got some wacky rules going on just to kind of make things a little bit more interesting. So Anybody who's actually diamond and above is actually not going to be able to play their mains. So we're not going to see Myth on his legendary Omen. And that's something we'll be talking about throughout the tournament. And we even have a forced knife round to start off both halves. So that's going to be fun, because also it's not just a knife round like maybe you've seen people determining size in Counter-Strike. They're going to be able to use abilities too. So I don't think we've actually really seen this. We might actually see some crazy strats with the abilities for those knife rounds.
Yeah, knife round on the first round and knife round on the 13th round if we get there. So I know you guys are used to some really high drama in those 13th round rounds as they close out. Tell me a little bit about how this is going to change things for y'all.
I mean, as Dan was saying, it has to come down to, has team actually even prepared going into the knife rounds? Because if you use abilities, it's going to be very important to see what agents you can actually use in your composition that could be different. We're talking about maybe nanostorms that could be used, hot hands that could be used, that could just burn onto the ground and keep the spacing away from the knife rounds. And then the shenanigans will happen once all those abilities are depleted, and we're just going to see some knife swings left and right.
We have one more fun factor as well. Dan, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just going to echo the sentiments, but I think maybe we can linger on the knife strats maybe as we actually get into the tournament.
Oh yeah.
I'm excited to hear you both break those down. That's going to be entertaining for me, at least. And there's one more factor as well. Chat, you are going to be involved in choosing the maps that each team will play on. Now, a team won't be able to play the same map twice in a row. So if you send Pokey to Icebox, you can't do it twice in a row. Sorry, guys. But we're going to need you guys to figure out how to vote for those maps. It's going to be your extension. So if you don't have theirs turned on yet, you can use this time to get all set, because right now we are going to take you through our rosters for today. Now, each team is led, of course, by a member of OfflineTV. And this one is Disguised Toast Team with Peter Park, Christopher Yee, Natsumi, and Valkyrie. And of course, they're going to be playing for the Inspiring Children Foundation.
Exactly. It's an organization whose focus is on empowering children struggling with financial hardship, anxiety, depression, and suicidal ideation by giving them the ultimate environment to survive and thrive at the highest level. Really cool stuff going on there for Inspiring Children Foundation.
Yeah, and I feel like, for me, in terms of focus, I'm looking at Valkyrie to kind of lead the charge there with perhaps one of the most experienced FPS players on that team.
Yep.
Yeah, with the leadership skills as well, picking up a great spot as one of the owners of 100 Thieves. Very cool stuff. Of course, moving on to Team Lily Pichu now. We got Masayoshi, we got Myth, we got Brooke, and we got Boozley on here, and they are playing for Stop AAP I Hate. Very relevant charity right now. Very cool.
Exactly, a non-profit social organization that runs the Stop AAP I Hate Reporting Center, which tracks incidents and discrimination, hate, and xenophobia against Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders in the United States.
A lot of experienced FPS players as well. I think Coach Smith, I feel like that's a pretty big edge to have, not just, the highest rated player, but also he's Coach Smith. And of course, Brick has loads of Fortnite experience, so definitely a team to watch out for.
Masayoshi is going to be another one to look out too. I think looking at this roster, it's probably like the team that's going to make it to the finals for me.
That's a pretty impressive call out this early in the game there, Van Silly, because we have still got stacked rosters to go over. But it's a good note there with Myth on the team, of course. Important thing to note, Diamond players and above not getting to play their mains. You called that out before,
true.
But Michael Reeves' team, he's got Quarter Jade, he's got Ivani, he's got Jummy, and he's got H. June, and they are playing for the ACLU Foundation.
Yeah, so this is the American Civil Rights Liberty Union. It defends the fundamental rights outlined in the United States Constitution and the Bill of Rights. So that means that they want to fight for the freedom of speech and assembly, the right to religious freedom, and due to process of law, equality before the law, and a right to privacy.
And it's interesting, you look at this roster too, and you're not seeing as much FPS experience, although with that said, H-June is actually, I think, we can't sleep on H-June in terms of FPS skills coming from Russ, really skilled aimer. Quarter Jade, of course, as well. Diamond's 3-level player. And Michael Reeves, we're talking about strats for the knife round. I feel like that's something that he'll be definitely well prepared for with a brain like his.
Big brain plays, obviously, nothing else but from Michael. And of course, Pokimane, we got Sidian, Jacksepticeye, Sonic, and Babo Abe. And they're all playing for St. Jude on Team Poke.
So, of course, the mission for St. Jude, the Children's Research Hospital, is to advance cures, the means for prevention for pediatric catastrophic diseases through research and treatment. And what's cool about this is no children is denied from the treatment based on a race or religion, and even the family's ability to pay. So, looking out for the children out there is the St. Jude organization.
Yeah, and it's going to be really interesting to see sort of how this team comes together as well. I feel like Pokimane's definitely going to be a great leader for this team. I feel like Pokimane's going to be able to summon all that spirit energy to spirit bomb the opponents. Has the assistance of someone like Shawnick as well, who I've been watching quite a lot of recently. He's definitely a really skilled FPS player. I'm not sure on his Valorant experience, but it's time will tell here. I feel like this is a tournament full of surprises. We're going to see so many wrenches thrown into the collective works. So I feel like despite you calling a team already, I feel like we can't take anything for granted just yet.
Yeah, important to point out too, Jacksepticeye going to be playing from the UK there. A little bit of a ping issue, but if anybody can overcome, it's Jack. And our last team is led by Skara. He's got Edison Park, he's got Shifter, he's got Arya Saki, and he's got Binans, and they are playing for Rise Above the Disorder.
It's a nonprofit dedicated to battling the two greatest barriers to mental health care, which is access and affordability. So another good stuff here. And again, I have to underline the art of how cool it is. I don't know who did the designs of these, but they are so awesome. And I want a raise on myself too now after I see Skara like that.
I feel completely the same way, and I'm really curious about this team as well. Again, like, it's just the mixture of backgrounds, gaming wise, is just so cool from every single team. But I'd have to say, like, my eyes are just immediately drawn to Binance. I mean, for those unfamiliar, Binance is Shroud's girlfriend, and Binance in her own right is an absolute killer on the server. So should be really fun to see what she can do with the rest of the team. And Scar obviously coming from League, a lot of League players actually transferring over to Valorant, the Riot universe, and you'd be surprised. It seems like a lot of League players have been very good in that transition, so wouldn't be surprised to see Skara doing some serious damage as well.
100%. I think also, like, Shifter has gotten the second place, I think, when he played with Sean Garris in the Twitch Rivals. Diamond player Edison Park is another one. I think he played in the Code Red tournament, if not mistaken, and they've got some good runs too. So I think, like, if we're looking at stacked teams or teams that might make it far, I talked about Team Lily before, but I think Skara is going to be another one. Team Skara is going to be one to look out for as well.
All right, well, those are our 5 teams. So let's talk about what our teams are playing for here today. 100% of donations from this event are going to be donated to charity. We listed the charity with each team, what they're representing. Those teams are fighting for the lion's share of the prize pot of your donations to the charities of their choice. And we got to have a big shout out and thank you to Riot Games. Their social impact fund has contributed $10,000 to start us off in the prize pool. And if you type !donate in chat, you'll get a link to donate, or you can check out the About section below. And make sure to include your name and your contact info if you do make any donations through there in the message box, so we can reach out to you for our donor-only giveaway. Very important information on that coming up. We'll have alerts turned on. We're going to turn off alerts, so when you put your information in there, it'll be private. Don't worry, guys. We got this all figured out. But the donation amounts will be calculated at the end of the tournament. We are going to divide those up according to our winners. And I did mention a giveaway. More information on that. But if we hit our $50,000 goal today in funds raised, we are going to double our giveaways for tomorrow. So if you're interested in grabbing some Offline TV merch or maybe just some Valorant points, pay attention, ladies, gentlemen, and all of our wonderful viewers.
No, it's going to be super fun. Did I hit everything
there?
Yeah, you definitely did. I think you've nailed it. The monologue was great, and it was all detailed, and there's nothing more for me to add. I mean, everything was complete there. Donate, support. I think this is for a good cause for everybody and for the teams. So we got to thank Offline TV for putting this together. Of course, to you, the fans that are watching this right now today, and let's work together and see if we can reach that $50,000 goal for today, so that we could actually double it up for the charity.
Yeah, I think we can do it. I've got a lot of faith in the Offline TV audience, an incredible group of people. There has been already so much support for this tournament and for these causes on Twitter. I see so much love in chat for all of our different teams and all of our players coming out here today. So I know it is going to be an incredible fundraising opportunity here. Of course, a reminder, all this money is going to charity. And if we can, we'll take a look at the breakdown for how it's going to go. Our winning team gets to decide where 40% of the funds earned this weekend go.
Super cool. And then it even breaks down to the second place being 30% to 15 to 10 to 5. So no matter where you're placing in these top 5, you're still going to give an amount away here to the charity of your choice for any of these 5 teams for the Offline TV Charity Valorant Invitational. So super cool stuff there. And at the same time, well, of course, we want to try to have your team, your favorite team to win. So how can you do that? Make sure you vote for the maps. If it's going to be strategic from these teams, I think it could also be strategic from you, the viewers, to be able to vote which map these teams could play in. So if it's a head-to-head where it's like, oh, we feel that Pokemon could be stronger on Icebox, well, vote for that Icebox for sure.
I don't know. Last I heard, she didn't like it, but maybe things have changed. What do you think, Dave?
Yeah, I was gonna say I feel like Van City getting in with the early trolls there, but yeah, it's gonna be interesting because we won't see that any one team play the map twice as well. So we're gonna get a lot of different looks here. 5 maps in the pool, five maps here. So I think that's great. No, there's gonna be no viewer fatigue in terms of what we're gonna be covering here on the broadcast. I'm really looking forward to seeing all the different looks of Valorant that these teams have to offer in this event.
Oh yeah, we're earning money for charity, but this broadcast is all about the viewers because in addition to bringing you some amazing gameplay from some truly amazing content creators, we are also giving you guys in chat some fun stuff. So if you hit !enter, you can figure out how to enter our giveaway. All the information will be in there. It's also below in a box right here. But important things to keep aware of. We are giving away Offline TV posters. We are giving away merch from the new Offline TV drop. That's coming out soon. That's going to be a t-shirt for you. Or you can get yourself some Valorant points and, I don't know, trick out your character in-game.
Some cool stuff, actually, because I've spent already a lot of money on Valorant skins. I've done the login to see how much I've spent, just because the cosmetics of this game is super cool in terms of the weaponry. But also at the same time, for the Offline TV merch, I wish I was participating. I want some too. If not, you know what? I'll spend some money to buy some of that as well.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I'm actually with you there as well, Van Silly. I have that thing where I don't want to look. I probably should look and see how much I've spent. It is definitely too much, though. So yeah, any assistance I feel like to get people those skins. And it's kind of weird because Riot somehow made this thing a reality whereby the skins don't actually do anything to make you better, but they do somehow at the same time. So I don't know how that. Yeah, they've nailed it somehow with that. So it's a good job, Riot, for extracting everything from my bank account.
Well, chat, while you're in our text box over there hitting !enter, figuring out how to join the giveaway, keep your mouse in hand because we are going to need you to vote for the first map of the first game. That is coming up very soon, and this is your first chance to flex those fingers and make your feelings known. So, gentlemen, you've watched a lot of Valorant, I would say. That's fair to say, right?
I think so.
Seems reasonable, yep.
If you want to start things out, at the peak, if you want to make things really exciting right from the jump, where would you send our first 2 teams?
Oof. Dan, go ahead. I'll let you choose the first map. Where you
I'm trying to think, because I probably want to pick a relatively balanced map. Oh, that is a tough one. I wouldn't want to go Icebox. I'd probably go between Haven and Split. For me personally, even though Haven's a little bit attack sided, I feel like it's still a pretty comfortable map. I feel like Bind can get out of hand pretty quickly. I don't know. I don't know if I'm just making a completely emotional pick here. Am I talking utter rubbish, Vansili? Like, where are you at with this?
I know. I agree with you. I think Haven is probably going to be the map that I want to start off with, because it was probably when the game first came out and the hype came around Valorant, and we're looking at the streamers play, and we're dropping beta keys. All these videos came out about Haven, and it was like, there's 3 sites to plant the spike. It's something new. It's something intriguing, and it became like this staple map for like a public server when you want to play, to want to try out that map because it's new. And as you mentioned, Dan, even if it's going to be a little bit more attacker sided sometimes in like ranked games or matchmaking, in general, it's just like tighter angles into the corridors. But when you get into the sites, it's pretty open, so you don't have to look at too many angles when you're trying to fight. So I think it makes it a lot more comfortable for newcomers getting into Valorant once they queue into Haven as well. So I'm expecting to see a Haven map. Well, I mean, it depends on the fans too. What do you want to see?
Yeah, and I think with the reason I picked Split as well is I feel like that's a map where teams can find a lot of comfort on the defense, at least. It's kind of like the reversing with Haven, where Haven, if you want to have a good attacking side, you can kind of pick and choose. As you said, you've got 3 sites to go to, lots of space. The rotations for the defenders are hard, but for the attackers, you get a lot of play. And I feel like with Split, it's like the opposite. As the defenders, you can kind of start off, pretty relaxed, and you don't have to worry about too much. You can find your groove. So I don't know. I feel like those are the 2 maps that for me make the most sense. But of course, it's one of those things as well. How many bad experiences did you have on a map just a couple hours ago in matchmaking? That could make all the difference way more than any actual analysis. So
100%.
All right. Well, I think it's time to ask chat their opinion as well. So where, chat, would you like to send our first 2 teams? And our first 2 teams, I want to remind you, are Team Lily Pichu and Team Poke. So if that's going to affect your decision at all, well, so be it. We are just preparing, and once we find out where you're going, before we get into the map, I do want to let you know we are going to get a chance to talk to all of our team captains today ahead of the matches. We're going to talk to our MVPs after the matches. And so if you have any questions for all of these lovely people, feel free to drop them in chat. I'll be keeping an eye on you. And I'm happy to see you are all being lovely and so well behaved. Lots of thoughts about where they are headed. Lots of love, guys, for Icebox.
Exactly. We'll see what's going to happen with that one, too. But I have a feeling right now that they're ready to go head-to-head here, Rachel.
All right, well, let's head on over to Trash Talk. I'm going to be talking to Lily and Pokey. Gentlemen, I'll be checking in with you shortly.
That's awesome.
All right, Pokey, Lily, so excited to have you here.
Hi.
I feel like I'm in your house now, so thank you for having us over to play a little Valorant here today.
Cool. Welcome. Happy to have you.
Thank you so much. 2 very impressive teams that you both have assembled under your names. Pokey, can you tell me a little bit about your team right there? Are you feeling strong with them? You have a bigger flex than I do. That's impressive.
I really don't. I can see the line on yours. Mine is just, it's trying. But I'm super excited to play with my team. We have Jacksepticeye, who, although he's on 142 ping, plays surprisingly well. You guys will see. It's really great to see. Sid, me and her have played together a ton. She's my girl, so we have built-in synergy. Sean is a really great player as well. I played with him a ton. And God bless, cherry on top, playing with Abe. Having a Sova on your team is immensely helpful. Usually I play Sova, so I'm glad we have another one. Yeah.
Wow, it sounds like you know your roster pretty well. Have you had a chance to practice with them?
We didn't practice a ton. We've literally just played 1 game together today. But it went well, and we won, so I'm feeling pretty good about it.
That's good. You set a trend of doing well. It's a GG no re situation.
100% win rate so far, so.
Love to hear. Now, Lily, you've got yourself a pretty impressive roster as well. Who are you going to be playing with today?
Well, we got Myth, we got John, we got Leslie, we got Brooke.
Do you feel confident with that lineup?
I'm confident in Myth and John. And also Leslie and Brick.
Nice. Did you guys
Already
get to
throwing
do
shade
any
at your own
practicing?
team. Okay, Lily. Okay.
Wait, pardon?
It's like already throwing shade at your own team. Okay, Lily. Okay.
Wait, I'm supposed to throw shade at you, right?
Yeah. Come
Right.
on, hit me with it.
Alright, you have 2 Silva mates. Who's gonna play Silva in your team?
I'm not allowed to play Silva because I hit Diamond, so...
Oh, you're
he's playing
Diamond.
Silva.
Oh, congratulations. Wow, when'd you hit Diamond?
Honestly, like 2 months ago.
Wow, cool. I'm
But my
bronze.
raise is like literally gold, so... yeah,
Cool.
we'll see about that. I have some trash talk for you.
Okay, hit me with it.
I love you, but I'm gonna shoot you in the head.
I like that.
Thank
That was
I
good.
practiced that one in the mirror. Thank you.
Okay. I hope you miss your satchels. I don't know what
Probably will. Is this pretty good for the trash talk segment so far?
Are we doing okay?
You guys are nailing it. No, yeah, you
Okay.
got it.
This is our first time, I think.
You can shoot me in the head, but at least it's not the heart.
Ooh, I would never. I would
Okay.
only shoot you in the head,
I'm
but
glad.
very much so in the head, and only in game.
Okay.
Just to make that
Yeah,
clear.
only in game. Yeah.
No
Like,
TOS
one shot.
violation.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
One tap. Maybe a bit
Cool.
of a sprint,
Yes.
but hopefully one. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Yeah.
Nice.
Nice. Good luck.
Great. You too.
That was-
Have fun.
Yeah. Yay.
The sweetest trash talk I ever heard. I can't believe I'm about to send you guys off to shoot each other in the face, but there's literally nothing else left to do now. Pokey, Lily, best of luck to you both. I hope
Thank
your
you.
dreams come true.
Good luck.
Bye. Good luck.
That was
literally the most wholesome.
I have tears in my eyes because it's so wholesome, Dan. It's so nice to watch, and this is completely like a 180 from like some trash talk that we see in the professional scene for Valorant over Twitter right now. So I'm actually already loving my start for this weekend for the Charity Valorant Invitational with OfflineTV.
Yeah, totally with you there. That was pretty awesome. Oh my god, where did we go from there? I feel like they're on the same team. But it's but ultimately, I think as we talked about before, this is all for charity again. So it is all on the same team in that sense. But I'm sure, I mean, every player that's participating, this is also a competition, and we're going to see that competitive spirit come out. And so I'm looking forward to seeing exactly how it's going to come out. We already had some brief discussion of rosters there. We saw the talk of Sova. We didn't even really speak about that. It does actually make a pretty big difference if you can have certain players on your team who are really familiar with some of the more staple roles in the game. So Sova is one of those, very well highlighted there. So I'm curious how that's going to pan out because I was already thinking a little bit, Vancelli. We talk about the knife round strats, and I cannot wait to see who. And maybe it's everybody who pulls out the Astra, and I don't know what you're going to combine it with, but just getting those, the sucks in there with the gravity wells in there would be pretty awesome for the knife round.
It's going to be super cool. And if we actually, Pokey was talking about having A playing as a Sova, then that's actually really good too, because looking at this, I thought, hey, it's going to be lax. It's for charity. People are going to have some fun. We saw this in the most wholesome trash talk possible. And then it's like, no, we have a Sova, so we're going to sweat it out. We're actually going to have some good strats. We've only played once, but you're still playing agents. That could help a lot in terms of team composition and team play. On this map, for example, of Icebox. So you thought that I was memeing at the same time here, Dan, but I think at the same time, the whole chat wanted to meme with me too. So big shout out to the chat that wants to see Pokey play on Icebox.
Hell yeah. It's going to be a really interesting map. I think, one thing we didn't really talk about too much because we were talking about, what map do we want to see? Icebox is a pretty great starter as well for a lot of people, just because it's a map where it's pretty open. Sure, there's lots of angles to worry about, but this is the one map of the 5 in the pool which doesn't have to play like a conventional tactical FPS. If you wanted to just run at one site over and over again, you can do that, and it can look good. Doesn't look good on a lot of the other maps, but on this map, you can make it work. So I'm curious if we'll see anyone going to that strat.
I actually totally agree with you, because even when Icebox came out and some professional teams wanted to throw that curveball to maybe some teams that haven't practiced it enough, you still saw that at the professional level when it first started. Let's think about First Strike back in December. I think it was like the Immortals versus Envy, and Immortals just shot up towards the A site 12 rounds in a row and no flankers. So when Dan is talking about the conventional, is you might have a lurker player in there that wants to try to create some space towards the mid side of the map and try to go for a pinch, let's say, towards the B bomb site or the B site, which is the same thing you'll see towards the A site as well. You could have those mid to A, mid to B splits, but if you have 5 players just working together and just going through the main entrance, it could still be a very viable strat. Now, it really just depends what type of agent composition we're going to have from both of these teams, but looking at these two rosters, we talked about Lily before, we talked about Team Pokey, they have some players that are pretty seasoned, and if they can't play their mains, they could still be pretty good on other agents.
Oh yeah, definitely. And it's also another thing to mention that as these teams, as Pokey highlighted in the trash talking segment, they haven't got much practice together, and I imagine that's going to be a consistent trend throughout most of these teams playing. And so with that said, one of the easiest things you can do is to just stay together and group up. And as Vanzili is pointing out, you don't have to try to split up and spread out too much and make things more complicated. You can try to stick to some of the basics. And so I'm curious how that dynamic will go to begin with, because that's what I'm expecting to see. And so a lot of it's going to come down to having some good protocols on that defense, not giving up those early kills. If you're seeing a lot of pressure, falling back, wait for your team and try to play all together. I think that's going to be a really important thing I'm going to be looking out for, like, straight away. But before we, of course, get into the matches and see exactly what the teams are attempting, that's what I want to see us start off with.
Yeah, I think if right now for Valorant you have 14 agents, so you have some agents potentially that could be not unlocked yet if you haven't played Valorant enough. So if you look at the main ones or you want to try to unlock some of the most popular ones, I think Raze is going to be one of those agents that you might want to pick her onto a map like Icebox that could work very well. So if you want to look at the basics, you're looking at potentially a Silva for Team Pokey, which is an agent that's hard to learn, but at the same time, once you master that agent, you're like a crucial element to the team right now, and the most viable agent and the most viable player for your team, because you're allowed to give a lot of information for your teams to execute or even to retake. And on a map like Icebox, when we talked about like these 5-player hits from the attacker side onto the A side or B side, that means that overall in these matches, technically, usually you see a lot of like retake play. So what do we mean by retake play? Because of the abilities that are thrown within the site to take control of a site and get the spike plant down, the defenders usually get so much pressure that they have to fall back, wait for their teammates to rotate from the other side over, and becomes basically a 5-on-5 if possible, with the abilities that you need to retake the site. So that's the whole concept of retake. So a Silva is going to be super important in those type of strategies.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I just want to break it up a little bit, because one thing I did just now was, I talked about some shenanigans I want to see running in the knife round. And I feel like, I want to hear your opinion, what you think might be the broken knife round strat or ability synergy. Yeah. And also I want to hear what you guys in the chat think as well. And, feel free to tweet any ridiculous ideas that you think might be super broken to your favorite team, because it might help them win if they see that on Twitter. So as I say that, you have the compositions here, Van, to work with as well.
So looking at it, so a Sage could be very strong right now being chosen by Brook. I think one of those basic things that you can do definitely is the strong wall barriers that you have, especially on a defense. On a map like Icebox, you kind of want to throw it towards middle on that tube, and then you can just support your teammates on the A site or the B site stack. Fusely going with Arena, very strong. We've seen professional players like Pens just open up sites. I think it was even versus Cloud9 at that point with the Frenzy. I think the composition looking at both of these teams is actually very good, but again, you might want to give an edge to Team Pokey just because they had that Silva, although we want to know how aggressive a triple duelist setup with Myth going as Phoenix, Masayoshi going as a Jet, and then Fusely going as Arena. It's going to be some very fun stuff. But just to get back to what you were saying, Dan, what is it going to look like for a knife round? That's my question too. Is it going to be, hey, let's all 10 players meet up in the middle and try to go for a knife fight? Or are they actually going to go for a strategy and like split, sell fakes, and then plant and still fight with knives on retakes? And you could still use abilities. I'm looking forward for that type of play style more than the knife towards mid bloodbath.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's gonna be really, really fun to see sort of what everybody's comfortable with. Because one of the great things about a game like Valorant is that you don't have to be too crazy on knowing how to do everything. You can kind of specialize, and even if it's like overall a suboptimal combination, you know, it doesn't really matter. As long as you know what you're doing and you do it well, that's going to work out for you. So it looks like we're about to kick this one off, and yes, the knife strats. I can't wait to see what these teams gonna do.
It was looking that all 5 of each side were like, hey, let's hold up toward mid. But look at Myth. So Myth is playing that Phoenix right now on that mini-map, and you saw him like steering away towards the entrance. Sorry, it's Shanik playing the Phoenix right now on the attack. So he's steering away towards that A side and on the B side defense, but it turns out it's going to be a 5 versus 5 knife towards that mid here, Dan.
Absolutely, and I'm already a little bit sad. I gotta say, no Astra shenanigans, but I'm sure we'll see it later on here. And it looks like I'm not seeing any abilities used here, so maybe we'll have to get some clarification on that one. But oh, wow, okay, all right, Myth, he's already in there. This guy's been practicing. I gotta say, knives in this game,
yeah,
a lot harder than you might actually expect.
100%. Coming from a different game, yourself and myself included, we've played that game quite often. Like the knife getting the backstabs quite easy, but I could have the best lurk versus somebody and a backstab happening, but when I swing, it just misses, and you could be like inches away where the contact is still not going to happen. But to see that the confidence we thought that wasn't going to happen from Team Lily from the Trash Talk versus Pokey, they still got the knife round. Which also brings me to the point there, maybe she was playing that game of, hey, we're just going to pretend like we're not prepared and we're not that great and prepared versus Team Pokey. But to already get, 3 players still alive on that knife round is actually quite good. Actually, they had 4 players alive on the knife round because only Abe was the one that was able to get a kill with a knife.
Yeah, and there's no spike plan or anything like that. So there's no extra bonus money that could go to the losing side there and the attackers. The Team Pokey, but we'll see what they can do here with this half buy, just opting to not spend everything, just keep something in the tanks they can fall by next round, and they're going and just walking in towards the A side of the map here. Pokey's holding the flank here, so this push onto A might be a little bit unknown, given the fact that Pokey is able to create so much pressure on B long.
Yeah, but we actually do have a good Killjoy setup on that A site on that defense. That turret already spots players on the pipe. If they want to try to cross over, there's going to be some nanoswarms and the alarm bot. You've seen it being popped right away. And Sidian actually is going to be the one that's going to get melted down. So a great setup by Lily on that defense. And we see what happens with the rest. The spike is down. They have to recuperate it. And it's only 1 remaining. And unfortunately, she falls as well.
Yeah, that's an unfortunate one there for Team Pokey. I felt like they were doing quite a lot of cool stuff, or cool things, I should say. I liked how they had the presence of mind to have Pokey trying to control that B long play, so that if we saw any aggression from Team Lily on B long, they wouldn't figure out exactly what was happening, and that's kind of our first look here in the very early on at the whole control of information. Such a huge element in any tactical FPS like Valorant. But now we're into the buy versus the buy, but it's a bonus. As you can see, the Spectres, the SMGs carried forth by Team Lily. So we'll have to see if they're able to make those work in this round.
And I just looked through my players list because I have to write down the agents so I know later on when we're going through the rounds. But Meatball Hater in this game seems to be Jacksepticeye, if I'm not mistaken. So Jack, which name do you want more?
Pressure coming forth. However, the spike is actually lurking towards the mid here at the moment, so it could get caught by the B-long aggression if the timing's not very good. However, Team Pokey are able to take the A side. They just have to get the spike across. I'm not sure that they realize that their spike is by spawn still. And Abe's going to take that battle against Smith, which he wins.
This is actually really good. Because that's 2 rounds in a row. The first round being Pokimane playing as Raze, watching for that B push, and then the second time you see, yes, the spike was behind, but at least was still watching flanks. So they have that concept of the flanks coming, and it's working pretty well for their attacker side now to finally get that round.
And a quick note as well to everybody in the chat: the giveaway has ended, but you can wait for the next one and match 2. You know who you are. You're the guys spamming enter right now, so so you can just hold your horses and wait for match 2, and you'll be able to get it in there.
For sure. And now as we're talking about this bonus round, right? So the bonus round, looking at the previous one, because Team Lily won the knife round, They had the economy. They bought the Spectres into the second round. What you kind of want to do here on that third round is to maintain and keep the weapons that you had on that previous round, because you're not going to fight against any strong weapons usually on that third round. So they went for the bonus. They lost. Now it's a real gun round for both of these teams. Attack happening towards the A side, and it's already going to be a trade. So we have a 4-4 here, Dan.
Yeah, we have that lurk up mid. The wall is up from Team Lily to block any push through tube, and you can see that creates this nice little angle there for Fusely, able to just focus on under tube. However, the rest of Team Pokey rotating around towards B, that will be heard. So the defender rotation can come in for Team Lily, but they can't deny the plant of the spike for now. So it will be this post-plant 3 versus 3, as we see Team Pokey falling back into positions to defend that spike.
Yeah, well done for Team Pokey. Great execution to put that wall up as well towards that B side and get a spike plant. It prevents for you to getting wall banged from middle into the Radio Knife boxes. So this is going to be a good retake, though. You still have 2 duelists that are available for Team Lily for this retake, and unfortunately, Fusely being one of them has fallen.
There goes that paranoia. That is just brutal. Nothing to be done there for Lily, and Sidian will take her down. So looking pretty good here, coming into a 2-2 scoreline. The money is looking a little bit stretched at this point for Team Lily after taking those 2 losses back to back. So you can definitely go with a half buy here. You keep some money in the hole so you're able to get the full rifle buy in the following round, but still have enough to work with in the present round to maybe get some damage in. That said, they are actually going pretty deep into their pockets here. And they will have a consecutive round loss bonus, but maybe we'll talk a little bit more about that in a later point.
Definitely. I think at that point here, it could work out. You have your strong players going with the rifles too, the one that has the economy. A Judge could still be very strong right now. But it's actually going to be the run it back from Shonik that's going to try to clear it up as that Phoenix.
Loving this, using those curveballs as well, just to clear those corners. Still, though, there is a player around 410. We can see Masayoshi is looking to hold this one down. The Phantom coming out. Oh, can't get the dash out in time. Great trades coming in onto the side there for Team Pokey. Everybody falls there for Team Lily. It's going to be a 2 versus 4 retake. Both players on the flank coming through to this A site. Might be a chance here if Abe is caught off guard. Very, very weak. And there it is. There's that Judge can swap out for the Vandal. Or maybe not. The Judge is pretty damn good. Sidian, nice angle, able to work that to perfection. Picks up both players. And that's going to be the 3rd round in a row converted for Team Pokey.
I could definitely see the idea, Dan, with Team Lily, with these consistent flanks coming in from Myth right now, just due to the fact that for Team Pokey, they don't have like an anchor sentinel, right? And an anchor sentinel, what I mean by that is that they don't have a Cypher or they don't have a Killjoy that could actually trap and give some information if somebody is trying to go for the backstab flank. So the double flank coming in from Fusely and from Myth is actually quite good, especially as a duelist coming on the flank. You could do a lot of damage, and those flashes that we've seen before on the attack side could be very strong on defense for the retakes, but you have the how can I put this, like the game sense for these players to continue to watch these flanks.
Ooh, we get the Blaze Storm coming out there in mid as well for Masayoshi. Also, they pop the run it back too. So lots of action happening around mid here. The pressure, my goodness, it's just, you can't even commentate. It's just happening so quickly around mid. But after all the dust settles, after all the damage is done, it is a 2 versus 1, of course, in favor of Team Pokey, able to carry that spike through to B, which has been cleared. You can see Pokey's in a really aggressive position towards spawn. He's going to spot Pokey. But this is a pretty tough one. Not really the weapon as well. The Spectre, you know, it can definitely do a great job in many positions, but you're looking at the close to medium ranges. And on a map like Icebox, you're really struggling to find good engagements in a lot of spots. And this is definitely one of those spots for Lily, unfortunately for her.
Yeah, and she's going to have to try to maybe save if she wants to, but it looks like she wants to commit to it. I like the fact that the turret comes up at the same time, just so that she could see if she's going to get pushed from the spawn side, and Pokey continues to aggress there. And Lily, she actually makes it a 1v1.
Out of charges, killed my bot.
Pokey does have full HP at this point, though, so it's going to be quite difficult. The time is really against Lily in this point. Goes for the fake, the tap.
Nice try.
Draws Pokey out, but Pokey, of course, connecting the shot. And another round going to Team Pokey. They're starting to really look pretty damn strong at this point. I think it's fair to say, Vansili. And
for sure,
Icebox, it's a tough map, I have to say, on the defense. It really does feel very difficult to hold positions on this map, especially if the attackers are kind of moving in numbers into any of those positions.
And even based on that, for Team Lily on the defense, although it's harder to play that defense, Dan, they still do the standard, put the wall towards that mid side so they could really focus on the boiler side, and they use all of their abilities possible, right? You saw Myth come out with a run it back. They tried to press forward and try to bring the pressure towards Team Pokey on the attack. But you saw that showstopper from Pokey that went from downtown, from B all the way to mid, and you said it was chaotic. It was just perfect trades there from the attacker side to take the upper hand. For this round, though, we talked about the 5-player pushes sometimes. It's a 4-1. We might try to sell a fake from this Omen on the A side, but everybody else is looking to push towards B.
Yeah, and the Omen on the A side does have the teleport available as well, the ultimate. And as you said, this is a great setup, Vansili. They're not, Team Poke is not committed onto this B side just yet, and the entire A side is now being cleared, so they could go back to that A side, or the flank can actually also come into play, and they can just hold this position around yellow. So lots of great stuff here from Team Poke so far as they hold this position and they wait for City, and as we can see on that long flank. Will they expect this? Is anybody going to catch this? No, Lily's going to go down straight away, and now City's position is known, but the amount of damage, just knowing that he's there, it causes is problematic. However, Sidian plays his hand, and Brook is able to win that one. And you can see Team Pokey, they're against the clock now here, Van.
Correct. And they're like, okay, well, A site is now open because Sidian has actually pushed all the way from the A site. And although they didn't really react on that push and that flank from Sidian from the get-go, just the fact that Sidian got a pick towards Kitchen, and when she got killed towards Orange, she actually spotted that there was 2 players there. So she could definitely call it out. The audible comes in towards that site, but again, against the clock, rushing in inside the site, as Masayoshi's already back there towards spawn.
There goes that spike planted just in the nick of time. Ooh, Masayoshi though, nice dash forward, creating a lot of space there for the team. And now it's going to be quite difficult. Get that Killjoy ult in the lockdown. You can't be anywhere within that radius or you will get frozen for at least 8 seconds, I believe. A long time. Pokey able to keep defense of that spike going though, and there it is. Does get detained, but it's worth it. It's up to Myth now in the 1 versus 3, charging backside, trying to find these players, able to take down one, but it's really looking very difficult here. Again, time is against Myth, and that recon dot's going to show exactly where he is, and a great finish there from Pokey as well. And that's another, they're looking great on this attack, but we talked about this before. Those not familiar to Valorant, I gotta make this point, Vansili.
Yeah.
The game can look very different half to half.
100%. 100%. Even though you see like a 5-2 scoreline, or maybe like a 7-2 or a 10-2 onto the half, it could still sway the same way on the opposite side. And again, it all comes down to like the composition that you may have going into this matchup, right? So you're looking at Team Pokey, as I mentioned before, when they don't have a Sentinel in that roster, they could maybe play a game that's a little bit more aggressive and use that Omen as that lurk. So Sidian's been doing a great job for that. But I think on that previous round, both Sages did such a good job with these reses, because especially for Team Pokey, the res that they've gotten was actually the res onto Abe as a Silva, who had the ultimate up. So just in case, if it came down to a 1 versus 1, their Hunter's here was going to save it for the team.
Well, once again, you will see a lot of damage getting done here early on. That mid control has been a point of focus in some of these rounds for Team Lily, and Masayoshi is able to hold on to that position, but damage has been done, of course. So 2 versus 3 here for Team Lily, perhaps looking to just play full retake on this A site. Team Pokey will be able to take control of that one. There goes that spike plant. Lily actually may be able to find a cheeky frag, able to catch one as we see the fallback there after the plant on the spike.
1 enemy remaining.
Shot good though against Masayoshi. It's up to Lily again. Unfortunately though, just too many angles to clear, and that's a little bit too difficult this time around. Sean able to close it down 6-2.
Yeah, the name of that game for that previous round was all about positioning too. Lily did a great job to like sneak through past the offense on the pulse plant to get the kill onto Meatball Hater, aka Jacksepticeye at that point with the plant, but I think at the same time, that pressure that you said that's happening towards that mid was actually pretty good for Masayoshi, because that actually kept one of the attackers all the way back towards belt side of the A site and just make it a 1 versus 2 inside the A site. So Lily being able to close it into a 1 versus 1 right after the initial kill to even it up on the scoreline for, or at least on the situation for both of these teams, actually did give a good chance for Team Lily to get that round. But unfortunately, it fell short. But at least with all these bonus rounds that they're currently getting, they might have maybe some at some point. We talked about the economy, but we also have to talk about the ultimates too. That's another thing, another factor that could turn over these rounds.
Sean there popping that running back. Masayoshi's able to defend against that. Fusely also doing a good job here, just pressing the issue. The spike can't go down, has to get cancelled as Team Poki has to fall back off of that play, and all of a sudden they have to go to a plan B here because they've lost all that grounds towards the B sites. Relying once again on City, and flanks have been really effective so far, as you've mentioned, just finding great timings on the lurks, unable to take down Masayoshi, but still, doing some good damage. It's a 2 versus 3 with 40 seconds to go here, so lots of room to play with for Team Poki.
Yeah, and you also have that recon dart. You still have an owl drone available for Abe, so he could very slowly clear up the site. But here comes a curveball from Myth. That's actually going to blind him. It creates some space, and it garners the site back in control for the defenders. But we have to land some shots right now for Abe with this operator.
Myth there. Oh, Myth! Nice little double there. Great flick on the second. Jack didn't know what hit him, and that's what you love to see. Myth, we talked about it. He's definitely going to be helping to rally the team back into it with a nice performance like that. And that's the 3 rounds on the board. So only a deficit of 3. Definitely not a bad place here so far for Team Lily.
And it's still very well done, because at that point, maybe people were looking at the scoreboard and like, well, we were saying how Myth was going to be so good as an immortal player, but he was at the bottom of the scoreboard. But look at it this way. Myth had so many situations where he had to go back for flanks before. And Team Poki are doing a very good job to watch those flanks. But now when Myth has to anchor a site as that Phoenix, he's actually putting those numbers in. But now he's switching back towards the A side. Bring the operator there. It could actually be very strong.
And there it is, Poki there popping the rocket. Oh, unable to find the target. That was a close one. Lily just barely dodging that. And once again, we talked about this, that site, the A site's hard to hold. It's going to be the retake game here coming through. The 4 versus 4, the Team Lily. Hunter's Fury available for Team Poki, though. That is a dangerous ultimate to have post-plant.
Great wall at the same time too, and this is going to be the moment of difficulty for Team Lily because they don't have that Silva, right? So we're going to have to go for body checks into the site, and it starts off well with this first kill from Brook, but at the same time still a lot of utilities from Poki. Slow orbs towards the back of the site. Poki in a great angle at the bottom of hell, and she's looking for that double, but Fusely is going to be able to at least avenge her teammate. It's down to a 3v2, but they had the clock against them again on the defense.
And there it is. That's the Hunter's Fury. This is exactly what we were talking about. The A pop in that one. There's just nothing that can be done. Waste all the time in the world. And Lily, it's a nice effort right at the end. You got to do it.
Yeah. At that
not
point,
going to work out.
Spike's going to go off no matter what. You're like, you know what? I'll just have to tap it. At least it shows that I'm going to give it a try, give it a go, and it showed that in the pregame in a trash talk with Poki at the same time. So very nice to see. 7-3 is the scoreline right now for the attackers, but again, it's really not one-sided. You see how these retakes, even though they don't have a Silva here for Team Lily, when they're going to have these comebacks or these retakes, they still have some great aim. I saw the wall coming out for the defender side too, that it's going to be placed at different sites right now for Brook, but they also have a composition that has 3 duelists, and 3 duelists on the attacker side. You expect a lot of aggression. You expect a lot more rounds on the attack too. So I don't think this game is in the bin yet.
Oh, definitely not. You see, it's not a great money situation here for Team Lily. Just a ghost there. By the way, shout outs to A with those Sova recon lineups. Also especially good because we've seen that Team Lily likes to push that mid position so that Arrow will get that early info. But we do have the wall going down to secure the spike plant on B right now for Team Poki. Really charging through and not really meeting too much resistance just yet. You see Masayoshi trying to find a way forward. Oh, that's a great flick onto Sean. Masayoshi keeping the hope alive here, but it is a 2 versus 4. The res is available for Team Poki as well. So lots to fight against here. But Myth might also just make this doable with the help of Masayoshi.
Exactly. The two key players right now for the defenders could make it work, but you see the aggression from Team Poke as well on their side. It seems to be paying off quite well. But these curveballs are going to work. I like this from the shadows coming in from the spawn side just to see if anybody else is there. But it looks like it's going to be the attacker side that's going to have this in the bag. Indeed it will. Jack is going to be the one that gets the last kill onto Myth. And we're moving into the last round of the first half here. We still have Fuslie that has her Empress, that she could use this right now. Brooke is actually one away from an ult as well. But I think looking at it, you might want to give this orb to Myth so that he could build this, run it back, so it could be very helpful for this retakes. I'm hoping to see him push towards the A orb, if not towards the B orb. And looking at it so far, this double setup between himself and Masayoshi over on the A side might indicate that play, but they're going to have a lot of pressure coming in from the attackers too, as 3 players are setting up for the A side take 2.
And I quickly want to throw some more respect to Abe and his lineups. But actually, you know, before I do that, we've got this push coming in for the A site, trying to take the aggression against Team Lily. They're the defenders, but trying to make things very aggressive here to kick things off. For Sean, they're lurking up above by Bell. Looks like this isn't going to work out too much in the end. And you can see Poke is just going to pull out the rocket, the showstopper towards B as well. Just, oh, so savage. Hunting that. No, somebody.
No, wait. Oh, my.
Oh, it runs out just in time. Lily's around the corner. Oh, my goodness. Is Poke going to be able to find Lily? We saw that trash talk earlier. Is it going to be a bullet track to the head, or is it going to be to the heart? And it looks like Poke, you know, good to her word there. We got the right click on the head. So still friends in the server.
The battle between the captains continues to be amazing, actually, between Lily and Pokey. It was so close for that rocket to hit. But while all that happens, you did see Team Lily, right? You saw Myth trying to push forward with Masayoshi, trying to get that orb, but being pressured so fast by Team Poke, they had no answer to it. They did not expect how fast the attackers were going to come out, and that now makes it a 4 versus 1. Lily, unfortunately, at this point, the spike will go off. She's going to try to just get some exits because, again, the trash talk could definitely continue because she's like, I don't really care about the spike. I'll just do some damage, try to get into your head, and now that they take the attacker side here with this triple duelist setup, they might have a chance to come back as well.
Yeah, it's absolutely the case. You know, this again is a map where it can be very difficult sometimes. Either it's a composition thing, or just, you know, you don't know exactly whether you should play for retake or should you try to stack the sites. Like it can be quite difficult sometimes to find the answer as the defenders, but it can be a lot easier to actually figure out, get into the groove as the attackers. So we'll see if that's going to be the same story here for, I guess, the underdogs, you know, going into this second half. And Team
That's the thing.
Lily.
We talk about the underdogs, Dan, but actually just looking at it so far, how Team Poke have been playing that defense, and my bad on me to actually just discount how good these players are on their aim and how they want to shoot. But on this round, it's going to be a knife round, and they're actually going for it. It might be a strat where they might plant. No, they're going all around the world, so they're trying to go for some sort of a flank with these knives. But maybe thinking that, for at least for me, that Team Lily was going to make it to the finals right away, totally discredit it. Poke's team has been looking very strong.
Absolutely. And sure, man, that's pretty disgusting.
I'm going.
Got him! Phoenix down!
Opening up with the flag.
You got it. Group up.
I love it. I love it. The strats are there, so there's no abilities. It's just let's try to group up and go for the trades.
Spike down, B. 2v1. Let's go. Go. One enemy remaining. Oh.
There's our first ability. So there's one thing I like. We talked about Riot taking the money out of pockets here, Dan. Oh my god, and that is the best. Because I actually put that money to get that fan knife, and I've never gone the side swap backhander with the fan, and we just saw Pokey do 2 of them, and it's just beautiful to watch.
I was just hitting the headshots, but I didn't even know it was possible, actually. So I'm gonna have to reconsider some things.
Yep.
Yeah, how does that work?
That's amazing.
I actually didn't know that you could get headshots with the knife.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be completely honest.
I'm gonna have to figure out too if like a knife headshot does more damage as well, right? Maybe it's 100 at that point. Yeah, because I guess the Phoenix on the other side actually already had like low HP, but still, to be able to be so accurate with a right click of a knife I'm going to have to learn a thing or two from Pokey for sure.
Yeah, I think you should make some... Oh, no! Oh, the paint shells! Okay, all right. And maybe make that a thing or 2 or 3 from Pokey, because the showstopper's going to come out as well. Round 2 showstopper. You don't see that every day. It doesn't connect, but it doesn't really matter. Tidian, you know, she'll finish things off, and Team Pokey, that's a strong start. And, you know, I also, again, like, we're seeing that Sova knowledge. I think, you know, Pokey highlighted it. Abe's been doing a great job on that Sova. And if you want to be like Abe, don't skip school. Go to those trigonometry classes. or you could watch, you know, some average Jonas on YouTube, learn some lineups. Or you could do both and maybe be better than everybody. I don't know.
Be the best one.
Be the best.
Put them both together. Put a combination of average Jonas and Abe, and you become just pro Jonas pretty much.
And school.
So yeah, I think as you mentioned here, Dan, to see the showstopper coming out on the second round, but at least for Team Lily, it looked like it was an eco, right? They tried to save their weapons so that they could actually go for a stronger buy into this round. Trailing behind that far, it doesn't matter for them. They could definitely bring it back now with the weaponry here.
And, you know, just like we talked about before, you know, just really grouping up together. You can do that so well on Icebox. Moving towards that B site. Abe trying to tap away, or burst away, I should say, with the Vandal. Pokey, oh my goodness.
Yeah, from mid it looks like, right? So she was lurking towards that mid side on that rotate, but she's about to get flanked herself by Masayoshi, who actually is able to trade back and avenge his teammates and get another backstab onto Jack. So as you talked about how aggressive this could be and how good it could look by sticking as a group, I like what Team Lily did there by having Myth and Fuslie go out with the curveballs, and you saw, I think, a Lear that came out at the same time too. So getting control of that B site early was definitely key for them. It pushed everybody back from Team Pokey on that orange side, but there was still some great rounds coming in there from Pokey on that rotation, where it's still going to make things very scary for Team Lily. Losing 2 players so far, trailing behind by so much. Like I was going to mention, the economy is not going to be that great, so Brooke and Lily are going with only Spectres at this point instead of getting dropped from their drops from their teammates.
Can hear that wall going down in the tube. Quite popular to sort of not have to worry about, you know, mid rotations through that tube into kitchen. And Myth, you know, leading the way here, leading the charge. Coach Myth. With Masayoshi as well, the double duelist creating so much space for the team, able to wrap into the A side, and well, that was all she wrote effectively. Sean is the only one left standing at this point, so life is looking rather difficult for Team Pokey, and I definitely have a feeling, given that aggression we're seeing out of Myth and Masayoshi and how confident they both look on those duelists respectively, it really does seem like this could be an absolute nail biter. So I feel like, you know what? I'm going to do it. I'm going to call the overtime. I'm calling it right now.
Starting game 1 with an overtime, and if you're unfamiliar, chat, we're actually going with the regular tournament rules. So it's not like a 12-12 sudden death first to 13. It's actually a win by 2. So if that's going to happen, what's good here for Sean is that he's actually looking for these exits to just try to make the economy a little bit more expensive, but they've only lost 1 player, which is not so bad. But you talked about the level of comfort from Masayoshi and from Myth. It's also their comfort of taking the mid side. So they did a lot of mid control on defender side, and on the attacker side, you saw that updraft to dash onto from boiler into screens, and Myth also doing the curveballs for them to work together. But not only that, we talked about the triple duelist too. So as those 2 combos, as Myth and Masayoshi get into the site, you saw that Fuslie off camera actually did get a kill as an entry on the A side at the same time. So the pinches are happening quite perfectly here for both for this attacker team, and you see it once again from Lily. Team Lily, they have the Myth and Masayoshi working towards mid, the other 3 working towards long B. So expect a lot of these splits happening so far by learning these tendencies.
Oh, another great entry, another great split, just as you were describing, but on the B site this time, and it's looking really scary here. Oh, Abe, that's quite the shot. That could make a huge difference. You know, going forward now, you can see Masayoshi. Oh, speaking of great shots, the reactions of Masayoshi looking quite stellar as well. Abe not done with the Sheriff. My goodness.
We're talking about flicks, we're talking about comfort. It's looking good right now for both of these teams. It's not only on the Vandals, you see it on the Sheriffs, just overall, Dan. the flicks that are coming in, sitting in long range to get that one as well. There's nothing but headshots. I feel like I'm watching a Jordan Gilbert movie of nothing but headshots going on right now in this game.
Yeah, definitely. It seems like in the second half, things are really turning up in terms of the aim, the mechanics. But again, we see this dangerous look with Myth and Masayoshi moving together through mid there, getting the cloud burst to kind of cover that quick movement, in the curveballs as well, the flashes going through around tube to clear yellow and to clear kitchen, and to split with the players coming B long at the same time. This is a dangerous combo, and in fact, something a bit unusual. We're going to see Myth on the Phoenix pulling out the operator,
which is usually when you're watching this game, and an operator usually goes in the hands of a Jet, because a Jet has the updraft and also the tailwind, which means that she could actually run away very quickly should she miss a shot or get more pressure. So to have somebody like a Phoenix play right now, you have to be very accurate on your shots. So the level of comfort has to be quite high right now for Myth on this attempt of a comeback for the team.
And we have a similar round to what we saw also from the attack on the first half as well. Just working this A side of the map, just being quite slow about it, letting some of these abilities kind of burn out, keeping an eye on any forward plays in mid. Masayoshi there, and Masayoshi, there it is, catches that timing, and Sidian was trying to find some information. She'll get the information, but unfortunately it will cost her gravely, and that will be one player down now for Team Pokey. However, they do have the run it back available, so we'll have to see if Sean's going to find a moment for that as the attack comes on to B.
Just one single kill there from Masayoshi in the updraft just actually forced a rotation from all of Team Pokey towards the A side. So a great fake being held by Team Lily by adding that early aggression from that op towards that belt side from Myth. Everybody falls back towards B. It's going to be a hard retake for Pokey right now, or Team Pokey.
And there's that run it back to try to initiate some things here on this retake, try to get that information. Trying to actually pressure the defuse as well. Pulls up the wall, taps it. Looking for the frags. Masayoshi and Brook, though, with the defense. It's not looking all that great here. Abe, though, maybe trying to make things happen. Sean, though, with the missed curveball. Not going to be doing him any favors. There's a drop onto the spike. Obviously able to deal with that. Very nicely done in the post plant for Team Lily.
Very good.
And it's again, Van, it's looking pretty. I mean, the first half attack looked pretty good.
Yeah.
But I feel like this is looking even better right now. Team Lily doing a great job.
So far, things have been mirrored, right? You saw the knife round being won by a team, and then it goes on to winning the anti-eco, and then it's just a string of rounds for the opposite team once they have their money right. And it seems to repeat itself again. That said, though, when you're looking at how Team Lily is currently playing, you're going to have to look at the amount on that scoreboard at the end of the game, the amount of first blood that comes out of Masayoshi and of Myth so far. The amount of time that he's controlling towards his mid has been great, and the only way to counter it back right now, it's trying to have Abe by his lonesome. And now if it's not going to be Masayoshi, it's Myth to get these first bloods, and that allows another split towards this B site.
Oh, I love it. The Jet shenanigans from Masayoshi knows Jet through and through. And speaking of through and through, Myth, the operator, finding 2 with the 1.
Nice collat.
And
nice collat.
Pokey trying to be a little bit tricky here. Satchel should have been heard though, so they may expect her around Boiler. Getting a gun here would be pretty fantastic. So we'll see if Pokey's able to accomplish that. That's kind of minor objective. Ooh. Speaking of gun, that's the most valuable gun you can collect, but Pokey will go down. That's going to be 8-11 now as we get closer and closer to tying this one up.
That's right. So even though Pokey gets that kill onto Myth, you could still give some credit to Team Lily of how they position themselves on these pulse plants or how they want to set up for these trades. Maybe the trades are not as immediate, but at the same time, you have good positioning. So props to Fusli to be able to be in a great position on Orange to get that trade onto Myth at this point. But that aggression continues right now from this triple duelist setup for Team Lily. The answer right now from Team Pokey, I think, is to really try to get that wall out towards that mid tube. And it looks to be that way, so they could focus a lot on this boiler hold. So that Sage is walking up, and there you go. So we have that wall that comes out from Pokey. They can have 2 players watching towards the mid side, but look at Team Lily instead. Conditioning has been so good that they're working towards the A side, and it throws off the defense of Pokey.
Ooh, good flash by Myth. You can see that's worked out perfectly. Able to take down the opposing Phoenix in Sean. Nice Hunter's Fury. That's a great kill to catch. Fiercely goes down. One of the duelists out of the picture. Spike will be planted, but we hear it. There it is. The showstopper pulled out by Pokey. Trying to catch them, falling back. Jack, though, with the res onto Sean. And Miz unable to hold. You can see this is a great retake coming through from Team Pokey. They're really waiting for each other, coordinating this one. And Pokey, great use of utility to just prevent any angle being accessible for this defense.
Somehow it turns into a 4v1, and the defuse is coming up. It's going to be very hard for Masayoshi. He's trying to go for that shot onto Sidian, but she stops him in his tracks. And as you said, a very good retake. It was a beautiful retake, especially with the res that you saw coming out of Team Pokey. And just instantly, everybody died from Team Lily. That showstopper, even though it didn't kill anybody, it creates space. So you're running away from the rocket, you're spacing out into an area where you might not want to get killed, and you're pulling out into a position where Pokey can just mow you down. And you see it. That's a 2K going on right there. You see the paint shells. She's gotten, what, 3 paint shells, 4 paint shells so far? Only on the defender side, looking at how she's been playing. Look at that, 27 and 14, and 3 assists in terms of the KDA. She is popping off, and now this puts Team Pokey at map point. But still, you've won so many rounds here for Team Lily. You have a chance to come back. You have a chance of bringing this to overtime, and the op duel is won by Abe.
You will not kill my ally.
Brook there, able to get that res. Very important res onto mid, but this fight on mid is not working out too well. You can see Jack, it gets himself obviously as well. The damage being done there. Pokey looking to hold onto kitchen window though. Notice that there is somebody nearby, but not quite sure exactly who, but can hear the push up B long. So they have the info, and Sidian. We've seen Sidian, she gets these blanks, and it might just be another one to finish this one off. There it is, takes down Lily. That's the spike down. It's all on Myth's shoulders here now, Van. It's going to be a tough one. A 1 versus 4 for him.
We talk about the immortal player, right? So he has 2 kills away from a run it back. He still has a curveball. He still has time in his hands. So he could definitely go for a big backstab here. So he wants to clear out the back of the site. But look at this. We actually have Shonik that's about to come out. There's that shot. Missed by the operator. But the information's there. You're going to see the defense now collapse onto Myth. And he's going to have to come out huge to try to keep the dream alive.
Oh, it's so difficult. He has to get every single kill at this point. There's no time to plant that spike. Smith trying to do what he can here, but there's the trade from Pokey. Who else? The captain leading by example, and that's going to be the first winners here. The OfflineTV VALORANT Invitational. Oh, what a debut performance for Team Pokey. Just saying that things went well in practice, and we can certainly see why.
Dan, I'm getting flashbacks of me trying to predict Team Envy at the Masters that they're going to win it off from the get-go of the show, and it's biting me in the ass. So I got to say that they've demonstrated a great performance on the defense and offense for Team Pokey. It took a bit for the defender side to get used to how Masayoshi and Myth were taking control of that mid side. But overall, you definitely have to give it to Pokey. You said it. She led by example, and she definitely was moving in to be able to help that team move forward and get that victory. But it's not over yet, at least for Team Lily, right? This is also still a round-robin matchup, so you still have 4 other matches that you play against, or 3 other teams that you play against, and you still have a chance to make it at least to the top. But this is still a great start and a great look to Team Pokey.
Yeah, totally agree with you. They had a great dynamic on the team as well.
Yeah.
Again, I think Pokey kind of nailed it by talking about having that Sova, and Abe did a great job on the Sova. We talked about, some of the trigonometry, and kind of made fun of how, good he was with his arrows, but ultimately, it is a staple for the team. There was so much information that was played out really well. We saw that retake that you were talking about where, you mentioned how much space utility Pokey was creating, but Abe's came in with the Hunter's Fury to deny the plan, and that Hunter's Fury to deny the plan then meant that they had to just loot. They lost a lot of time, and then they were all kind of stacked up towards the site, as opposed to being able to fall off to better positions. And so there's just like a lot to say about kind of the dynamics there that worked out really well for Team Pokey. So be curious to see what tests that as the tournament continues.
Yeah, and even for both of these teams, if they don't look, if they mention on air before and they're like, oh, it doesn't look like we're going to play that well, we've only played once together as a team, they look like a team, to be honest with you. I think to be honest, from my experience from casting Valorant, they could still do like pretty well in the VCT challengers going through the brackets from how, especially this player right here, Sidian, she's been actually very good on the attacker side for Team Poke too, because we talked about, hey, the basics of playing on this map, it's one of those maps where it's nice to see 5 players push as a team towards the A site. You don't really need to look for that mid control, but you saw it from both teams, from Team Lily and from Team Poke. But again, it comes down to how Sidian, she was lurking around towards that mid side, the big flanks, the kitchen flanks, the orange flanks, to allow for these mid to be split to work for Team Poke, as well as how Masayushi and Myth did it on their attacker side as well. So great job for Team Poke at that point. And for the chat, the same as me, that was trying to meme it out to say, hey, let's try to actually put Team Poke in an Icebox and see how it looks. And for a person that doesn't like to play Icebox, she looks so comfortable for one, and she looked like she was having a blast, especially with these headshot knives.
Yeah, again, have to kind of reconsider things a little bit. Didn't know that was actually possible. So, yeah, it's been really interesting to see how it's worked out here. And I love that you brought out kind of the impact that Sidian had here.
Yep.
We see how, with the sheriff, but it wasn't really, again, like the aim at all. It was just how did it fit into the team, the role that she played, and how she was able to get so much information by lurking. And lurking, is kind of difficult because it relies on you kind of having a lot of agency just by yourself, making decisions, trying not to die. That's like one of the biggest things about it. And relaying information to your team. You can make calls, and Omen obviously is a great agent for it because you can have global smoke, so you can help your team out no matter where you are. You have the teleport too. So really cool to see again, everybody on the team sort of understanding exactly how they fit, and that synergy, that chemistry is definitely paying off, and it was a lot of fun to watch.
100%. And if even think if you have a controller like Omen playing in your composition right now for Team Poke, or just in general, when you don't have a Viper or you don't have somebody else that's going to be able to put those smokes in, it gets actually very hard to execute into those sites, especially on the A side. If that Sage is already gone and your Omen's gone, to try to cross over from the orb into the A side, crossing that screens area could be so dangerous. And when you talk about the retake play, without having that utility, and you're trying to go for a plant, they could just run out from the rafters in the back spawn of A and take you down. So what I like about that too is, yes, she created some good space, but she also stayed alive in case those smokes were needed, so that those global smokes that you talked about here, Dan, were definitely thrown out on her side to help out the team to actually make it look very good here for Team Poke. So they emerge victorious 13-8 into the scoreline versus Team Lily. And with that, it's time to pass it over to Rachel, who's going to give us an interview with Jack.
Thank you so much, guys. Jack, it's been a long time. I think last time we spoke,
Very
you were
long.
green and I was bright orange. But you have since become a professional Valorant player. How did this happen?
I kind of just fell into it, honestly. I shouldn't be here. I'm just happy to be here. I'm astonished that they allowed someone from Europe to play in an NA tournament, basically. But it's all for a good cause, and it's all for charity. So anybody at home, don't forget to donate. It's all going towards a good cause. We're all here to have fun at the end of the day.
Excellent call out there on the donate. And an interesting fact, too, that you are playing from the UK. I have to admit, we expected this was going to be a little harder for you, but you were the last alive several times. You made some clutch plays. How are you doing this on a bajillion ping?
It's called being terrified and staying away from John and Myth for as long as possible, because they will annihilate me as soon as I see them, which they have done many times. But I think it all came down to the team. They were just communicating really well. And being Sage, I feel like my ping wasn't so much of an issue to heal people. So I just tried my best to stay in the back and try and heal people whenever they needed it and let them get all the kills.
You say that, and you are absolutely an asset to the team healing them up. But like I said, there were a couple times you were the last one alive. You got some clutch kills on Myth there. What's your experience playing Valorant? Like, do you get a lot of hours in these days?
Not really. I started playing like a few months ago, and everybody else was playing it, and I really wanted to try it. I've played stuff like Overwatch and Apex in the past, so it's not my first FPS to play, but it's my first, I've never played CSGO before or anything like that, so this game was very intimidating to get into, but playing with all these guys for fun outside of this tournament and on streams and everything, they've taught me so much, and watching so many other great content creators play the game, it's just kind of fired me up, and I just want to learn a lot. I'm much worse than all of them are, but I think they're all terrific teachers.
Well, I think you have some other X factors going for you too. I was trolling your Twitter, and of course, we know all about top of the morning coffee, so I have to imagine that's pumping through the veins right now. Yeah?
Always.
Also
I'm
saw you got a
90%
new
coffee
bidet.
at this point.
Excellent. That's a combo
Yeah.
right there. You're super fast these days.
A new bidet, yeah. A clean rear means a clear mind.
Well, that is some solid advice for future players and for the rest of the players in our tournament this weekend. Anything else you want to add, Jack? We get to watch you play another game today, later on tomorrow. What do you want us to keep an eye out for?
I just want everyone to remember that it's all for fun, that we're all here to just have a good time, and that the charity element to it at the end of the day is what we're all here for, and to try and raise as much money as possible to give out to all the different organizations going on. There's a ton of great organizations in this tournament right now, and I feel like that they should be the forefront of it. And we'll all just troll a little bit and just have fun.
Well said. Well, you're an excellent guy, Jack. We're lucky to have you with us here for this tournament, and I'll be cheering for you for the rest of the matches. But thanks so much for coming on to talk to us. And
thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen,
no
we've
problem.
got so much more Valorant. We've got all for charity. We are coming back right after this break with another match, so don't go anywhere.
Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high.
Tell 'em what your name is.
everybody, welcome back to the OfflineTV Valorant Charity Invitational. We already had one super exciting match today where we pit Team Pokey against Team Lily, and the results were explosive. But a big factor in all of that was chat. So chat, pay attention. We've got stuff to give you, and we've got stuff to ask you. In the meantime, I do want to bring back Van Silly and DDK, our incredible casters. Guys, I saw a lot of love for you in the chat today. People are really excited to hear professional Valorant casting.
I mean, I don't even consider myself professional. I just love the game. I'm just a regular dude talking about the video game, and I'm glad that the chat enjoys it. So much love to the chat, and much love to the chat to already like get us what, $11,000 in charity donations just with the first map. So you guys are the best. Everybody, guys, girls, and everybody all together. We're all coming in together in this, and it's super fun to watch so far.
Yeah, it's I have to say it, man, you are professional. And, you're doing an excellent job. No, but it's really cool as well to get to show this game off as well to maybe some audiences that haven't actually maybe seen it before as well. And I think this is actually so fun to see the character that can come out in a game like this, where it's a little bit more unusual in the tactical FPS kind of experience, because you get players that are able to just pick a specific role and identity within that role. And we talked about City with Omen, or just even seeing Pokey just savaging people with Raze. It's just like the characters just make sense. It's really cool to see that play out, and I can't wait to see how the rest of these matches go.
Absolutely. We also have, I don't know if you can see it in the corner of your eye, chat's popping off right now, because now is the time to hit !enter and enter into our giveaway. We are, of course, giving away some OfflineTV posters. We've got a new shirt from the next OfflineTV merch drop, and we've got a ton of Valorant points to give away. So between each match, we're going to do one of these giveaways. You hit !enter in chat, and that will enter you in there. And there's a way, gentlemen, to increase the prizes available, to make the giveaway even bigger. Do you know how to do that?
I think I do. And we were talking about it in the green room. We were like, okay, well, if every single match so far, we're able to match it, right? So if we're able to donate about 10K or 11K at every single match, we're broadcasting 5 matches today. So that means that if we actually reach $50,000 for today in terms of donations, then OfflineTV is actually going to double that into $100,000 so that we can actually give it to the charity of choice once we split the prize pool on top of the other donations that you guys will be giving too. So, man, I feel honored to be part of actually something that's so big and that starts off very, very well.
Absolutely.
Yes, and incredible.
If we hit our $50,000 goal today for donations, we are, of course, doubling the prizes given away. DDK, you've watched a lot of competitive gaming over the years. I just want to ask, after that quick match, you guys talked about how impressed you were with the play here. Pokey's team, Lily's team, absolutely crushing it. We've got 2 very impressive teams coming up here, led, of course, by Toast and by Michael Reeves. Now, this is going to be a heck of a toss-up. We're taking a look at Disguised Toast roster right here. It's got Peter Park, it's got Christopher Yee, it's got Natsumi, and it's got Valkyrie. Gentlemen, how do you think they're going to stack up?
I think this is going to be a good one too. Dan, just to step on your toes for a bit too, Peter Park is one of those players I think that could do quite well. I think, if I'm not mistaken, again, he's played into that Code Red Valorant tournament overall in the past, has played with other of the OfflineTV members and has done really good. We all know Valkyrie, amazing stream, and also a great fragger too. I think overall, though, this team could look quite good. Actually, there might be like the sleeper pick of the tournament.
Yeah, it's, again, I love the dimension when you add in a game like Valorant to this, because it's all about the team synergy as well, how well they communicate, how well they move around the map as a team. So there's a lot of stuff that sure, you can put a bunch of names together, but how well do they work as a team? So yeah, really curious to see how that comes together. I think the last match was another game that kind of just proved that fact too.
Well, they're going to need to really come together here, because they're going up against Michael Reeves' team, which includes Quarter Jade, Ivani, Jummy, and H. June. Now, don't know how much time they've had to practice together, but I don't know how much that matters, because at least Quarter Jade has a ton of tournament experience.
100%. Has played, what, 1 or 2 so far. Diamond 3 currently in Valorant. She has that experience. She's going to have to play against potentially her behalf pretty much at some point against Masayoshi. And you know what? I think it's going to be all fun and games at this point. But overall, we talked about how smart Michael Rees is as a person. And potentially here, Dan, you were mentioning how big brains his calls could be if he's going to be the ideal for the team.
Yeah, definitely. I'm very interested to see how that will come together, what the Asian pick will actually be for Michael Rees, because, you know, you might want to be the kind of the commander, the general of the battlefield, and pick something like a Sova, you know, stay in the back lines, try to get information for the team. You know, it's hard to say, you know, right now, but I'm definitely going to be focused on his role in that sense. Definitely a captain who I would certainly be happy to play under, who, you know, if he's calling the shots. And you know, HG, you know, someone also worth a mention too. So someone with excellent FPS skills, actually. And I'm actually interested to see how the mechanics will stack up, because I feel like we might see a pretty strong performance from both of these teams. I'm struggling to see where they separate in mechanics. So it might come down to Michael Rees. It might come down to the shot calling to decide this one.
Yeah. And my apologies, Chad. We were talking about the doubling before. I was talking about the doubling for the giveaways too, if we're actually able to reach the 50,000 for today in terms of parity. And also another apologies. It's time for usually little doggo that wants to go out, so he's scratching my leg. So I'm just letting him say hello right now.
dog.
He's got the pee pad. He's got the pee pad. He'll be good. He'll be good.
Oh, he loves you so much. Well, gentlemen, we're talking about how important the rosters are as a factor here. And of course, that is the most essential factor to victory. But a little bit of percentage of the calculation is, of course, the map. So chat, this is where I'm going to need you to step up and help us make a selection. What map are Michael and Toast going to be duking it out on here? A lot of options. Of course, we just went to Icebox. I don't know if you want to go back again. These are 2 fresh teams. You could send them there if you want to. But, you know, I could go for a little variety, guys. I think, you know, maybe take it back to, I don't know, Haven. Yeah. You guys talked about Haven earlier on. We had a lot of possibilities there with the 3 points. We could see something creative.
Yeah, and we talked about Icebox, we talked about Haven, we talked about Split, we talked about potentially the shenanigans of Bind, but we didn't really mention why those shenanigans could happen here, Dan. And I think it's mostly due to the fact that you have these teleporters, right? Every single map so far in Valorant has like a gimmick that goes on within the map. So if you're thinking about Ascent, they have sliding doors that closes. Icebox, you have like the Indiana Jones rappel across the A site, and you have double stories into the sites to plant. If you're looking at Ascent, I just talked about Haven's the 3 sites. Bind is the teleporters, and you have Split that has the rappels as well. So there's some fun shenanigans on each, but the teleporters could be quite strong on a map like Bind if you're actually one of those organized teams.
Yeah, it's a map that's it's as you say, it was like a classic, you know, coming in hot with Haven right at the beginning of the game. So, you know, I feel like everybody's familiar with Bind, and it is pretty simplistic. It doesn't have that classic mids that, you know, most maps tend to have. We just saw on Icebox, you know, an example of that. And with that said, it does make it a little bit difficult sometimes to get information on the defensive side. But at the same time, it's also a tough map to take map control as the attackers. So I think a lot of people tend to find this one that it can be a little bit awkward. But if you know how to take that map control, then you're going to have a good time on Bind. So if we see Bind, I would love to see that. I think Bind's a much easier map to stop. There's like big rushes that we saw, that I just saw on Icebox. So that's already a way that the map's gameplay will be quite different if we do go to a Bind, which would be cool. I'd love to see that too.
Yeah, definitely. Just to add on to that too, if you're looking at a map like Bind, the reason why it's actually able to take hard to take that map control is because it's actually a short hallway until you reach, for example, a very open site. But there are some key choke points and some key areas that you want to try to take control of, and usually just by body peaks, it's not enough. You have to use a lot more utility, which is why you have to make sure that your agent composition is usually correct, or maybe not correct, but good enough for your team so you have that synergy to use those abilities to be able to gain that map control. But enough talking about Bind, it actually goes up to Ascent to what the chat has voted.
Right? Yeah, I didn't want to break it to you guys because you guys are in a great breakdown there for Bind, but the chat wants open spaces. The chat wants closing doors. They want to go to Ascent.
Yeah, Ascent, we talked about the sliding door too, and I think for me, when you're looking at map control, especially on the attack, is trying to gain that mid control. When you're actually just starting a game, maybe at like a gold level, a platinum level even at diamond right now, a lot of the attackers, they just tend to like, hey, let's just smoke mid-arch and just try to split towards the site from catwalk or from A main. But if you want to take it a step further, taking control of middle by smoking even deeper, using your abilities to gain the pizza control to get a split towards the B site, and also cut rotations from both A and B, could be very, very important for any of the players actually that's trying to play Ascent with a step further than the basics here.
Yeah, it's a map that's, for those people who are familiar with CS, with Counter-Strike, it's a map that feels to me like it has a lot of similarities, at least at the pro level, to Dust 2. Because you've got that catwalk, you've got that big mid. If you take that mid control, like Vansili said, you get better rotations as the attackers. You can get into a position where you can just create a spot where the defenders, they don't know what's happening and they feel pressure everywhere, and you can punish them if they go to the wrong place really easily and get better timings and so on. So definitely agree with you. That mid control will be an important dynamic. And what's also interesting is that at the pro level, it does tend to be the case that it's kind of hard and difficult to reliably handle mid as a defenders, because as a defenders, you don't normally want to take fights that may risk you losing a player early on. That's really catastrophic. So in pro play, you don't see necessarily all that much action around mid. But if action will be around mid, and at this level that might be happening, that could be a huge edge to gain if you're on the attacking team. So it's definitely a point of focus for us.
That's a lot to look forward to there. DDK, Vansili, you're going to be taking us through this action as we head into the game. So I'm going to say thank you for now, and it's time to bring up our two captains for a little more trash talk. I am joined by Disguised Toast and by Michael. Gentlemen, welcome to the stream. It's your stream. Say what you want to the people.
Hello. Nice to see you. It's been a while.
Nail it, guys.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Wait, are you home right now? You made it home?
Yeah. Last night. 40 hours of driving. Legs are entirely paralyzed. So, yeah.
That is a tough way to head into a Valorant competition. So I got to applaud you for that one, Michael.
Thank you.
How are you feeling after your long journey? Are you feeling ready to take this on?
I'm good. Very excited. Yes. The internet here is worse than the internet in my hotel room on the other side of the country. So, I'm really hyped up for that. That's probably what I'm excited for most. And also getting offed and judged.
Yeah, no, you gotta lay your excuses at Disguised Toast. Do you have any excuses you want to prepare ahead of time for why you might not be performing your best?
Well, I mean, they have Quarter Jade, and she's like really good at the game. We don't have anyone like her, so it's kind of unfair. Like, I feel like we're the underdogs here.
No, we're surely the underdogs for sure.
No, we're worse. We're the bad players.
No, I think our team is gonna. It would be more humiliating to lose to our team for sure. And that pressure would mount against anyone we would be against. So, for sure.
Well, Toast, tell me a little bit about your roster. Who are you playing with, and who are you counting on to put the backpack on today?
So we got Chris and Peter, the boomers of our team. And they're going to be playing, I think, Brimstone, so they're getting a character. I think those are the ones who carry, but I expect Ray and Wendy to clutch out some rounds. Ray with her signature Viper will do a lot of good clutches, I imagine.
Nice. So it's cool to hear you know your team so well. You feeling real confident, at least, but obviously you don't even think you're going to beat Michael, but maybe the other teams?
No.
Well, Michael, tell me a little bit about your roster.
Absolutely. We got Jody, as Toast mentioned before. Our entire strategy has come down to funnel into Jody and June. And I'm really looking forward to see how that works out in the coming rounds. Yeah.
And just because I'm absolutely fascinated by it, the Boston Dynamics pup, did you put some Gatorade or anything in there for today?
Yeah, we got G Fuel in that guy. Yeah, for sure. Straight. I really allowed to swear. This is our stream,
this
right?
Is your show.
No. You own the channel.
Oh, sounds good. All right, that sounds good.
All right, gentlemen, anything you want to say to the audience before we head into this match here? Anything else you want them to know about you or your team before we throw you head-to-head? Toast, start us off.
Among Us.
Among Us.
Yeah, I thought so.
Among Us.
Among Us. Let's
Among
go. Yes. Oh, it's so great when the stream is ours and we can just say whatever. That's so great. Are you able to like change the title to Among Us too? That'd be pretty sweet.
Wait, there's 10 players in here. Let's just do Among Us tournament. Let's just do Among Us round.
What if we just completely derailed it and every caster had to like try and cast fucking Among Us?
Professional Among Us.
I mean, you
How
guys
do the
have come to
casters
check,
feel
so
about it?
yeah, if you want to, like, let's go. Among Us, here it is. It's
Get
down Among Us.
Among
I don't think we're
Us,
allowed
let's
to do that,
go.
actually, so I'm just going to end the trash talk. Gentlemen, go to your teams. Get ready. We're probably playing Valorant, but I don't know.
All right.
Michael Reeves looks like he's going to actually use the yellow crewmate, and it's going to have the egg emoticon as a hat. Now moving in, no. We're going to actually stick to Valorant for now too, but you know what? I'd be down for it. If it was actually going to be a curveball to get into that, why the hell not? Why the hell not, Dan? We're rolling with the punches here.
I'm into it. You know what? I have a confession. I've only played like 3 games of Among Us, so a little bit underprepared. But I'm down for the challenge. I get the concept. It's pretty simple, right? You're in space. That's all you need to know. That's enough for me. I love space.
You could be sus. You could try to get him down. You could sabotage actually the map, so you could actually get the right assassinations. It's actually pretty cool to play. But if you've only played 3 times, Dan, we gotta fix that. We gotta get some friends going on around here. If not, if OfflineTV ever wants to run and put you in there, we'll have some fun with it for sure. But we could talk about Ascent now. Finally, we talked about the friendly trash talk again between these two players, and at the same time, Michael Reeves says, "You know what? I own this channel, so maybe he's gonna start effing shit up here." I swore the second time. I mean, not the first one, but it's gonna be maybe some chaotic stuff happening on Ascent here so far, especially in that knife round.
I mean, I feel like it's just a natural counterbalance as well. Like, you know, that trash talk versus the first one that we had, sort of like, you know, each end of the spectrum in terms of like super wholesome. And
yeah.
But anyway, it's like it is going to be interesting. You know, we talked previously. You know, we started off the show by lying to everyone by saying it's going to be abilities, but that's fine. There's no abilities. But you know, it's still really insane to see everybody just, you know, having at each other. And it's a really important round too, the knife round, because again, for those of you that aren't familiar with tactical FPS games and these games, you know, that have an economy system like this, winning that first round is really huge. You get a really big economy advantage. You can buy better stuff, so you get to start off with that momentum. So it makes a big difference. So, and we already saw some, you know, flanking actions and so on and so forth. So I'm curious if there's any. Oh no!
Here we go.
It's taking over the show.
But I think one thing you
what if
also
we did
mentioned there,
that?
Dan, is the fact that you know, not only the abilities, but also it was introduced by Team Toast that we're actually going to have potentially Valkyrie playing her signature Viper, right? And because she gets to play the agent, Viper has actually undergone quite a few changes in the latest patch. And looking at the latest patch, we're playing 2.06, which means Viper is quite strong and reliable right now as an agent in your composition.
Yeah, it's Viper is pretty nuts. I feel like it's kind of crazy how good Viper actually is right now, especially in the post plants, because you can drop that poison orb, which can't, you know, you can't shoot it or anything. So if the poison orb gets dropped and it gets you know, blooms and you're in it, you're going to take 50 damage immediately if something else damages you. So it becomes this insanely strong post-plant utility to deny defuse attempts. And there's a bunch more of her kit that's really insane. You can get her full kit and armor on that pistol round, if we don't have pistol rounds, of course. But I'm just kind of making the point that Viper's kit is extremely good right now, and it's very, very cheap. And I wonder if Valkyrie has an Elgato sponsorship, because with Viper, you're making everything green, man.
Definitely, and we're actually seeing it on the other end too, right? Ivani is also going to be using a Viper. Getting a breach in there is actually quite good. Actually, this looks like a very standard composition, with the exception of not having a Sova, but to not have a Sova but still bring in an initiator. So Quarter Jade has that breach, going to help a lot with these flashes. They have a lot of flashes actually in that team right now for Team Michael Reeves with that Omen. But on the other end, you do have a Sky. Sky is another one that's going to be one of those agents that's going to help the team a lot in terms of executing for flashes, throwing fake flashes at the same time with the guided lights, but also the Trailblazer is going to help to try to find that information. We talked a lot about this mid-control, and that Trailblazer could be very important for that too.
Let's go.
Okay.
Let's go. We're
Definitely.
scarier. We're scarier.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, I got hit.
This knife is so short, I can't tell if I am...
Oh my god. Okay. Kill toast.
Oh, is this one hit? Yeah. Nice. Let's go.
Brim is one hit.
Two?
Let's go.
It's like plus.
Let's go, baby.
It's like plus.
Oh, man. Go. Surround
One
her.
hit.
Oh my god.
You know what? I actually prefer having those comms instead of us trying to figure out how to analyze and cast a knife round. And that was actually pretty cool to see. And I think we're going to keep those coming.
Yeah, we talked about the leadership of Mr. Michael Reeves, and he's bringing the energy though. Come on, look at that.
Yeah.
In the knife round, he's pumping everyone up.
So now as they win this knife round, you're starting to see already like a force buy actually from the attackers. They don't want to let behind this. They're going for the force buy. You have a couple of Spectres. I even think I saw a Marshall in there. So we're just going to look to possibly play contact and just get into the site. But Ivani is going to be the only point of contact to try to hold this back. She's got a poison cloud though, right? So that could be pretty good for if they actually get that information. There you go.
Yeah, this is really scary because you don't want to run through this because you do take that 50 decay straight away, but there was nothing to follow that up, unfortunately. So there goes the spike plant. Oh my, okay. All right, I don't know what to say. It's over to you, man.
That was a nasty shot. So Jumi now going to try to retake the site with Team Michael Reeves, but it's still going to be Big Gaming Gamers with that judge trying to hold it back, but it's still going to be the offensive. They're going to be able to hold it down after that force buy. I think, as you've mentioned, that speechless shot was basically that kill, that round differential for that kill to happen to actually sway it over for Team Toast to actually take it over. So that was super well done at that point.
Yeah, that's definitely what you want to see. I'm curious now. I mean, we saw that Michael Reeves was saying that he's looking forward to getting, opt and looking forward to getting, being on the receiving end of a buckshot from the judge. So I'm curious if that's going to be, happening here. The judge extremely good. Still waiting for the nerf.
Yeah. That's what I thought too, Dan. I think once the Bucky has been nerfed, I'm sure that even with the price of the judge, it's still going to be one of those weapons that can be very used.
Healer's down.
Ooh. Well, Ace Jr. able to get one. Masumi. It's going to be good for that. And once again, Spike down on this A site. So lots of focus that we should know early on this A site, Vansili. So it's really setting, conditioning defense here to start thinking about having to put more resources towards this site because it's getting lost so easily.
Correct. I think when you're looking at this composition so far for Team Michael Reeves, yes, having Ivani right now with that with the poison cloud, it actually works. So the retake's looking actually
nice opening coming up there as we see the defenders trying to make their way forward. Team Michael Reeves unable to get it done, unfortunately though for them. It's going to be pretty tough with this Sheriff. We'll see if Yummy's able to get much or Jummy's able to get much, but not going to be the case here. Yeah. So it's looking pretty flawless on this attack. Again, the A site seems to be pretty awesome on entry, and holding the post plant so far has been going without a hitch up until this point, at least. And it looks like the pace might be up for a change now. We can see already on the mini map that the focus from Team Toast will instead be on that B site. Just as that adaptation is coming in, we see a couple players there on the A site, perhaps looking for a stronger setup to defend it.
Yeah, and you mentioned, right, just having Ivani at first, yes, it was good, but at the same time, she did have the Poison Cloud that could actually do that 50 damage to 50 DK and make things a little bit weaker for the attackers to run into. But the retake did look pretty good, though, with how it was working out for Team Michael Reeves with those pistols. So looking at back, yes, you're trying to add pressure at the beginning towards towards a defense where the Phoenix went over to help. But at the same time, they're like, okay, well, Ivani's got it. We could keep her there, and then we could stack over towards this mid and also this B control. Having a breach on that B side with Corridor Jade is actually quite good. Usually you see like a Cypher play there or something like that too. But as they have a team, once again, another team that has no anchor sentinel, having a breach as the flashes and the fault line to actually counter back and slow things down to allow for your teammates to rotate is actually key to have here on this B site if you don't have a Cypher or a Killjoy.
Yeah, we get the walk up catwalk now as well after a lot of that pressure in mid. I love this walk up, this kind of lurk from Peter Park to kind of suggest that they may still be making their way up towards maybe setting up for a B split. But in the meantime, we have tree control going in favor of Team Toast. So despite losing one player, they've been able to gain some more position, and there's that Judge doing the damage. I love the cage, but not enough to deny Yummy. He's able to get the trade.
Yeah, that's some great Judge battle going on there, and the first Viper pit to come out, and look at the amount of coverage that has right now. So it's going to be very difficult for their retake of Michael Rees, but the attack continues to be so strong here for Team Toast.
That's Sumi just lurking around, playing around the smoke, or rather the Viper's pit. Trade comes through from Corridor Jade though. She good for that one, as is Valkyrie, and that's what we're talking about, that post-plant Viper utility. What are you going to do? You can't touch the spike with that snake bite down on the ground, and now there's the time is so limited. Valkyrie able to easily finish that one off. Again, we got to watch out for that. The post-plant is going to be dangerous from these Viper players.
So what did Toast say during the pregame, during the trash talk going on? He's like, we got to be careful for Valkyrie. She's going to be the one that's going to be clutching some things out for us, and she definitely did there. That was a 3 versus 1 for her. And the Viper's Pit, not only if you're unfamiliar with the Viper's Pit is, yes, you get 50 decay as soon as you walk into it, so 50 damage, but at the same time, your HP and armor still counts down all the way to 1 HP. So the only way to get that health back and the armor back is if you have to step out of the Viper's Pit so that your health regenerates to its original point before entering that spot. So having the snake bite, onto the ground to delay that plant or that defuse to happen has been played so well for Valkyrie.
And I feel for Yummy. Toast walks through with the Judge, through the smoke, with the Judge. You know, that's... Hey man, sometimes it be like that. I play with Cyphers like this in my matchmaking games. Only Judge just caging around.
It's the most annoying thing.
Corridor Jade though behind the toxic screen. Oh, almost finds the timing. But Toast, really nice cover there. Great info with the bird.
I think Toast, his plan is just to play the Judge for the whole game, and it's working out. But June is going to try to get something to go. I mean, he's got the Guardian. He's going to try to make things expensive. It's going to be very hard to take, but okay. Except for that wallbang. That was actually quite beautiful.
June has some pretty damn good aim on him, so let's see, you know, how that progresses throughout this one. But just as you said, you know, we're seeing some serious abuse here on this on this Judge from Toast. I swap it out for the Phantom, but you know what?
I need this.
Just do it. There it is. Even requesting it, making sure that the money's even across the team. And hey, you know, it's really working out for Team Toast right now. They're not kind of one-tricking. They, you know, they've been mixing things up between a couple rounds a day. A round where they started off at B, and then having a mid pressure into a tree take. So they're really mixing up the looks here, and it's very difficult to deal with a team that's doing that unless you yourself as the defenders are taking control somewhere at the start of the round.
Yeah, and it's still a great lineup that they set up too, right? I'm pretty sure that's Valkyrie's toxic screen that goes across the mid so that Toast could actually make it in there. This time, though, it's time for them to push back towards the east side again. It's going to be Ivani on her own. She does have the Poison Cloud and the wall to come up at the same time, so she's just waiting to hear a bit of sound so she could actually look for some support. But I like how she's shifting over. She's going towards the sliding door instead, and you had the Phoenix going towards that heaven side to help her out. So June up there, crossfire set up with the run it back. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, Ivani trying to slow things down there with a snake bite, and you can see that's actually doing a really good amount of delay right there. The entire team there, Toast, actually having to fall back and stay in A main because of that one snake bite. Ivani's managed to take control of the site and the spike. So much value from that utility there from Ivani.
Yeah, and that run it back, and you had the attempt of the Brimstone orbital strike that came out from the attack. As that came down, and they were trying to get an entry from Christopher with that shot. Or Chris trying to put that down. Unfortunately, at this point, they're just going to try to reassess, and it's going to be the Seeker, but the doors are closed. It's going to be very hard for them to get the spike with only 20 seconds left.
Yeah, it's desperation right now. As you say, that spike doesn't seem recoverable at this point. And look how well set up Team Michael is for this one. They were just on point on every single spot. And there you go, back in it. And again, it all comes back to that snake bite from Ivani, and that's how they're back into this one now. But at the same time, I don't know that that's a reliable answer. We're going to find out.
And at the same time, just while we have that chance too, between these agent compositions too, they look fairly similar as you see a Viper on each side. But what's important is to look at the controllers too, right? So Michael Reeves is playing that Omen, and you have Christopher that's playing on the Brimstone. It's not, there's not that much pick going on with Brimstone these days, but it's not necessarily because he's a worse agent as a controller than Omen. At this point, well, actually, let's talk about that in a bit. There's some action happening towards B main.
Yeah, nice opening there. Nice entry from Natsumi. And lots of space created. The satchels coming through to get that forward position. Yummy, though, by the button, looking to cause problems. That cage, really important. Nicely done, though. Understanding that that cage is there for a reason. Players will be behind it. Times the shot well, but the spike is still going to be planted here. That won't be denied. And a couple players trying to defend from B main, looking pretty successful to start with. But 2 versus 2 retake now, so it's all to play for still.
Yeah, it's perfect spacing and perfect trades actually set up on that battle towards that B main at the same time. And here comes Omen moving in. Michael Reeves with his teammate, a 2 versus 1. Christopher in the back. He doesn't have any smoke slip, but he does have a molly for that spike. Not enough.
Oh, nice. Yeah, just very confident movement there from Quarter Jade. No messing about. And it looks like we're going to have things evening up here. I was a little bit worried, I have to say. Team Toast, they were doing a really great job on their attacking side, and it looked like, you know, there's a couple things that you can do. You can either try to play more defensively and play for retakes and so on, or you can try to take more control at the beginning of the round. And
I think I can run Judge.
We saw the passive approach, but they made it work.
Let's see the comms right now for Team Toast to see what they're going to say around.
I'll just smoke weird for it.
So I think he was talking about smoke weird. So Chris is looking at the Brimstone smoke. So we talked about it before, right? The difference right now for the smokes for Brimstone and Omen is that Brimstone, you could throw those down immediately, and they're also thicker clouds too. So you can't really dance around and play within a smoke of a Brimstone versus what you could do with a dark cover, which could be very strong right now for those type of like strong executes and fast executes towards the site. The molly is going to be very good for the pulse plants if you have some lineups onto that spike. But the biggest advantage as to why players are taking Omen more than Brimstone is just because of the paranoia that near sights your opponent, and it's like the size of a bus. And it covers so much ground and goes like a long distance that it's pretty much considered a flash if you're not in a close enough range. And it's very strong for the executions too for the defenders of Michael Reeves.
Yeah, we might see it get popped here. You can see, you know, Michael Reeves with that Omen there. It's a great angle for it. If you get an attack coming through B main, you can slow them down. You can use the dark cover to smoke off the B main entrance. And that in of itself, there's 2 pieces of kit, will completely, if well timed, stop the push. So see if that timing comes through there. Or those Brimstone smokes you were talking about, it gets some counter utility, the full line going through there by Quarter J, but still the site will be breached as, as they say that, Quarter J, they want to get 1 on the defense, so making it hurt at least. And they're not stopping. They're not allowing anything to go the way of Team Toast here. The spike can't even get planted. No room to breathe at all. Great initiative from Team Michael Reeves.
That was a super good round from Quarter J. We talked about her experience and the past tournaments that she's played. Wasn't really afraid of the smokes that were let down from the Brimstone of Chris on the attacker side. So she hides in it. She waits for it. She patiently listens to the footsteps. And once she hears them drop on the sidewalk, she pushes back through the smoke and caught actually a couple of players off guard, which now it kind of like discombobulates the Team Toast to try to get that plant down. They couldn't move around to get to a default spot. By the time they actually got the trade off Quarter Jade, we already had the Phoenix run back in on that defense from June to be able to get those kills, and it made things very difficult. So it seems as though, like, even though we had the control of Team Toast at the beginning of the game and their early aggression, it seems to be repaid quite quickly by Team Michael Reeves.
Yeah, and I love the mid control going here as well early on for Team Michael Reeves. They get the boombot towards tiles, as well as the smoke top mid, and also it just slows things down a lot for Team Toast. They've got a minute left. Oh, Yummy actually just throwing out that showstopper. You can see that right now Team Michael Reeves, they don't really know what's going on. There's not that much information at the moment for them, which is going to be beneficial for Team Toast if their entries are good.
And you just saw Peter Park just dancing between both toxic screens just in case there was going to be some pressure going in from the mid side. So like you said, they're not running a lot of information. They don't have initiators to try to get that information, so it's just body peek to peek and more reactionary. And the reactions are still good. We have a 3-on-3.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, Yummy with the double, and it's just going to be Peter left coming up from Catwalk. Hello. And that works. That's going to do it just fine from H-June. And 5-4, just like that. And I have to say, we despite the lack of information, Vansily, we had actually a pretty good read on the defender rotation. They started to lean away from B. They played retake on B, so they seem to have a decent enough idea. So right now, despite how, as you said, like how good Team Toast was looking, Team Michael Reeves really finding their feet now in this one. 4 rounds back to back is a scary prospect if you're Team Toast.
Yeah. The only thing right now so that rotation that you said, I feel that it's like a lot of gambles that you have for Team Michael Reeves, because look how Team Toast plays. This time it's going to be hurt because they're pulling the Seekers out and the ultimates and try to get the entry. And here comes the counter Viper's Pit from Yvonne though. Can she hold it off?
Ooh, got to try to stay alive here. They're hunting her down. They don't want her to be able to survive here, and that's the Viper's Pit eliminated as it does go down with Yvonne. And there is another Viper's Pit, so there's guaranteed to be a Viper's Pit up for quite some time in this round. But it will be used to defend the spike instead. And this is going to be hard to deal with. There's no utility really available for Team Michael Reeves to try to find the Viper. But they have to do with the gunshots, and it might work out here. Oh, Peter finding a double with the Sheriff. It's looking rather scary right now for Team Michael Reeves. It started off pretty good, but the retake gets stopped right before it can get started.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate thing. Sometimes you just have to make sure you clear those corners before you execute for the retakes, or even if you're trying to clear space to try to gain map control. Not checking your left and rights could be detrimental. Even that shot that was missed, right? So Michael is going to call it, but then you already had Quarter Jade setting up for the Rolling Thunder inside that site, thinking that the right side switch was clear. So that was a slight mistake there that was definitely punished here by Peter Park with some nice share shots. But overall, I was trying to talk about how Team Toast currently executes, right? If it's not towards his mid lurks that are very slow with Disguised Toast with the judge to get some kills, then it gives an idea, okay, it's probably going to be a split towards B. But if nothing happens, it's all gambling right now for Michael Reeves. That's why Quarter Jade this round is pushing all the way forward at the B entrance, and now they have the information to say, okay, it's not going to be towards B, it has to be mid or A. And the way that Toast has been playing with the rest of his team, it's always been like these fast 5 people executes once they try to get into a site. So far in the mid-game round.
Oh, and I love this, going with the paranoia on mid as well. They're looking to contest it, Team Michael Reeves. They're not looking to fall back, and they've got that pressure from Quarter Jade, from tiles as well. And so right now, Team Toast is effectively surrounded in mid. Yummy actually going in with the satchel. You'd love to see the confidence.
Yes.
Not going to work out this time, but that's okay.
I'm pretty sure he wanted to fly a bit towards the air as well, to maybe land right in the middle, but it slipped off towards the edge. But again, Dan, these players are currently pinched now towards the archway, and you still have Quarter Jade alive with all of these flashes, so it's not an easy spot to play.
Got to be careful though. They're going to overplay their hand here. Bonnie's there on the other side. Might catch a couple here. Indeed, that's going to be absolutely the story. But Natsumi with the rest. 20 seconds to go now. Natsumi looking to hold things by herself, but H-June swings with the right timing around Market to get it done in the clutch. 6-5 now as we go into the last round of the first half.
Yeah, and you saw that tagline that June's Phoenix just said. That's going to have to go into highlight reel for sure because of how he had the perfect timing too. The first kill to try to catch the Sage off guard at the same time, well, unfortunately the second one that gets rezzed gets picked off at the same time. Meanwhile though, want to give a quick shout out to chat at the same time. We've already reached close to 14,000 in donations with only even halfway of the second map right now. So big thank you, much love. And let's move on now to round number 12. The economy continues to be very good here on the attacker side, especially when you have Toast that's just going to play a judge for the whole whole game. You're pretty much going to afford a whole kit for the whole game so far. But it seems to be a fake towards that side, right? You see two players walking towards this A side, but for Team Michael Reeves, they're not biting on that. They're still holding the same positions.
It is quite scary at the same time because there's no players on the B side itself, so there could be a walk into the site. And you've got to just respect the hell out of that. Team Michael Reeves, they don't have info. What do they do on the other side of the map towards A? They try to go aggressive for info, and it's paying off in spades right now, Vansili.
Definitely. Falling back from the entrance of A over to Catwalk, I was like, oh no, the timing's going to be off, but they timed it correctly to just have Quarter J play a passive, so they're okay playing a retake towards the A site. And with that, they've already taken down 3 players, so it's a 5-on-2, and they're looking very good to take the lead by 2 in the first half.
Yeah, Chris and Natsumi need to do something absolutely unthinkable to make this work, but maybe that's the start of something. Oh, pulling out the molly a little bit too soon. Couldn't know, and Quarter Jade will take that one, leaving it down to Natsumi. 1 versus 3 for her as she looks for the swing. The defuse is coming in, and Vonnie able to come off of it and deal with that in time, which is pretty important because I think H actually whipped it, and that looks pretty damn scary.
It was scary because we saw it from the third-person view. It's like, oh no, the first one has died, and then I think it was Quarter Jade, right, watching it. At the same time, it was a great mind game from Natsumi on that 3 versus 1 because the Sage Wall was broken on the switch. So there are still 2 angles that the defenders have to look out for when they're retaking the site, but they were gambling towards the A main. And after that first kill, the second one, it was a little bit of missed shots on both ends, right? Because it was a spray going on towards the A main. Then you had an op shot that was slightly missed there by H June on that heaven side. So thankfully for Ivani, she got sprayed, she didn't get taken down, she got off the spike, got the kill, and allowed for Team Michael Reeves to take the lead by 2. Although you were talking about certain maps here that sometimes when you're playing on a matchmaking level or whatnot, a map like Split seems to tend towards this defender side.
Separate
but
them,
a map like Ascent
wolves.
is going to be another one of those.
Dude, I can't knife.
Alright, Peter. Right here.
I'll bait you.
I'm gonna take the 2v1. We're gonna go from behind them. It's
Viper
Yvonne,
low.
kill her!
Get Yvonne!
Viper low, Jody low, both low.
On us. One enemy
God. Viper and wait, 3 of them should be low.
Oh!
Nice spin move.
Oh,
Nice try.
okay.
I don't like the knife.
I hate the knife rounds.
I just 75.
They hate the knife rounds because it's so difficult to knife in this game. We mentioned it before here, Dan, in that previous game, but I think they could definitely take some pointers, as we mentioned, from Pokey.
It does feel like instead of kind of the sharp knife that you're wielding, that you're actually holding like a soggy baguette or something. That's really what it actually feels like for those people who haven't played this game.
And sometimes that soggy baguette is dipped in soup and it could still taste really good, right? And that's probably what we saw from the knife rounds from Pokey going on. But definitely at that point, it didn't look like it paid in favor of Team Toast. So unfortunately, trailing behind by 3. You're looking at this so far, though. It's a different way of playing the attacker side. It seems a little bit more split, more map control focus right now, too, for Team Michael Reeves. And they want to play it quite slowly as well. So you see those paint shells come out. You have Quarter J coming out as that breach. They could sell a lot of fakes right now for this team.
Might get an info play possibly from Chris and Middo on the Brimstone. It's a really dangerous position because if they know that you're there, you will just get spammed through the wall and you'll die. And you won't be able to do any damage here. But up close to the Spectre, looking to actually gamble for those close range fights. And I actually like that choice a lot. If you had a Vandal or a Phantom, I don't think I'd like that position as much, but that's a good look from Chris. And you can get some good info from this too. And right now, Team Toast, positionally speaking, looking quite good. You can see on the minimap, they're actually rotating to B, so they have a good read of the situation.
And that's the thing. Look at where the camera is from this guy's Toast, right? It's all the way towards Gelato, which is why they have the assumption it's happening towards B. So that stack is really good.
The big opening kill there coming in from Natsumi. The trades are good as well, though. 3 versus 3. 20 seconds left to plant the spike, but that'll be plenty. As we can see, Yvonne's on that job, and she'll get it done. Chrislo looking in from B main. Oh, the Spectre is a little bit labored, but it does eventually connect. Quarter J goes down, and now 3 versus 2 on the retake. Not looking too bad here. The ADS. Oh, the ADS not panning out for Michael Reeves, and well, there it is, the toast with the judge to finish it off.
If it's Quarter Jade and Ivani that hates the knives in this game, for me, it's actually the Spectre. Somehow trying to spray that weapon down against my opponents is pretty much that result that I get. It's just like at that 20th bullet, I'm closing my eyes and I'm still praying, hopefully, that the spray does happen in the end and I do connect. It's so inconsistent for me. But at the same time, overall, just the way that it was positioned for Team Toast. Because at that point, Dan, they actually lost the knife round, right? So they were low on economy. They forced up, so it wasn't even like a half buy or anything. They literally forced up all the way to nothing, and that was a very crucial round to win. So to be able to have that perfect stack from that information by Disguised Toast from putting that camera up towards A long, then it's like, okay, well, we have the numbers advantage. We have the crossfire possible, and we could still surprise some players if we lose some defenders because we have rotated a lot faster at the same time. So this forces now Michael Reeves' team to be on an eco, and they're trying to take this B control.
I don't know if that boat got any information there, because
I don't think so.
That's really interesting, yeah. We'll have to see if that makes a difference. Another boat gets thrown through B main. If that flashes any players, Sky will make an audible voice line saying flashed or blinded, so you'll actually get that information that there's players there where that bird goes. So it's a pretty useful information finding tool, as well as a flash.
Yeah, so we're just trying to buy down utility, which is pretty well, because we talked about a guided light. We have a couple of smokes already went down from Brimstone, and this could be a good moment for them to kill noise and maybe reassess towards that B site, but they're looking for the mid control instead. Unfortunately, there was no smokes. The Viper's, the toxic screen didn't come out yet, so that's a couple of players that were damaged and one that's already down.
Nice work from Chris, taking down 2 so far. In a little bit of trouble. We'll get taken out by Ivani. They can't get the Vandal though. See Peter's able to protect that with the Spectre. Ooh, doing a good job making the Spectre look a lot better than it does for URI. Silly. I think,
yeah.
I liked your point about the Spectre before. It kind of goes like this to me, you know, the first 5 bullets I'm feeling confident. I'm 10 bullets into the spray, I'm starting to get worried, and by the 15th bullet, I'm hating myself and I'm not buying Spectre again for the rest of the match. It's usually the trend.
You just try to keep your calm, and you just have to try to meditate if you can. If you have a dog like me, pick him up, pet him, try to be more calm into the next rounds, because sometimes it could actually bring a lot of frustration, especially for me. I'm one of those rage gamers. Like, if it doesn't go well for me, I start getting pretty angry, and I have to take a breather. So, nonetheless, though, at least for Team Toast, it's working out for a bit for a couple of those kills out of the 3 that was attempted. We also have to say that he was blinded, right? There was a curveball that did come out, so he was half blinded trying to get the kill, and thankfully the Frenzy didn't connect onto the kill either. So Team Toast with that are only at a 1-point disadvantage, and look at the amount of utility towards this A main. 2 snake bites already on the ground from Valkyrie, so there's not going to be much going on when she's going to try to hold this push into the A site.
And we actually just saw there as well, like we talked about Chris being able to be in a position to get information in mid, and this time was actually punished for getting that info. And Yummy, the double satchel paid off. They didn't expect, Valkyrie didn't expect Yummy to be in a position towards Wine, and ooh, Disguised Toast not finding that judge value this time around. And with that said, Team Toast is looking to be in a pretty poor position. I was about to make a really bad pun, I'm not going to do it. But they're not looking to be in a great position on this retake now.
Dan, we're boomers, man. To have dad jokes is totally fine, I think, for people our age. But the spike's going to go down, and we're going to have the attempt on the 4 versus 2. Peter Park, unfortunately, gets double swung. And that was actually pretty good. So he was good for a kill. It was immediately traded out. And I think what was good for me, for Michael Reeves' team, to be able to get that round successfully towards that A site was all thanks to that run it back from Inch June. Because yes, Disguised Toast does have that judge inside the cyber cage, but to have that run it back, it was or you get information and you die and you come back as a phoenix because it's your run it back, or you're going to be able to get that flick kill. And the flick kill, the latter was the answer, and it allowed then for the rest of Team Michael Reeves to get into the site, because again, those 2 snake bites from Valkyrie were already used very early towards the round. And we talk about the mid pressure, it works this time though for Christopher.
With the Marshall styling and profiling, man,
it's nice.
That's one of the most satisfying weapons to get a headshot with, for sure. Ooh, Valkyrie getting caught by the captain of Team Michael Reeves, the man himself. The orb is heard, being collected on A main, so lots of presence shown towards that A side of the map so far. You can see it's respected in this 4 versus 4. One thing to note though, Vansily, we have that Brimstone ultimate.
Correct.
That orbital strike, which is going to be really good in retakes. So we'll have to see, if Team Toast will want to try to play that retake game.
Yeah, and that's why you see even from Brimstone's perspective on that mini map. If you're looking at the top left, he's currently standing at the top left corner as Chris. He just wants to make sure that he stays alive at the same time too, right? You don't want to be exposed in a place at the B site that they're going to execute, and you're going to have to try to fight for your life. So they're okay on the defender side, on a 4 versus 4, to play the retake. Let the site in. Let them come in towards the A site where you still have Disguised Toast with the cameras and the trap wires. But then if it actually happens towards the B site, let them plant. We'll use the orbital strike for the retake.
Cheeky stuff there from Peter Puck, and the spray through the smoke, and going for more. And there's that orbital strike we were talking about. That's going to be enough to take down Yummies. 3 versus 1 now. It's just Vonnie left. Nothing to do at this point.
Yeah.
No time, no spike, no teammates, and no round. It goes instead to Team Toast. So we have a really close game on our hands at this point, as we are looking to tie things up if Team Toast and their success continues, which, it may very well do. I'm curious what their opening will look like once again here. They have been relying on Chris in that middle position with Brimstone to get that information and try to hold on to mid. So that would be probably where I would start if I were Team Michael. I would try to get that kill with that mid control attempts early in the rounds.
Yeah, and it's been back and forth, right? Because Chris has been doing it a few times. He got punished for one, he won one, so maybe add a little bit more bodies. And it looks like there's 2 of them so far trying to fight against Chris, but he's currently hiding towards Pizza. And speaking of Chris, I like the fact that he used the orbital strike not for a retake, but to secure the round. Because even if he didn't get a kill, there was only 10 seconds left. You're actually making sure that they can't get into the site on B and get that spike down. But now Christopher is going to be playing with the Odin. Let's see if it pays off. That was literally like the Terminator just walking across with like the machine guns and just like, it doesn't matter how many bullets are coming at him, he's just gonna keep shooting and just mow everybody down. He got one, but
if someone does that to me ever, I'm leaving. I'm out. I'm out of the game, man. That's the moment you know that you're done for the day.
Yeah. That's another one of those moments where you meditate.
I can't believe that Chris has done this. Cannot believe it. But that's life. C'est la vie. And 30 seconds to go, and the conversion to a plant on a site is still needed here by Team Michael. And they're running out of time.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, the door's being closed too, so they're gonna have to make some noise. And Disguised Toast towards this heaven side, towards the garden. They're looking for the last second push, and it's working out. June is waiting for the right moment so that his teammates get into the site. He can go for the window flank, and it works. He gets the kill into Peter Park, and now they have the A site and a plant, but it's still a 3v2.
Oh, we might actually get the stick here as well. H-June, does he? Oh, actually, it's not a stick. In fact, Disguised Toast gets off of it. They don't know where H-June is, so that element of surprise is a huge advantage right now for H-June. H-June will make his way across through tree. Oh, has the game sense. Understands now. Assume he's playing around that position. Pops the running back. Can he get out of? Oh, not quite. Toast's coming for him with that judge. And the running back, man. It was a great idea, but Toast knew what to do. This guy's Toast 69 with a defuse. Tie up the game.
Yeah, I just feel that at this point, I'd be tilted from having to play against Chris towards mid, and even more tilted to play anywhere on this map against the judge of Toast. And look at that wall, by the way. So, despite Chris getting that kill towards mid, the Viper wall that was pulled out on the defense from Valkyrie was meant to actually cover the doorway at the same time, but it sort of missed, but still gave literally a window of opportunity for that kill that happened from Chris. So well done at that point. A mistake that was capitalized on some great kills on the defense. It looked pretty good for Team Michael Reeves to get into that site for that plant. But again, the throw on the side, once again toward the site, it's that judge.
Oh, that's a great opener there from Yummy, using the showstopper, but we've got the cabbages out as well. And it's looking pretty chaotic.
Huge.
Peter Park, great hold there with that Phantom, able to get a double on the defense, and that is going to move things into a 3 versus 3. The spike will be planted for Team Michael, but look how quick we have. In fact, I have to stop talking because Quarter Jade is on top of everything there. Nice double from her. Natsumi able to finally get the kill back to Quarter Jade to give a chance in the clutch. A res is available here as well.
Exactly.
If the res, I mean, you could toss the Ice Orb in here, try to play for that res, make it a 2v2s. Very doable right now for Natsumi.
She's got a lot of time to work with too, though. She could be a bait res at the same time. They're going to peek on top of that. Oh no, she's not going there for the trade, unfortunately. But at least the audio is there. So Radiant Knight for one player. Second one now spotted. She could be doable, but it's VoD that's going to capitalize on the kill instead. So it's going to be Team Michael Rees in the lead. So it becomes a very close game for both of these teams once again for the second time of this show for the OfflineTV VALORANT Charity Invitational. We have two games that are very close and neck. And just to reflect back on that previous round, Dan, we saw, you mentioned it, the Cabbages, the Rolling Thunder, the Showstopper. There was a lot of ultimates that came out at the same time. Peter Park had actually 2 good kills, and I was like, where did that Omen Paranoia come from to actually get the blind from the defenders? I think it was unfortunately Mike Rees that threw a Paranoia through the wall and hit 2 of his teammates, and unfortunately they couldn't come into the site because it was so chaotic with the amount of ultimates that were there towards B.
Maybe he was just trying to keep him calm, you know, like, you know, you put blinders on a horse.
Exactly.
So less things to focus on, you know, just make sure that they focus on what's important. Just moving right in front of them. I don't know.
Focus on what's in front of your eyes, 5 foot in front of you, and that's it.
Yeah, if something is there, though, they're on it.
Yep.
Oh, no, but speaking of on it, Disguised Toast with that judge. Such a good spot for a judge on the catwalk. In fact, it looks like they know that there's some sense that something's wrong there. They will walk away and rejoin the rest of the effort towards A main. Natsumi, though, she's on top of the wall, creating all kinds of problems. Great spray through the cage as well to just lock this site down. They can't even get through the front door.
No more charges left.
Man, Natsumi is the bouncer, and they're the underage, you know, hooligans trying to get in.
Fake IDs also don't work to try to get into this A site right now because Peter Parker's moving there for the support too. So back to a 3-on-2 though. We have a little bit of hope right now as Ace June getting a kill, but he's low on HP. So Valkyrie is going to try to battle back.
Spike down A.
All right, well, it's looking pretty desperate here for Ace June. Doesn't have the spike, so at this point, especially having to go through that door, it's not going to happen. Team Toast now, they just have to kill the time.
Yeah.
Might be able to actually get the frag as well. Lovely stuff. Great round from Natsumi. She absolutely killed it.
It's okay. I have ultimate.
Yeah, I tried to push in first, and I think we both got sprayed the fuck out.
Honestly, I'll be way more aggressive, but I'm so scared of Toast. I'm gonna go A. You know what? I'm gonna face my fears.
Yeah,
I'm killing Toast, guys. I promise you.
Right here.
I promise on this classic.
Pretty sure we flashed him
now.
Are we forcing? Okay, yeah.
That's amazing. So really, they're not afraid of Toast. The way that he was playing on that catwalk before, though, Dan, I do agree with you, because he has a camera to spot it before. But they're going to try to battle it because they're going to use a run it back for the A side.
Oh, Natsumi changing up the angle. Was left before, now right. Doesn't work out though. The run it back from H June is going to be good to get that entry. And the spike is going down very quickly at this point. But speaking of facing the fears, we've got Disguised Toast in the judge, lurking in the smokes like jaws in the water, trying to find his first victim. Really great spot around the side of this wall. Pulls out the classic though. Oh no, and that's going to be the trade coming through immediately. And trade after trade, a 2 versus 2 here. Peter has the ultimate available now to send those cabbages out for this 1 versus 2. There goes the blind as well. Very cheeky from the shadows attempt coming in there.
It's good. It's time wasted.
Why did I sign up?
Oh no. Oh no, we talked about this. It's impossible against that on the post plant. Ivani able to lock it down just as Valkyrie did to them. Ivani does. Straight back. 11-10, and it doesn't get closer than that.
And at the same time, I think it was in the team comms, it was Michael Rees, right, that said, I'm going to face my fears. I'm actually going to go against Toast. And there was a timing at some point where Toast had the upper hand, and I think it was the smoke that dissipated, and then they went face to face. and he faces Fear. Michael Reeves got the kill, and it was actually going to be Toast that's going to fall. So things are looking pretty good. Things are looking promising here for Team Michael Reeves, but at the same time, we have Christopher Yee back with his ultimate with the Brimstone. Hearing a little bit of audio here towards that B side, he could definitely hold it down with the orbital strike from his position, because he could basically run the time down and have the rotates coming over across. Instead, though, oh, this is going to be dangerous, Dan. The boom bot just went through. They might not check this corner because of that if they're going to try to walk towards mid. So Peter Park is in a great position.
Ooh, I like the Viper wall as well. Trying to deny some of that information around the middle. We'll see if that is going to deter Team Michael Reeves in any way at all, any way, shape, or form. And you can see, you know, they walked away from Cowell previously. As you said, you know, they recognize that Disguised Toast is using the Judge around these positions, and they are avoiding that danger pretty effectively. We're going back up, 45 seconds left, and we start to see the beginnings of an ace split as the spike moves through Gelato in the hands of Ivani.
Potentially at this point, I think you might have a flank from Peter Park if the attack's going to happen towards that A side. But you see how cautious they are here for Team Toast. Moving up on Catwalk, not a good idea. It's going to be 5 players rushing out the A side instead. And Natsumi only has a classic.
And there's an orbital strike and his ice orbs. I don't know that they can actually plant this spike. That's silly. It might just be down to the ults. Oh my goodness, this would be very scary indeed. Oh, and there it is. Disguised Toast gets himself a nice trip. Kills with the Judge.
Oh no.
The pre-shot comes through.
Oh no.
And in fact, there it is. The orbital strike to lock it in.
That
oh
is
my
so
goodness, just so many ults.
It looks so good, Dan, to get into the site. And the fact that they thought they had it for the attacker side, right? Because the Rolling Thunder and the Viper's Pit came out. It's like, we got it on lock. We cleared out the A site. We get a plant going down. But that's the other thing, too. You have to pay attention to what your opponents have at the same time when you're watching this game. And when you're actually playing this game here, chat, you could actually notice that what we see currently on our screen, on the stream right now, if it's highlight yellow for us, it's also highlighted yellow once you're playing the game. So you know if your opponents actually have ultimates available. So they should have recognized that Chris actually did have his ult, and that was the most crucial ult right now to tie this game up 11-11.
Absolutely, and you know, looking to go to 12 rounds with Natsumi opening things up there. Valkyrie also finding some love with the, I believe that must have been a snake bite, grabbing a kill with that one. Yep. So 5 versus 3 in favor of Team Toast to take this to 12 rounds. And this is a desperate look. As you can see, not really all that much in the way of firepower here. Peter Park happily finishing off the remainder of Team Michael Reeves. And you know, one extra point about that round with all of the ults just previous is that if you don't pressure the defenders and they don't have to use any utility, you're in a situation where there's 30 seconds left and their Sage has 2 ice orbs ready to slow, and you can't move through that. That's so you got to find ways to get rid of stuff like that with your early to mid round play.
You're totally right, especially with the orbs.
Help me get this orb. Let's get Sky Flashes out of the way.
Yeah, I get it.
Let's go A.
Do you want to wait for him or just go?
No, let them see us so that they'll keep using wall and everything.
Oh, okay.
It's gonna be.
Oh, what the?
Oh my!
Oh wow! Who waits for that?
Odin.
The classic Odin maneuver. Okay.
That was so smart, Dan. It was actually placed at that wall at that exact spot, just knowing that Team Michael Reeves was gonna go for that orb.
Just keeping the aggression coming as well. Peter Park just holding mid down, large and in charge, straight out in the open then. And it's a tough one right here as well. Because you can see that Team Toast are doing the right things now. They're just keeping the pressure on, not allowing any position to go for free. And this means that Team Michael Reeves, they're trapped in tiles and B main and B lobby, and this is known. They're just going for it. Natsumi does pop off the res as well. 5 versus 2 now.
Oh man,
it's looking real bad. Do you believe?
You know what? I was going to tell you, Dan. I wasn't smelling Toast at this point. I was smelling the overtime. But Michael Reeves is low on HP right now, but they still have the spike. They still have 30 seconds. They're walking, like they're still staying towards B Link. So it's going to be a last second push towards this B site that I could feel. and they already have 2 players over there, and there's walls and all. It's a camera. I cannot believe, unfortunately.
One enemy remaining. 10 seconds left.
It's not looking all that good here for Team Michael Reese. It's looking good for a long time, but it's Natsumi with the finish, with the double kill. And I mean, it feels like Team Michael Reese, they had a great idea. I mean, we were talking about it just before then. Try to bait out the utility. It's exactly what their game plan was. We heard it in the comms, but still, it's going to be the Toast that wins the day. And with that, I feel like I would be remiss if I didn't ask you this very important question, Vincent, which is, what is your favorite thing to put on toast?
Peanut butter and butter.
Nice.
Is it weird?
It would be weird if you added Marmite, which is what I was going to say, peanut butter and Marmite.
Oh,
so
no.
If you have
Marmite?
that. Yes.
Oh, no.
Just you need a bit of weirdness on the toast every so often.
I've tried it before, can't do it.
Yeah, well, that's what they say. You love it or you hate it. But with that said, it is quite a surprising victory in all things considered, because it did feel like, despite the opening not going amazing in the first half, Team Michael Reese, they really did a lot of great stuff, and the approach from them on the attack was, the defense was really good after they were able to stabilize after those first 4 rounds. They found a huge string of rounds in success, and I actually was really thinking they were going to take that one down.
I do believe that as well, because again, they had an agent composition that actually works well with the combinations that they could have, right? When you have Quarter Jade playing as a breach, when she could flash in for your teammates, and you have somebody else like June with the aim that he's had, that could actually help out for the team to get these entries that are needed, because H-June did a really good job, and Yummy at the same time as that Raze were doing pretty good for a couple of these entries. But when you're actually looking so organized, sometimes that could get broken down by players that are playing a little bit more chaotic. And those players for me are Disguised Toast, which was disgusting. I said it by accident, but it's disgusting how he was playing that Judge, right? So him with the Judge and Chris going on with the Odin and the Brimstone were actually 2 players that were really good on the other team, that were able to hold things off quite well with the rifles. But at the same time, we talked about how they have players that could clutch, and we saw a very nice one from Valkyrie. So it was very even on both ends. Just like when we talked about, okay, Michael Reese is like, they know how their opponent's going to play. That last round is like, okay, let's make them waste their utilities. Let's try to get this orb. We'll give the ult to H-June and run back towards the A site and execute towards A. They had a plan. But at the same time, for Team Toast, they had a plan as well. Let's fake the utility towards that B site, make them try to get the orb, and would just spray him through the wall and make it an early 5-on-4. And with that, everybody stayed towards that spawn. So unfortunately, it didn't pay out, but it's still a great victory that we saw in the end from Team Toast.
I have to congratulate you guys on calling another exceptional game. Chat here is loving your voices, Vansili, DDK. So thanks so much for coming out and taking us through it all today, teaching us some things as we listen along. We're actually going to start the giveaway right now. So if you're familiar with how this works, you want to hit ! Enter in chat. This is only going to be going on for like 5 minutes, guys. So get your ! Enters going now, because it is a narrow window to win. We are going to go to a quick break. When we come back, that's the end of the giveaway and the start of the next match with Skara and Team Poke once again. So we'll see you then. Hey everybody, welcome back to the OfflineTV Valorant Charity Invitational. I do want to warn you now that you're seeing my face, that does mean that the giveaway is just about over. I'm terribly sorry. I hope you hit !enter in chat. I saw you doing it. You guys are nailing it. Very impressive. Really getting the enters in. But we are going to have to close that very, very shortly. We'll have more of these between every game. We'll be doing the giveaways. And I do want to remind you, we have a charity fundraising goal of $50,000 today. Of course, if we hit that today, we're doubling the giveaways tomorrow. So if you want to get your hands on something good, maybe consider donating for one of the incredible causes that our teams are playing for. Of course, our teams are playing Valorant today in an incredible head-to-head tournament. And casting all that action, we've got Vansilly, we've got DDK, and I am blessed to be joined by them once again. Gentlemen, welcome back to the screen.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Rachel. It's been fun so far, and we're not even halfway because it's 2 out of 5, which means it's under half. I'm not going to do more math than that online. Live because I'm never good with numbers, but it's been a blast. I'm just loving the action and the wholesome support that we've been getting for this charity event for our Offline TV.
Yeah, it's been really awesome so far, and I've just, again, it's just like so fun to cast, and I just love what this game has to offer so far. I think it's such a great selection of players for this tournament, so I'm loving every bit of it.
Oh yeah, the OfflineTV community has been incredible today. They are just some of the best people across content creation sites on the internet. I don't want to pigeonhole into one because we have so many incredible players from all across the internet, and you guys are doing a great job supporting them all. So, oh, there's a puppy on the screen.
Yeah, his name's Chapin, and he likes to be very, very cuddly, but he also gets very, very sleepy. So as soon as he actually gets into my arms and I pet him, he rests his head onto my chest and tries to fall asleep. So I think it's because I'm pretty puffy, so it's pretty good to use as a pillow.
That's the cutest thing I've ever seen.
Amazing.
Yeah, he's good times. He's definitely good times.
Well, chat, while we admire the puppy, you also have a job to do. You have to decide the next map for our next match. That's going to be Scara's team versus Pokey's team. So knowing what you know about our players, think carefully. And I do want to remind you, Icebox is off the table for this one because Pokey's team did just play on Icebox. So the rest of the options will be available there for you at the top of the chat box. And we are looking forward to your answer here because, gentlemen, the maps have been so far a big factor in our matches.
Very big. And now that Icebox is gone and Ascent is gone, I have a feeling for chat that they just like to see different maps. So there's only going to be 3 more remaining. We got to talk about the other ones. We didn't get to talk about Split that much, though, Dan.
Yeah, it's funny, Haven, Bind, and Split the first 3 into the game, but maybe the last 3 that we'll see today. Yeah. And wait, did you say we didn't hear about Split, or?
Yeah, I feel like we haven't talked about it enough. We talked about possibly being more defender-sided, but maybe overall with like the repels and everything, we didn't go into depth as much as we did towards the other maps.
Split's a weird one in a way because it feels like, yeah, you can find a lot of comfort on the defense, but on the attacking side, it can feel kind of clunky, especially if you're not used to playing with your teammates together, because there are some basic things that you do need to try to coordinate to get that mid control, to get, mail control and stuff. And it can be a little bit, I think clunky can be a pretty good word, especially for a team that hasn't played too much together before. And I mean, we've all experienced this in matchmaking. Sometimes, even if you have the best of intentions, on Split, it's not good enough. So you need to other things to work too. So we'll see if we get that from chat.
Absolutely. We got Scara's roster on team here too to help you guys consider. He's playing with Edison Park, Shifter, Arya Saki, and Binans. And you guys were shouting out Binans' skill earlier on. I have seen her crush in so many different games. It doesn't surprise me at all to hear that she's amazing at Valorant too.
I got to experience that firsthand. I don't think she knows, but I know because I fanboyed deep down inside of me when I got to play into a lobby with her. So I was playing with Autumn, and she's like, "Hey, you want to play with my friends?" I was like, "Sure." And then Binans was in the lobby, and everybody was carrying me. I was watching just like some great crosshair placements and just like the normal mechanics that you would see in a tactical FPS or just a shooter in itself. Binans has it, but I feel like overall this team looks pretty complete with Shifter and Edison also being in that same range at that diamond level.
Excellent.
Yeah, I think I was just going to say that it's going to be interesting because we already saw that there was a lot of great synergy on Pokey's team, and that is that X factor, that's the magic to beat here, and that's what I'm focusing on with Team Skara as well. If they can actually put that on top of the mechanics that you're talking about, which no question will be amazing.
Yeah, I mean, we have to remind ourselves here that Skara is an FPS legend, but if you've ever watched Pokey play Valorant on stream, her communication is top tier. Of course, she's playing with City, and she's playing with Jacksepticeye, Shonik, and Babo Abe, so we already saw them win the first match of the day. You think they can snowball that into a second W here?
Whew. I feel this is, okay, I know we say it every single game here, Rachel and Dan, but I think this is probably going to be the closest game, or if it's not one-sided, we see one team that's very, very good in terms of complete and communication, and I feel that, you know what, I don't want to predict. Every time I predict, it goes wrong for me. I've learned my lesson from First Strike. I've learned my lesson from the Masters as well. I'm just going to let Dan do it.
Well, I mean, the devil you know versus the devil you don't, right? We have information on Pokey's team, but we don't really know exactly what to expect from Skara's team just yet. So with that said, you know, we can also maybe, given the success that was on Icebox there for them, that we could assume that maybe Pokey's team will run the same composition too. And it's a pretty good catch-all composition. You can pretty much run it on every map, and it can deal with pretty much everything. So considering how well that worked for them, and also seeing, you know, Pokey's performance, I think that's one of the questions there is Pokey going to be able to repeat the performance that she had? Because she dropped like, what, 30, I think, on Icebox?
Very close to that, I think. I think it was 30, if I'm not mistaken. Or, yeah, because I think at some point I said she was like 27 and something, so she was definitely popping off in that game.
Well, I do want to thank our Twitch chat for choosing our next map, and I want to remind them, if you're entering the giveaway, keep an eye on your whispers on Twitch. That is how you'll be contacted to find out if you are a winner. That is how they will get the extra information from you to actually get you those prizes. So make sure you check your whispers. And also, I want to say thanks for voting, because we have selected our next map. Guys, we're headed to Haven.
Nice. Gonna be a very good one. I think 3 sites we're looking at. We talked about it before. And with what Dan was saying, the composition here that Pokimane and her team can bring could still be very viable for that.
Excellent. Well, gentlemen, I want to give you a minute here to grab a glass of water before you head into this triple point adventure. And I'm going to head on over to Trash Talk with, of course, Skara and the lovely Pokey.
Oh, that's nice.
That is you. Pokey, congratulations on your victory on the first match of the day. Skara, hang tight for a second. I got to talk to Pokey. You guys really crushed it there, and I want to say communication was what your teammates shouted out as a big factor there, but what would you say ultimately led you to that victory?
Oh my god, teamwork 100%. We just kept yelling about how clear our comms were, which is kind of counterintuitive because we're yelling, but yeah, we're just, the comms are so crisp. So crisp.
I love to hear about the crisp comms. Now, Skara, FPS prodigy, when did you first discover that about yourself?
You know, I always knew. I played Wolfenstein way back when, and then when Valorant came out, I knew that, like, I found the genre back again, you know?
He taught me everything I know.
Did he?
And
what would you say was actually the biggest lesson from Skara?
Oh, you see her almost drop? She dropped the 20 bomb in that game on Raze? I taught her that.
He did. That's why he's the Raze. Yeah. The Raze master.
Well, I'm beginning to feel like this trash talk is going the way of our first trash talk, Pokey, because you're already lobbing compliments at the man you're supposed to attack. So maybe I'll have Skara start us off here today, set the trend a little bit. Skara, you want to lay down some trash talk?
Yeah, so, like, I know, look, I get it. Like, you look at our team, you go down the line, and you think, like, wow, what a good player. Wow, what a good player. Wow, what a good player. Wow, that's Danny. Wow, what a good player. And like, I get it, like, you're a little intimidated, but, like, we're gonna go out there and we're just gonna, like, do our best, you know? Because we do have Danny, but, like, honestly, like, we're gonna do fine. We're gonna crush it, I promise.
I don't need to shit talk any of the teams because the opposing captains just do it for me, so nice.
Yeah, I will say
any show of strength you want to make.
Honestly, I'm having such a fun time playing with my group. I imagine this game will be just as fun, I hope. So yeah, going into it with positive mindset.
I actually think like you think of Poke's team as like the clear communication team. My team is like we're clear vibes. We're vibing out. We don't need comms. We go by feel. Yes, it's honestly like you'll just see some crazy stuff from us, guaranteed. Someone's gonna get knifed. I promise. Wait, well, there's knife rounds, but outside the knife round.
Like after the knife rounds, like outside of the knife rounds.
Nice. Okay. We'll hold you to it.
I'll be looking forward to that. Skara, Poke, I'm going to send you out to rally your teams, get ready for this next match, but I offer you both my congratulations and my support, and we will see you shortly.
Thank you so much, Rachel. Dan, I think at that point, when Scar is talking about Return to Castle Wolfenstein, I think this could bring us back to like our memories too of playing that game, because for those that don't know, for chat, it was also one of those class-based games with a capture point instead of going for a spike plant. But there's been like engineers, medics, soldiers. It's been a fun game, and to see how games have evolved from 1999 till today for online gaming has been great.
I mean, that game, I mean, if you think about it, it's kind of ahead of its time in that 100%. Sense, right? The class-based, I mean, it was a tactical FPS, more or less. Yeah. So yeah, kind of interesting to go down memory road like that. But we have to look to the present. We have to look to the future here eventually, because Team Pokey and Team Scar, you know, I'm not sure what to make of that show of non-confidence / also confidence from Scar. I don't really know what to make of it. Where were you with that?
I think for me, for Skara and his team, it's like it's oozing confidence that I didn't want to show it too much. But for Pokey, it's killing with kindness, right? Being super nice, super sweet, and then just let the shooting do the talking, which we definitely saw. Like I looked back to the stats before, she was 28 in 14 on Icebox, so she was very close to like a 30 bomb, but still to put quite an impressive amount of numbers of kills on a 13-8 scoreline shows how much Pokey has been an impact to the team. But for both of these teams, the comms should be pretty good according to what they were saying in their trash talk.
Yeah, I think you're onto something with Pokey as well. It reminds me of like, you know, playing a class in like an MMO that focuses on crowd control, where, you know, you're going to mind control the opponents and then let them do your dirty work for you. That's kind of what she's been doing in these interviews. You know, it's interesting. It's interesting. We'll see how that develops over the course of the tournament. But as we go into this one, we see the compositions. We said already that, you know, there's certain things that we can expect from the composition of Pokimane, Team Pokimane, and we are seeing that. This is exactly the same picks across the board, and we talked about how well-rounded it is. Raze, the Sova, the Sage, the Omen, and also Sean again on the Phoenix. But for Team Skara, we're going to see the Cypher and Binance, and I think that's a great pick for a map like Haven, especially if you know how to play it. It actually allows you to do so many cool things that Team Pokimane will not be able to do.
Exactly. I think when you want to compare Binance, for example, the Toast is Cypher. I mean, I don't know how Binance is going to play, but knowing how Binance is and how Shroud also streams a lot and plays a lot of Valorant, I'm pretty sure she's going to try to play it more towards the way that that agent is going to be played, with the right trap wires and the cameras to play retake sites on a map like Haven. There's just so many what I like to call death traps. Because you put a trapwire and you put a cyber cage. What that happens is you could put your cages up, you could walk through the cage thinking that it's clear, or we could fight into that cage. They walk onto a trapwire and you're standing just behind the cyber cage and you spray them. Or you get the wall bang, of course, when we see a lot that Steel does, for example, for 100 Thieves. If you watch the professional scene, he places a lot of those trapwires down at the bottom of Heaven and holds with an Ares and or an Odin and just sprays his opponents down. So Cypher is definitely one of those key agents on a map like Haven, one of those very strong ones too, especially when it's a 3-map site, right, DK? Because whenever you have like a camera putting up on C side, it's like, okay, we could play retake towards C with information for the camera and have all of our resources spoiled down towards that A side in the garage.
Definitely, there's a lot of pros going into all of that. And also, you know, having the Cypher allows you to, on the attack as well, not have to worry about flanks as much. And against particularly aggressive teams, that can be pretty useful. But we're into the knife, and, well,
where are they?
It's time for the listen in.
They might be
no planting though, right?
Yeah.
Oh, it's like tactical knifing.
There's Omen mid.
But you could throw that though. You could throw that.
Okay.
They're split up, guys.
You saw, right?
Yeah, are they trying to...
Oh, they're right there!
Right here.
Oh my God, they're all there!
Pull them into me. Pull them.
Pull him.
Yeah.
Pull.
Okay, I'm gonna go crazy. I'm gonna get a clip, or I'm not gonna get a clip. I'm not sure.
Oh, wait, they
Okay.
ran away. Wait,
Oh,
they're running
towards
at
me.
Edison?
They're running towards me.
They're running at Edison. Edison, run.
But they can't reach me. They can't catch me. They can't catch me. They can't catch me.
Get Sage. She's alone.
Sage! Get Sage! Lock her in!
Oh, they're all here.
There's a raise. Raise.
Hey,
Get Raze alone. Get her alone.
They can't catch me. They can't catch me.
Raze the sea long.
We're running.
What the fuck?
What happens when we run out
Help!
of time?
Someone help! Oh my God!
Raze is going garage. Oh, they're all locked garage.
Danny, where's your
three of them are lit. 3 of them are lit 75. 3 of them are lit 75.
Hey,
30 seconds left.
Meeple here,
They're
get
almost
over
dead,
here.
they're almost dead. Omen lit 75.
Meeple
Omen
here,
lit
get over
75.
here.
Oh, left click Omen and Phoenix.
Okay,
Left click Omen and
okay.
Phoenix.
Oh,
I got 2? Dude,
Okay,
Danny, you're not bad, right?
Yes.
Left click them all. Left click them all.
Let's go!
Let's go!
Okay, all right. Ooh.
I don't
Okay.
think I've ever seen a knife run that went down to like 5 seconds remaining or something like that, Dan.
I was kind of worried.
That was a strike
because
and a half.
I don't know if the rules account for that. I don't know that we. I don't know what would happen.
True.
So I'm just happy that we didn't go there.
That's true. That's true. What?
And go ahead.
Sorry, Dan. I was just gonna say what I do like though on that 2 versus 1 for Shifter was that he actually used the doorways to make sure there was like a separate 1v1 to at least get one left click in there before.
Absolutely, yeah, definitely. We're gonna see a fast play straight into the A site. Edison going forward, first one in, gets the entry off of the Spectre, and looking good. Again, not too much to worry about in terms of firepower as far as the defenders are concerned. Team Poke don't really have that much investment here. They are saving for that next round. And Edison, farming that money. And also the ultimate orbs. Every time you get a kill, you are also charging up your ultimate. So I think one thing that we can mention here is that it was a good choice in terms of the anti-eco. It's often better to just keep it simple. Sometimes teams outplay themselves by playing it very slow, and especially if you're playing with players that you're not super, you haven't got a lot of hours with them yet, it can be just better to just go for a rush and just use the firepower advantage.
That's exactly it. And I was definitely going to find that as like the straight vibing that they're talking about, right? It's going to be a lot of fun, a lot of trolls. I think that's going to happen from Team Skara. And just on that previous round, knowing that they had the weapons advantage, they were just holding W for Edison to just walk into or run into and bolt into the A site to get those entries. So we'll have to see if it's going to continue that type of vibe once we get this gun round coming in, right? So again, we've mentioned before on that first matchup, you win the first round, you win the second round, you don't have to fully upgrade yet, so they're going to keep these Spectres into the next round. So 3 Phantoms, 2 Spectres versus a full gun round, though, for Team Pokimane. We, again, want to know if Team Skara are going to go for another very solid and aggressive round.
Well, we have Shaw there actually very close to the garage doors. Might be looking to make a play. It can be pretty tricky to find a good timing there. But he'll have so much stepping around the mid position. See the Jack is making his way across. Sean finds the moment to strike. Venaz will trade him out though. Was it worth it is the question. 4 versus 4, and you can see a reset now position for the attackers. For Team Skara, after that pick, they fall back. And at this point, you can see the defensive rotation. There is no idea for Team Poke as to what's happening at this point.
Yeah, and you're wondering if it was worth it or not. I think that it is, because Skara, the person that they lost, is actually their smoker. So Shifter falling, they won't have any smokes on executes, which does allow a good crossfire setup on the defense.
Couple picks being found here. 1 in B, 1 in C long as well. So all of a sudden, it gets very difficult for Team Poke. Abe and Jack remaining.
Player standing.
And it's not looking, again, like there's too much to work with here. Jack, I mean, the best scenario here is getting some kills, trying to keep the economy honest. Team Skara, making it so that they, if it once you do win a round, that you're not having to win against multiple gun rounds, but instead the money is so low on the opposing team that you're able to win that one round, and maybe they're on a save straight away.
Yeah. You see that save coming in, by the way, chat. If you're unfamiliar with the economy system, right? We talked about it for a bit. Actually, let's talk about it a little bit later. because it seems as though we might want to try to go for this one as Jack is moving forward towards the spawn. Thing is, both players are playing so far back from the spike, but it's planted for long. So it's a great position on a pulse plan right now for Edison. We just want to see if Meatball, Hater, or Jack is going to try to go for it or not. Good idea. Good idea with the wall at least to try to get it up. But at least that second player from Scara that came from the sewers was there for that trade. So the idea of that save we were just trying to mention before, chat, was if you save your weapon and you don't die going into the next round, the bonus money that you get is actually going to be a lot less than what the actual bonus money is going to be. So winning a round gives each player 3,000 credits. Losing a round is a bonus for the losing team. So if you lose the first round, you get 1,900. If you lose 2 rounds in a row, it's 2,400. If you lose 3 rounds in a row, it's 2,900, and it continues on to a max of 2,900 every round. But if you save your weapon into a losing round, then you only get 1,000 credits going into the next round. So it sounds a little bit confusing at first, but getting the spiel of that after a few rounds, it's quite straightforward as well.
Waiting the wall out there. Shifter just creating some presence, some pressure. Nice opening kill by Edison, of course. If you are in this position where you're on the half buy, that we can see T-Pokey is in that position, you do want to try to find one of those kills early on if you can. Getting more time to play that advantage would be great, but Sean's actually going to take down B-Nans with that surprise Bucky around C long, so 3 versus 4, the running back available for Sean as well. Nice peek though from Edison, great timing onto Pokey. And that's going to spell danger here for Team Pokey. 2 versus 4 for them.
I think it was just a nice vibing that we have too, right? So that's a couple of entries, but also we talk about communication where unfortunately it wasn't communicated that Edison was coming for the flank, but we're just going for that Bucky shot. Bucky that's been nerfed in 2.06. Very rare sight to see, and it pays off for Jack is trying to move in, but that's going to be enough. At this point though, Dan, I feel that for Team Scara, they're not really trying to go for any type of like real strategy. They're just trying to work their the extremities, right? You saw Edison Park moving mostly towards the A long quite often. Scara's doing the same thing towards the C side, and they're just winning their battles. So when it comes down to just these individualistic 1 versus 1 that continues to come into the favor of Team Scara, that means that you have so much more map coverage for the attacker side. You can decide whichever map you want to go to, whichever site you want to go to. Just makes it harder for Team Pokey to coordinate a better defense for these holes.
Yeah, I totally agree. And again, we know we're seeing Ava with those good Sova recon darts at the start of the round just to try to figure out, okay, are there any players towards a lobby? Well, gotta hold the thought on that one. Scara's gonna go straight in with the raise, pops the showstopper looking for that entry, but had no idea where Sidian was. Great job from Sidian to hold that C site down, and oh, Sean gets caught off guard there by Shifter.
I actually liked it.
Now there's an opening.
Shifter just waited for the run it back to run through and walk through the run it back so that he could just kill it off spawn. So that almost opens up the C site, but Sidian's doing a good job so far holding it down on her side.
I love this push from Edison as well. You're in this position where you got that A site, you got the plant, but you can't just sit back and wait here. You're in a 2 versus 4. You have to get kills early, and that's exactly what Edison's looking for. Great angle. Isolates Abe in the 1 versus 1. Can possibly dismiss there as well. There it goes, just trying to waste time here. Might actually be even able to get another kill if they try to push the issue here, but the Ice Orb goes down. Great decision making from the Team Pokey right now. Oh, no! Ariasaki with the trio of kills. They line up, and that's a problem. It was looking pretty good from Team Pokey. They did what they had to do, but the lineup's too real.
That was so beautiful, and that's what we're talking about here, Dan. The way that you're working towards the extremities, you're pulling out the defense. So even though Scara made into the C site and actually didn't get a kill with the showstopper from a great position from where Sidian was placed, you still saw the defense rotate over a lot towards that B and C side because a lot of the action was there. So you mentioned Edison Park making it towards B, but the way that Ariasaki, she moved into the site and planted and walled just to make sure that you could get that spike secured, and then she played it down towards the hell side. And when communication was key for Pokimane and company, it's been key for sure for Team Scara.
What a huge moment from Ariasaki, and now it's looking quite difficult once again for Team Pokey. 3 versus 5 situation here. The spike will be planted on that C side. They do have the Hunter's Fury and Showstopper available, but not really the firepower to work with ultimately. So there's definitely a few goals, things you could try to achieve here. Try to get a couple kills, maybe steal a gun away or two, and there you go. Jack will be able to take that Vandal and run away with that if that's what he wants to do. But oh, they're actually going to commit in here to this one.
They're closing in on it.
Oh
right?
my goodness!
Oh my god. We got
Scar from the knife. Abe in the 1v2 can't really use the Hunter's Fury in this position, and that's going to be a wrap. That was a very strange situation there, because it really looked very doable.
Yeah. Exactly, because as we were mentioned before, and sorry Dan to cut on you as you were bringing out the high play-by-play, but yeah, they were definitely closing in on that defense for Team Pokey, right? You had a big flank coming in from Abe at Long C. Pokemon has that showstopper towards the garage ramp, but instead of waiting a bit and try to clear space, just try to see if somebody was hiding on that platform by shooting it through the cyber cage, hoping for the lucky kill. But you could close in on that, but then again, as I mentioned before, we did have the promise that was brought out there by Team Skara, saying that there was going to be a knife kill that was going to happen outside of the knife round, and it did come in form of Edison. So well done, but they do lose a player early into this round, and this might be that round that's finally needed for Team Pokey to get the round. The thing is right now though, Dan, is when we go for these spike plans, they've been quite fast execution, so getting that Hunter's Fury is only going to delay, but they might still allow to get a plant for Team Skara. Not with that though.
Spike down mid.
Yeah, that's a great opening defensive frag from City, and she can rely on her teammates to give a helping hand at this point. Shonik able to obviously do just that, taking down Edison. And, this might be where the confidence, has hit a brick wall, because, of course, so much confidence for Team Skara. We saw the swing on C Long at the beginning of the round from Skara himself, and he'll go down and just trying to take all of these fights, but this time it's not going as well. Just Shifter. No spike, though, and it's going to be quite a journey to get that spike. Shifter will make his way across and into the crossfire.
Surprise. Still, I feel that when you're looking at this game and how that round was won here for Team Pokey, is one thing that's very important in this game, especially when you're playing Valorant, is communication and adaptation. And the way that they adapted themselves to this position was good.
If he wears, I'll kill the eye.
That's just pardon?
I'm also down to... Oh, that's perfect. That is so perfect. Okay. Yeah. I'll give you the info. Yeah, I'll give you the info like this. I'm gonna play this side so I can run left.
If I see anyone, I'm gonna ult.
Okay. They're smoking off B.
Okay, hit Scar. No, Scar didn't hit though.
I'm gonna go back Abe up.
Yeah, I'm coming to heal him.
Okay, don't want me to leave you here?
I'll stay here. I'll stay here.
Oh. Denied. Poor Pokey. But still, Shifter able to take down Sean as well, so that's good news here for Team Skara. Not wanting Team Pokey to really have much of anything to work with, but retake attempt coming through. Spawn, and it's just Sidian and Abe. Again, it's looking like there's not really all that much to work with for this retake. However, if the kills are going to be coming to them like that, then why not give it a go?
There's a big lurk though, Dan. That's going to be the difficult part. I think somehow that this recon arrow that missed could maybe tag Edison. No, the flank is going to be so difficult for the defenders to take this back. Or not.
All right, this is definitely looking scary once again. 2 versus 2. Abe coming in. Was the timing going to work out though? Ariasaki not able to line him up this time, and there's actually a wall up here. That's going to force out B-Dans. Abe, unfortunately, unable to get the crosshair on B-Nans in time. 7-1 now the score in favor of Team Skara. Really looking great. And again, I think that what's actually really insane is if you look at the impact from Ariasaki just in the kill department, that one round, that triple kill that Ariasaki got in the clutch, that was a huge round to win. That off of that, they converted a couple, and they got the psychological edge and momentum too. So
exactly,
that was that was truly a huge moment in this game.
And we were talking about like the adaptation right now for Team Poki for the previous round that they won, right? So instead of having Sidian playing towards the C side, she's now playing towards the B garage. You now have Pokimane trying to double up with the Phoenix towards that A site. Unfortunately, Pokimane gets punished on that one. But just to revert back on that previous round, the communication was good, but it's just because they fell back to try to get a heal. That's where it didn't pay off.
Aggressive stuff once again on that C side, really leading on that C side time and again, finding so much success here. Shifter up on the boxes, always annoying to deal with, that extra elevation. Ooh, Sean able to take down 3 though, the play from Shifter not panning out as he intended. And now there's a lot of trouble here. Sean looking to go for this one in the 2v2. He's got Abe coming in from Garage as well. And there goes the recon dart also. Is it going to be the stick here coming off of the spike? Looking for the frag. Binance locks it in though. 8-1 now. It just continues the success. The C takes. Looking so good.
It was such a nice try too. It was a forced buy on that previous round because I saw a Sheriff, I saw some Phantoms. It didn't look complete for the defender side, but the retake always seems to be very close for Team Pokimane, especially on the C-side battle. Although I feel that on that 2 versus 2, when we try to attempt to get that spike defuse, right? Shonik was already there, and he was tapping onto that spike, and Abe's recon dart actually spotted Binance at the boxes. But instead of trying to bring it towards the halfway, he really wanted to try to win that fight, to isolate the 1 versus 1, and hopefully bring that into your favor. But I still think that getting it at halfway would have been a good play for the defender attempt to try to win the round. But at this point, you're going to see a save coming in for Team Poki. Pretty one-dimensional, but when we look at the matchup here, Dan, we talked about how the attacker side is quite easier on these type of matches.
Yeah, it definitely is.
One enemy remaining.
Shift able to punish everybody and be there. Flawless rounds. Meaning, of course, that nobody died. It's always nice. There's actual details in a game like Valorant. Kind of celebrate your victories. Nicely done by Skara. Skara has attempted to open up the C side in such a manner a few times, and that general aggression and confidence has worked out quite nicely. And it also shows, that Skara understands the dynamics of Raze, that as a Raze, you have the movement abilities to really create a huge amount of space for your team.
And another type of adaptation now for Team Poki is to try to take the HO control, right? So you recon dart towards the east side. You have Poki that's moving down towards at the same time, but they've lost a player in the process. Can she hold down the site? She cannot, unfortunately. Another open site, courtesy of Team Skara and of Skara himself.
Oh, okay. The spike has gone a little bit too far. It's wandered away. And that's going to be difficult now. It was a great pickup from Sidian to actually get the kill to drop that spike, and now they can just sit on it. See Jack there on the spawn angle, and you've got also a flank option from Shonik, who I believe Shonik's position is somewhat known. And so you can see there's a pause here because they have to try to deal with this flank first. They got the time to do so. Oh, Shonik's able to get out of there just in time. There goes the resto on the Poki from Jack. Oh, Binance able to capitalize. Jack going a bit aggressive. Sidian, though, with the trade onto Ariasaki. And now it's just down to Binance. And we know that Binance knows how to play a Valorant or two. So definitely can't put it past her.
30 seconds left.
This crossfire, it truly is deadly. I mean, this is just designed to be impossible. You can't look at 2 places at once. That's the whole point. And you can see, oh, the ability came out for a second. I believed, but Poki will finish it off.
They had the first. It's not the first time that we see this crossfire set up, and it was also Poki at that point. I have a feeling that for the attackers for Team Skara, the reason why they pushed down towards that A-Link was due to the fact that they actually lost 1 player inside the window quite early into the round. So I think when you lose that fight and you try to call out the audible that, hey, there's going to be 1 on the flank, then maybe that call would be, okay, well, if there's going to be 1 on the flank and they're trying to go very quickly, we could try to push outside of the site and move towards the B or C side area. But it's definitely a risky move. That is a gamble in my end. But the gamble did not pay off at that point. With that spike falling down early, that was already the round doomed.
Oh god, oh god, it's a little bit awkward around Garage at the moment. Scar trying to make his way forward, but Shaunik has other ideas at the same time. Great reaction from Edison taking the C side, but at the same time, another knife comes in. Pokey's taking control around Garage. This is crazy action all over the place. And I mean, I wouldn't blame you if you didn't understand what was happening there. I didn't understand what was happening there. We had fights at C long, we had fights at Garage, we had fights at B. It was shenanigans for sure. And back, I mean, how many knives did we have outside of the knife round? And now it's just another knife round.
That's right. And I think what really helped for this round too was Shaunik, right? Shaunik is in another situation where a couple of rounds later he has another run it back. So I think looking at that first half, he at least had like 2 or 3 run it backs into the half, which could be very good for these retakes and these aggressive plays that they were doing. So it was combined with a showstopper from Pokimane to actually get that kill towards that grass side, and it allowed that numbers advantage coming in for Team Pokey, and she anchored it down. They played the trade perfectly for those 2 players together, and now it's time for them to try to come back after this knife round.
Yeah, it definitely would be a really important pickup to just start things off nicely.
We should walk. We should walk.
Oh, they're flanking.
You literally don't see you guys. They're all staring at me. Sorry, you go in. Go, go, go. Trust.
No, they're watching now. They're watching now.
Let's go! Everyone help!
Let's go. Let's go.
What's going on?
Force them!
I can't believe that worked.
Dan, we're seeing it all today. We've seen knife rounds that was just straight up all mid fights. We've seen rounds where it's ring around the rosy, merry-go-rounds, and almost losing to time. And now we see a flank on a knife round that turns out to be fruitful for Team Skara.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. Whoever was supposed to watch the flank left their post. It was empty. I don't know, what happened, but yeah, that's not what you want to see as well. If you're Team Pokey or a fan of Team Pokey, it's going to be tough now for sure, but definitely doable. Again, as we said, it's a very different story when you switch halves. We'll see what they can do on the attack. Obviously, starting off with worse weaponry going into this round, but looking for some damage and possibly a spike plant.
Yeah, it's the straight vibes that continue, right? A great kill from Shifter at the beginning too, and now they even wall it up, and by walling it up and forcing the wall to break, you're just letting people know that you're trying to get entry, and you just get the better positioning on the defender side. Although they did punish one on an aggressive flank, that opens up the A side where Team Pokey get the side to work backwards.
And it could get a little bit awkward now. There was a great punish from Sidian there. She hit a great shot, punishing Skara, who was pushing a lobby. And I think from what I've seen so far, just the character of Skara on that raise, we could probably expect a lot of that. They're trying to be cheeky, trying to get those pushes. So it's got to be wary of this. And Edison, great maneuver here. You give up the site, but you take short A control.
Yeah, this is going to be a round in for the books for Team Skara for sure with that. Pokemon's going to be the last one remaining with 1 HP, Dan. Don't think it's going to be doable.
Indeed. It was a good effort, but only so much that can be done. 11-3. Again, expected. They got a couple of kills. They got a spike plant. Implying the spike does give us a small extra bonus. A bit of cash.
Yeah.
Or stimulus check for everybody on the team. We'll see what they can do with it, though.
Yeah.
Like, what do you want to see happen here, Silly? Obviously, it's all on the line here right now for Team Pokey in terms of this next round, as they're so far behind.
Yeah, I think right now for Team Pokey is just try to get rid of B-Nance at this point, too. Although she hasn't been the one that's the highlight reel with how Edison Park's currently playing. But just looking at how they adapted that 4 versus 3 for Team Skara, when they lost a player, what happened? The Cypher with the camera on C side, all the abilities there, and then they rotate towards the A side, and it pays off. But now, they're working towards the A side. Lots of aggression from both of these teams, and it's going to be Team Skara that takes the upper hand.
Dark cover coming down onto short. That's going to actually deter this push. And I'm not sure if that would have been a good thing or not. You can see Skara was alone for quite some time, but lots of time to play this situation out. It's a 3 versus 4 for Team Pokey, but being on the attacker's side, you can pick where you attack, and so you might be able to still get the numbers advantage on some of those engagements. Oh, this is a great low from Pokey. This is going to sell the A attack completely. Look at the rotation. They have no idea it's going to be C.
It's so good. But like I said, they have the trap wire towards that C side, and they were already set up to say we're okay to play that rotate and to retake towards the C side. But because of that kill that happened towards Pokey, they have to be wary about that. So they're splitting out their defense on a rotate, which actually does help Team Pokey in the end.
Difficulty here is making sure that you don't give up any kills early, and also that Pokey's able to stay alive for as long as possible. You can see that Pokey has actually heard the footsteps of Binan, so this is a tight shot. Okay, now her position's given away. It's a great use of paint shells to cover her reposition. City and an Abe able to lock it down on the site, leaving just Ariasaki alone in the 1v2. Out comes the Boombot, has to shoot that one, and it's looking really difficult here. There goes the fake. And in fact, Ariasaki's out of there, wants to save that weapon.
We even got some set
Double
shock
darts ready as well. Abe's good for it.
Yep.
Abe with all the lineups.
So Pokemon dies to the spike, not a big problem. We talked about the spike that they had down on that previous round and the money that's going into this round. They still had a couple of players alive. So actually, Pokemon or Shonik is going to have to go on a smaller buy, and it's going to be Pokey going with small shields instead. But even though that we saw Pokemon was holding towards that grass side, right? And she's like, okay, I missed the shots. I'm just going to throw the paint shells. You talked about the spacing, but at the same time, Pokey talked about good communication for the team. So as she saw Binance rotate across and through her crosshair, then she called it out for Abe to watch that flank, and he was able to win that fight. Ability is still good here for Team Skara, but the late game actually seems to be that solution for Team Pokey, because people get antsy, they catch him on rotates.
Oh, a great pickup from Shonik. This is great. They're down quite a lot of rounds, but it's no fear at all. You got to be careful, though. You're against pistols. You don't want to give away a weapon. Oh, no! City, and with the save, Shonik doesn't have to worry about a single thing.
That was a crucial save right there. If not, it could have been a weapon in the hands of Team Skara on this eco that they have, which could have been quite dangerous, right? You're giving it to the Phoenix on the flank. And it could have been, sorry, not the Phoenix on the flank. It was Rain on the flank, right? But it could have been a lot here for the team.
So it's a great pickup this round. You know, they didn't lose a single player. You know, always going to be really impactful to make sure you get a lot of money. And if they want to get an operator out, or maybe even a counter Odin, you know, those things will be more of an option that would be doable. Just making sure that you have that economy building. Again, they are on a thin line right now. But, you know, you got to believe. You got to believe in Team Pokey's ability to come back. You know, they've got the human protractor, Abe. And we'll see if we'll get any other cheeky shock dart lineups from him.
Yeah, definitely. So you see the shot darts that came in from long C into the C side. Again, the same wall that comes in towards that B side. So we're keeping that garage pretty much under lock. If it's not for the sage wall, there's also the trap wire in there, which is why you could definitely put a lot of resources on other areas. And one of those areas is another aggressive push here from Edison. That's looking for the pick, and he actually wins it on the grass side. So this could be a huge pinch towards the C site, but Pokimane was still lurking on her end.
Yeah, it's really important to take Edison down there. So that trade, monumental, but the defense there is a little bit far forward. In fact, Jack able to trade out one, but of course they know that Binance is still around the corner. There is no fear whatsoever from Jack. Just swinging that position alone doesn't matter. That's the confidence that you need to see. And the timing from Pokey is also extremely serendipitous. And with that said, maybe, you know, this is a changing of the guard right now. Maybe the tide really has changed, because everything has been going the way of Team Pokey in these last couple rounds in terms of timings.
Both of these teams continue to have a more comfort on the attacker side. It took a couple of rounds for Team Pokey to finally get 1 point onto the scoreboard, but just knowing this game so far and the experience of casting it, seeing like a 2-3-0 scoreline at the beginning could be very normal to see like a 6-1 or a 5-1, and then a closer game moving on into the half, because it's very momentum based at that point too, if you're able to break economy as well. So it seems to be paying off now for Team Pokey on the attacker side, but what I do like for the fact is that the lurk play is not from anybody else but from Pokey so far.
Very fast maneuver all the way into the A side right now, no messing around. Get the TP onto side as well. And I like this. Again, we talked about it. Keep it simple when you're up against the pistols. Shonik, oh, gotta be careful. Able to get himself another Couple kills off the run it back. Again, I do like that. It's, you know, you can always make the argument, you know, you're against the eco, you got the site and the spike planted.
Yeah.
You know, why you use the extra ults and so on, but they do have the Showstopper and the Hunter's Fury available still, so they still have an ultimate advantage, I believe. So it's nice to just use one to just at least just guarantee it.
I agree with that as well, DDK, and at the same time, as we've mentioned before, Shawnic's been just pumping out these ultimates with the run it back like consistently too, so he could use it right away right now and probably have another one in like 2-3 rounds, because he's definitely been like one of those main components in terms of like an entry fragger for the team for Team Poke so far. And that's even more, well, I guess because they're on an eco, you die to the spike, so that's not anything unfamiliar or unorthodox of what happened there to Arasaki. But Shawnic, look at him, he's 17 and 16. He was Pokemon before with the lurks, which again, I find it quite interesting to have a Raze as a lurk player, and it's working out because usually you see it from Sidian. We saw that on Icebox, and now it seems that they're still switching things out. Sidian's going to be the one that's going to be lurking. You're going to have Pokemon, because she had the Showstopper, potentially be the one that's going to try an entry. So that could be another one of those strats.
Yeah, I love that point about the Raze lurk, but we'll talk more about that in a moment. We're going to get a really fast opening here in Scara fashion. Poke will go straight into the seaside with the Showstopper. We'll go down, but she has created space for the team, and in fact, she'll get one from the grave with the Pain Shells dealing with Edison. That's a huge pickup to find in the 4v4. The Hunter's Fury is available in the postman on Abe as well, so life is looking pretty good here right now, especially in the advent of that extra kill coming in onto Scara from Sidian. And this retake is looking like it might be hamstrung, unless the paranoia does this job, which it will, and they're on the site.
It's going to be good for one. He has a smoke as well. He can put this on top of C, where they could actually go for the full defuse. But you still have that shock darts. Those shock darts still available, but it's going to be a recon instead that's sticking on it. And he's going to use a Hunter's Fury potentially. Too late.
Oh, so unfortunate. That was so close. That's a rough one. That's one of those rounds you got to win it. You got the advantage going into a post plan, and very unfortunate turn of events. You know, well played from Team Scara. Their confidence has never really seemed like it's been shaken.
And I feel like at that last previous play, because it was actually greatly thought out for Team Poke, right? You had Sidian continue to stay at the bottom of the sea so that she could support Abe if he actually throws into a Hunter's Fury. He doesn't have to worry about opponents chasing after him. But the thing is, I think throwing the recon dart was a little bit too much, and just wait for the audio and the ping from your teammates to throw out the Hunter's Fury could definitely win one of the round.
Yeah, definitely with you on that one, but you know, good punish again. We see from both Scara and Edison. These are the two players that do go aggressive, and they go, oh no, Shifter! Finding it with the Phantom, no less. Long range, a double, and just deletes two players from Team Poke, and that is a problem.
It started off so well. They wanted to stick into the game. First blood from Poke as a duelist. That's what you want your duelist to do. And it gets immediately traded back and shut down on the C side. So you're running towards an A side, but Binance has all of her utilities there.
This is going to require a lot. And the operator's in the hands of Shawnic as well on the Phoenix. So it's just awkward all around at this point. But Shawnic able to catch Shifter on the flank. There goes that Judge Sidian with a couple very important kills. Narrows down to Ariasaki straight out the smoke. Ariasaki, very brave, doesn't work out this time. And there is still a lifeline here.
Ooh.
And it's going to be interesting to see if they can keep this one going. They're on the knife's edge, but the money is actually finally, well, I say finally, it's actually broken.
Yep.
So this is a chance now for Team Poke.
Especially sorry with Shawnic. I was just calling a quick because I thought he was going to get the spike down. It doesn't really matter at that point in terms of winning the round, but that does add the ultimate point for your team and also the money into the next round. So Shawnic, this point, is very close to the ultimate, but the thing is he's using an operator this time to try to entry.
I am a big fan of that. It's unconventional Phoenix, but
yeah.
Yeah, that was close.
Arena, so this could be good for Edison from his spot. Okay, never mind.
Well, you know what? The Boombot as well as Drone will, but we have a huge fight at Shifter, able to get a couple off of the Sheriff, and that's going to be the Seaside now just shut down. The door is locked. The key's been thrown away. It's being reinforced, and there's a lot of guns to be collected there on what otherwise is a very poor round in terms of weaponry. So 2 versus 4, no ults available here for Team Pokey. All they have is time, but as you say, this... Oh no, Bidas! Oh no!
Oh no!
Okay, there's a chance now.
It's
2
doable.
versus 3.
It's doable. It's definitely doable at this point, and he doesn't even need to use like any flame wall to try to bring the HP up. And there was just we have one player looking it over, and now as we have Edison Park with the Empress spotted Shonik running across towards the A side. Now they have to clutch a 3 versus 2 for Team Pokey.
I cannot believe Shonik is alive. And if Abe gets a 1v1 here, which he might find a timing on this, has the off angle, but Edison is quick to the flick, and Shonik now it's on him. He's got almost no HP. The frenzy comes out, and there it is. Ariasaki locking it in. Ariasaki with perhaps one of the most important round wins with that triple kill in the first half, and rewarded with a victory for the team. 13-8. Definitely looks scary at points, but it was a good fight from Team Pokey. I think the comeback was certainly on the cards, but sometimes it just doesn't go your way.
Unfortunate for sure, and you have to commend definitely the way that things have played out here for Team Skara, because yes, Ariasaki getting that 3K, bringing the momentum for Team Skara, and also getting that round-winning or the game-winning kill to allow for the team to win is actually quite good in terms of impact frags that you have for the team, because you did have a big flank that was happening at that point. It was a 3 versus 1, but still, you had pretty much your top fragger alive for the opposite team, where it could have been very dangerous there for Team Skara. So well done for them. They continued vibing, and they got the... It seems like they coasted their way to victory. I'm pretty sure is what they would say in an interview.
Yeah, I definitely agree, and it was really cool to see the sort of combination of styles of Edison and Skara on the attack, whether they were on the defense or the attack, just the pushing and just trying to be really aggressive. And we saw a more of a slower play style for Edison, but a very methodical one. And on Haven, it worked out really nicely, just getting into lots of awkward positions. It was very hard for Team Pokey to deal with, getting those kills at key moments, getting that information at key moments. And Skara as well, just always keeping, whether or not the push is successful, you just know something's getting pushed, and that gets into your head, and you have to watch your back, you have to play slower, and you have to play to the pace that the other team's setting for you, and you never want to be in that position. So from that perspective, really great job in terms of the psychological game from Team Skara.
No, definitely. I do agree with that, because even that was versus Sidian at the beginning too, right? Versus Skara and Sidian on top of C for a couple of rounds. She won some fights, she lost some fights, but if she actually had teammates that were falling behind towards the A site, she couldn't really decide if it was time for her to rotate or not, just because you always have that in the back of your mind if Skara is going to be on that flank. So very well done at that point. That's a beautiful triple that we mentioned before. And even aiming down the sight, people underestimate the value and the impact that an ADS could have actually for these ARs. And aiming down the sight with a Vandal for the taps is actually a good one. For the Phantom, you see the precision because it does have a slight faster fire rate, but it definitely allowed for an accuracy for Ariasaki's position there on that backstab. Unfortunately, they didn't really check that corner for the 3 players rotating across, but it definitely became a beautiful highlight reel for Ariasaki.
Yeah, I totally agree. Really great play, and it was just the moment of the game as well. It's really awesome when you see clutches like that, where the moment you don't expect it, but that needed to be the point in which the tables turned, and I feel as though if Team Pokey won that round as on paper they probably are, like 9 out of 10 times, that they would probably have had 2 or 3 more rounds to work with going into the second half, and we saw how close the game was. So that's, I think, why we're sort of really emphasizing the impact of that one play from Ariasaki, that triple kill. Absolutely huge moment, and great performance overall from Team Skara. I really liked the chemistry on the team. As you said, they truly were vibing.
Everybody stepped up. Everybody definitely stepped up. Shifter was the guy that was getting the first bloods. Edison was the one that was getting the first bloods. Shifter definitely, you started seeing his name coming out a lot more here on that defender side. And also, especially with the sharers too. So when you see these players starting to warm up, it does start looking very dangerous. So overall, is it going to be now the team to look out for? I don't think it's any of those two teams we would have seen a dark horse out of Team Poke or Team Skara. But now we'll see what happens with 2 more games to go for today.
That's right, gentlemen. A lot still lies ahead for us today. And of course, it's all carrying into tomorrow, which means it's a great time to remind you all that we're doing giveaways. We're starting one right now. And the way you can enter is to hit exclamation mark enter and put that in the chat right there. Another important thing to remember about our giveaways, we will give away twice as much stuff tomorrow if we hit our $50,000 fundraising goal today. And that $50,000 is going straight to charity, 100%. We are, of course, dividing it up at the end of the weekend based on the placements for our 5 teams and allotting it to the charities of their choice according to that. But you guys and gals and everyone watching at home need to help us raise that money. Of course, it's all going to a good cause, and we're trying to put some fun stuff in your pockets as a result. So good luck on the giveaway. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, more Valorant. Hey everyone, welcome back to the OfflineTV Valorant Charity Invitational. We are 3 matches in, and already the results have been very exciting. We are also doing a giveaway. I know you know about it because I see you in chat with the exclamation mark enter. You're crushing it. I'm proud of all of you. Keep an eye on your whispers. That's how they'll contact you if you find out you won. But for now, we're going to close this giveaway. There will be another between every match. But for now, that's the end of this one. And now I'm going to bring back Vansily and DDK. We've got some things to talk about, gentlemen, as we prepare for our next match today. It's, of course, going to be Lily's team versus Michael's team.
Ooh, gonna be a little bit spicy here, I feel, Rachel. I don't think it's gonna be, like, in terms of captains, gonna try to create what I like to call, in my era, like the ICT, which is the inter-clan turmoil. I think this is still gonna be very fun in games, and we'll see who's gonna take the upper hand out of this one.
Yeah, this is an interesting
DDK,
one.
anything to add there?
Yeah, I think this is going to be a really interesting matchup because I feel like I feel like
Dan, you're muted.
Am I muted?
Oh, it's such a quintessential
I think we got him
moment.
on VMix, but maybe not on Discord.
Oh,
Is that true?
Yeah.
There we go.
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
there we go.
There we go.
All right. Yeah. So I was just saying that this is an interesting one for me because I feel like we would have seen more if we would have seen Team Lily with a couple more games under their belt. I feel like we saw such a great performance from Team Pokey in that first display. So I reckon that we're going to see a pretty strong performance here from Team Lily. I'm still a believer. I'm definitely a believer in Coach Smith, and I think he's going to be able to bring the best out of this squad. And I think Team Michael as well. They showed us a lot of great stuff. And one of the things that I particularly enjoyed was Ivani on the Viper. So I want to see more of that too. And that's definitely always a fun pick. So lots you can abuse with that. It also shows that you know what's on meta right now.
Absolutely. Important to bring up now for chat as well. The next map. Chat, you get to choose once again, but I do want to remind you, Lily's team just played on Icebox for the first match of the day, and Michael's team just wrapped up on Ascent, so neither of those will be options for your selection. Have at it, though. The rest of them are all up to you, and I'll keep an eye on chat, gentlemen, as we discuss. Oh, they seem to want to go to Bind this time, and I know that's a big favorite map of yours.
Kind of had that feeling because I understand now that chat, they want to see every single map today. We don't want to see Icebox 5 different times just in case it was going to be like 5 different teams playing. So shout out, hats off to you, chat, to allow us to see all the maps being played today so far, as Bind is going to be the upcoming matchup. And Dan, we talked about the shenanigans that we could have with the teleporters, with no middle, and how sites are actually harder to take.
Yeah, and I will just say, I don't know if this is possible, but I would prefer chat to select my maps that I get in matchmaking because I do get Icebox 3 times in a row at least. So I'm loving that too. But yeah, back to the Bind discussion. I do think, especially again with the Viper pick, if you know your lineups and if you know how to play the post plants and also how to use the toxic screen for the retakes, or even now just there's lots of ways to use it right at the beginning of the map. I feel like Viper's a huge edge to play with. So I'm curious if we'll see any composition changes if we get that coming in. And I want to call it almost. I want to rely on what you just said. I feel like chat's going to give it to us. I'm going to believe in chat right now.
For sure. And just to look back on the other team too, for Team Lily, right? You said you have a lot of faith in Coach Myth. If they are keeping pretty much that same type of strategy or the same composition, having Myth is going to be pretty good on that Phoenix. The only thing for me though is Masayoshi on the Jet. He's been very good on it actually as that agent being a Jet. You've seen the backstab he's gotten with the Blade Storm on that map that they've played, but on Icebox. But at the same time, I feel that on a map like Vine, we're seeing less a Jet being played these days, where they want to try to bring in more Rays or maybe more utility with double initiators. And this is also a lineup that hasn't been using any type of initiator at all. So I feel that if there's going to have to be any type of composition changes, it might be more on this team more than onto Michael Reese's team.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you on that one. But I do like the Killjoy on Lily, so I hope that stays at least.
Well, taking a look at Michael Reeves' team here, too. Just a reminder, he's playing with Quarter Jade, Ivani, Jummy, and H. June. We saw them actually come together pretty well in their match against Toast. Unfortunately, not able to pick up the victory, but still some really impressive teamwork from the group.
100%. I think one of the things that's going to make things a little bit easier for Michael Reeves or Team Michael Reeves is the fact that they might not have to face off against a judge again. When we look back at Team Lily when they played versus Team Pokey earlier on today on Icebox, we haven't seen that much in terms of like shotgun plays from Team Pokey. So if it's going to be more of like that type of play style for Team Lily versus Team Michael Reeves, maybe with the setup that they have, right? We talked about Quarter Jade that was on that breach before. You said you wanted to see that Killjoy come out from Lily at the same time. Just overall, what's going to happen here for Team Michael Reeves? The fact that they don't have to play against shotgun as much, or hopefully they don't, might actually tend things more in their favor with the type of composition that they have.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think there's a lot that they have to work with here in their favor. You know, I already mentioned Ivani on that Viper. I think that would be such a big difference maker. It does feel like I think you really nailed it, Vansili. I think insofar as the fact that we need to see more adaptation out of the composition for the first team we looked at. And I would like to see that from Myth. You know, being the immortal level player who's not on his main, it'd be cool to see him trying to pick up the reins and try to do some heavy lifting with maybe a sentinel. Maybe that's what it is. They could go double sentinels, with Lily as well. That could be really interesting. So there's a lot of different looks to look forward to.
All right, gentlemen. Well, I'm going to let you grab a glass of water and prepare for the next match because I want to bring in our trash talk segment. And this time we've got Lily and Michael to talk to. Lily, Michael, hello. Welcome back to the stream.
Honey.
Good
Hi.
luck.
Thanks for having me. You guys, you know each other very well. Oh, I'm so sorry to interrupt you. I know there's a lot going on here. You guys know each other well. What is the talk leading up to this match between the two? How have you guys been working through this head-to-head challenge?
We're trying to figure out ways to like deal with it in the relationship after my team wins, because I know that's going to put a big damper on things.
Okay, but like it's not really confirmed that you're gonna win until like after, so it's kind of weird that you're making that prediction.
Maybe.
It's kind of it's really weird.
I think our team's gonna win. I think we're gonna win.
You're gonna look so dumb when our team wins, and then they're gonna cut this part. No, I really don't think you're gonna win.
No, I think we can win it.
You're gonna play Omen? You're gonna play Omen? Huh? You're gonna teleport into smoke again?
Yeah, maybe. Or maybe I will teleport on the ground.
I mean, yeah. Okay. Cool.
But you got Myth and John?
Yeah,
Myth and John?
we got frickin' Leslie too. Hello.
Yeah, and you.
What do you mean, and me? What does that mean?
You? Yeah. I think we can clutch it out. It's like do you know what Asian murder hornets are? Have you ever heard of that?
Yeah, they were on Asian for a minute. Yeah.
You heard that, right? Yeah. There's these like giant hornets that like go into beehives, but like, and they're like the carries. But Japanese bumblebees have figured out that if they surround the Asian murder hornet and vibrate their bodies together, they use friction to kill the hornet. So it's like 100 bees wrapping around the hornet, and then they vibrate and they kill the hornet that way. So that's kind of our plan to go against your carries. Yeah.
Thanks for the Starbucks drink, by the way.
Yeah, no problem.
It was really nice of you.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
The absolute confidence of fueling her up before the match. Love to see it. Michael, Lily, as you prepare for this, I did notice, Michael, you were traveling a lot. Lily, you were in fact grinding. I saw you in streams. I saw you in Valorant. I saw you in fact playing with members of Toast team. Toast team, of course, victorious over Michael's team. Do you feel like this might give you any sort of edge going into the match?
Nothing I do will ever give me some sort of edge. I think, good luck. It's for charity. Make sure to donate. We're all gonna have a good time. Yeah.
Couldn't have said it better myself. We'll leave it at that. Lily, Michael, I'll let you go get ready for the match. And I'm gonna hand it back over to our wonderful casters.
Let me know if you want.
Thank you so much, Rachel, and the Trash Talk crew of Liddy and Michael. At the same time, Dan, I'm not sure if I'm mistaken, but also it's not only about the friction, but when they actually have 100 bees surrounding the Hornet and they add the friction, it also adds the heat. So they actually also heat up the Hornet and have them suffocate and burn.
Yes, and all of the bees die in the effort, but they kill the scouts. They kill the scouts. So I don't know how many tens and hundreds more Hornets would come.
Yeah.
Scouts die, so then the colony is safe. So it's a story of sacrifice.
Exactly. So I guess from the way that I see it, so Michael forgot those details, right? So it's gonna have to be like 3 of them versus, I don't know, Myth. And then there's only going to be 2 players left alive for Team Michael Reeves to try to clutch a 4 versus 2. So we'll see how that's going to pan out on a map here. I think we're going to Bind, right? If I'm not mistaken, we were talking about that before. And we want to figure out here with the agent composition where Viper on this map is going to be very, very good because, like, even just her toxic screen, if Ivani is going to play that agent, it could already cover up pretty much, at least on defense, the window side and also long B. So there's a potential of playing, like, even anchored sites, solo sites, and have 4 players stacked towards the A side, just because the A side's much harder to take usually.
Yeah, there's a lot of pluses to it, and firstly, I really respect that you really tried to make Michael's analogy work there. I really,
I'm on your side. I don't know.
You had no obligation to do that at all, but you try to make it look as good as possible. So that's awesome of you to do that. But yes, Viper's awesome, and with Viper, you don't necessarily need to run the Sentinels as well. I find because normally a Killjoy or a Cypher, you would want to anchor that B side. That's a very typical thing. But as you say, that Viper wall can cause a lot of issues early round. You can throw it from short A and cover, as you said, the hookah window as well as the long, or you can just try to actually anchor the B side, and there's other walls you can do around the side too. And it just creates so much delay because you don't want to run through that wall, because as soon as you do, you'll take 50 damage immediately, and it will come back quickly, but if you take any extra damage, you lose that 50 health. So that can be devastating. So it's especially in the pistol, it's huge. Yeah. And we are going to see Ivani on that Viper. That's awesome. And in fact, they will also be running, instead of the Rays on Yummy, they'll get the Killjoy. So a lot of defensive potential right here for Team Michael.
Yeah, definitely. It looks pretty good so far. And now you have Omen is not being played so far for Michael Reeves. So actually, yes, there's agent changes, but there's also no smoke. The only real smoke that you have is going to be from Ivani. So if they're going to play the attacker side right now, and you don't have any ways of like setting up a wall or have a set Toxic Cloud being thrown into a heaven, then you have to actually have good wall lineups to try to overtake a site. That said, though, if it's going to be a toxic screen that's just going to split across, let's say, showers to APC to spawn, so that you can get a regular plant towards the APC, you're still giving a lot of map control for the defenders for the retake when the wall comes down, because everybody could still rotate back towards the back of triple. So things are going to look kind of dangerous with this composition. I'm just looking forward to see how it's going to pan out for them. But that's going to have to wait, of course, for their strategy, because it comes down to the bloodbath now with the knife round.
Yes, and previously we've seen that Michael Reeves' team, especially with Michael kind of leading the hype charge, they've been pretty strong in these positions.
I got the flank. All five. Okay, back up. Yeah. Okay.
Oh god.
A flock of seagulls. Okay.
Oh, guys, this is good.
Okay. Oh my god.
Hold for the flank. Oh, they're gonna gang up on Leslie.
Yes! Oh my god! Oh! Let's go!
42.
One enemy remaining.
Yes! Let's go!
Let's go!
Run it! Team Lily! Team Lily! Lead the boat!
All right then.
The hype is there.
You love to see it. You love to see that. Just everyone's excited, everyone's happy, and you know what, Team Michael, they've been like on the set, they were owning it at the beginning, but the story, it's a different story here on Binds.
So now we get into the second round. We see the weaponry that it's going to be a force buy actually
with
coming
a
out.
superior economy.
Yep.
Although the force buy comes in from Team Michael Reeves though.
Exactly, and the force buy comes in. It's going to be pretty even for both of these sides in terms of the weaponry, right, Den? So, my apologies. I had myself, on Discord like you did before. But what I like is that the fact that you have a Sky on both sides, they're starting to see we see a resurgence actually of Sky being picked on a map like Vine, so that the Trailblazer can get a lot of information too.
I love what Masayoshi's doing. He's like using that incendiary grenade to buy time so that U-Haul control is there for the defenders, for Team Lily. And that wall actually allows, you can see, H-Tune to creep up, but at the same time, when it goes down, you might have problems. And Fusli also making a great effort here. But Michael Reeves, great headshot coming through on the Sheriff. And Quarter Jade also with a double. So right now, Team Michael Reeves doing a great job. And a finish onto Myth with the Sheriff is looking clean and tidy. So the force bite will pan out quite well.
So we talked about that wall right on the execution, and actually that's another great way to throw the wall from Ivani. She's going back on a short A, and it still crosses towards the pocket. It goes across the EPC, and it even covers Heaven. So it allows right now for the attackers to really play aggressive towards the U hallway with, for example, the Sky guided light that you could have from Michael Reeves, the curveball from the aggression from Quarter Jade, and really take possession of that site. And it looked really good on that force buy. So that's going to put Team Lily on an eco, and where on later gun rounds, it could be one of those telegraph hits that could happen, and we want to know how Team Lily is going to adapt to that later on.
As the dog that will get sent out for that info, clearing those close positions. There's that wall, just like you were saying. And again, usually, holding onto U-Haul is really important as the defenders to deal with these short plots. But we got that nanoswarm, that double nanoswarm getting popped there to delay the plant effort, which will allow more time for the defenders, Team Lily, to come in with a rotation.
I like this.
But we talked about that poison orb post plant, and there it goes as the spike is planted.
Just in case as the wall comes down, she was putting the toxic cloud or poison cloud up, but she didn't actually bring the wall down, so nothing more left. Myth comes in for a 4K, leaving only Quarter Jade on her own inside view, trying to go with the Spectre kill, but only able to take down Masayoshi. So that is going to be a nice thrifty coming in here for the defenders, and I feel like maybe Myth is the only one that bought a rifle out of that round that won that for the defenders here, Dan. But I feel that the poison cloud was perfect for Ivani to put that spike or a temp of a spike. Maybe just keep a little bit of poison in the tank so that if the wall goes down, the bubble could come up so she could plant too.
Definitely. And Myth, he's not playing his main, but of course he's got great mechanics, and you can see that here, just great clean flicks for those headshots and the confidence. And he's got the ultimate available now as well, so they could start the round off with that, possibly get some info with the bird. That's a bunch of players flash. That's huge info for Myth. And they're playing a 3-2 setup at the moment, so that's 3 players on B and 2 on A. So usually with this map, you're thinking about trying to play for retakes, so you're trying to play for position. We're seeing a bit of both here from Team Myth. They've allowed Myth to just be long by himself. There goes the ult. The cabbages can be sent out, and that's going to get all the information.
That's right. Apologies. I think Chopin saw the Trailblazer come out, so he had to retaliate. But there's going to be a Nanoswarm. So a Killjoy on Killjoy that comes on the upper hand of Team Michael. And with that, though, they're not going to react specifically on it yet. I think it was a nice combination of the wall and the nanoswarm that just melted down the Killjoy on the defense. And they expected for a flank. So this is actually really good. There's a lot of map control. Even though they're all grouped up here on Sandsden, the map control that I mean is that they have so much space to work with, and they decide to work back towards this B site.
Joke's over.
Myth needs another huge result, but he's out there in the open, gets caught, and there's nothing that he can do. And that kill onto Brook, as Brook was trying to hold the flank, that just pulled the rotation of the defenders backed away, and there was nothing left on the B side except Myth by himself.
Huge run it back there to get that entry and even push all the way towards spawn. So we talk about creating space not only inside the site, but also making sure that the defense is actually all the way back towards the spawn site too, where you could have some great pulse plants positioning here for Team Michael. So 5 players just standing together on a pulse plant makes things a lot easier, which, by the way, Dan, I do have to point it out that we actually have more people that are smarter than us here in the chat too, because want to let you know that the Bumblebees, whenever they're grouping up against the Hornets, they actually withstand a higher temperature as well in terms of heat. So that's why the Hornet actually suffocates and dies, but the Bumblebees actually survive.
Ooh, I thought that they all... Okay, it's less poetic that way, but okay. But shout outs to the Japanese Bumblebees. Now, we're tied up 2 against 2. Early days here. This is going to be a really big rounds. I believe everybody's spent everything at this point, and the walk into short A, and obviously we'll find out that the Spectre at that range, very difficult to do your bidding, and the A side will be taken away here as far as Team Liddy are concerned, having to fall back.
This is pretty good, actually. So a little bit of an adaptation with the wall going up, using a trailblazer to go through the wall and clear out space and get information too. So knowing the site is open, they're looking at a much better pulse plan here for Team Michael Reeves.
Yeah, it's always nice when you have so much time to set up and you've got so much space to use as well. It really makes life very hard. The defenders really have to clear and guess, and there's so much. And good start, though. They've managed to take a lot of control very quickly. But again, we talked about this post plan. I'm certain that there is a lineup. Indeed, we got that lineup from Ivani from that short position. It's the classic lineup. Nothing you can really do against this, honestly. You have to get the kills. You have to just push and get the kills. And there we go. Ivani is able to take down Lily with that snake bite. And that's the thing you got to be careful of. And there is one way I could see them really, Team Liddy really dealing with this, and that's Showers control. If they play for Showers control, they can give up the A site, but they can at least wrap around and hit Ivani from the back there to prevent those lineups.
Yeah, no,
when they
totally
make that play happen.
Totally agreed. I think Showers control for Team Lily would be quite good. We talked about dumping utility to try to find that information and fight for that information when it comes down to choke points. And I think the best player to do it right now, or the best agent to do it out of this composition, would be Myth as that Sky, which that's where he actually got a 4K before on that third round. And also it could be coupled up with Reyna with the Leers to try to answer back off the information that it might get from a guided light. So tagging that up together on the defense can definitely help them hold the A side more.
And this is a great alternative too, playing aggressively on B long, not just sitting on control, but you got 3 players on that B side, go and get that info. That's what they do. The challenge is there because we do see this default coming out of Team Michael, which I really like this because I mean, it was having them in a position that if there was no aggression B long, they could suggest B, but then hit A as they have been doing successfully. Ooh, that's a very weird spot there, covered by the wall kind of at pocket. Masayoshi able to get the Molotov off. To split up the attackers slightly. Nice entries coming in though from Mr. Michael himself.
Spike planted.
Big flank coming in still from short A. That might be able to take down Ivani where she cannot line up her molly. And there you go. Oh, it's missed.
Enemy down.
It's a nice kill to get from Brooke, and at least you take down Ivani just being so annoying in that position. You know she's going there after every short plan. I mean, that's kind of the plan. That's why this round was quite cool. You know, if you look at it, what Team Michael is trying to do is they're trying to spread out across the map. They're trying to show presence everywhere. So as a defenders, you're seeing pressure, but you don't know what pressure means what. So then eventually, after enough time passes, Team Michael can kind of regroup and go for an A split into that short plant with the Viper wall, with the Viper util that we've been seeing from Ivani. That's the plan to finish the round.
Yeah.
And that seemed like that was what they were going for in that previous one.
Right now for Team Lily, like you did see, like, okay, they're trying to adapt. They're getting a lot of pressure towards short A. How can we do it? Let's try to have one of our big fraggers before from Icebox, Masayoshi, play towards the pocket area of short A instead by the APC. But you see the amount of utility dumpage. You saw a curveball coming out from Corda Jade, a guiding light from Michael Reeves. You saw Lear come out from H. June. He was fully blinded the whole time where he couldn't hold anything at all. Now finally you see this battle happening towards Showers, and it's going to be Myth, as we mentioned before, and that's a big opener right there on to Michael Reeves.
And this is so beautiful because they can just fall back now if they want to. They don't have to be aggressive anymore. It would require a lot for Team Michael to retake that. They're not interested in that. They're going to rotate very quickly towards B. They're thinking that the defense there must be weaker, surely, because there's aggression on Showers. Not the case. The defense there is very good. And Fusely is the first of many obstacles in the way of this B plant.
And that makes it a 4-on-3, and we have one hiding inside that pocket. So that B cubby is actually being covered by the Viper wall that was executed for the B site. So this is actually a good position right now from where Lily's currently situated, where she could actually surprise some players.
Oh, and they were even able to get Masayoshi on, like, to smoke the hookah window from short A. So it's just very difficult here. The Viper's pit's available, so if there was to be an entry made, that'd be great. Oh, speaking of which, that could change everything here. Taking down one, there's still time to suggest a rotation too.
That's actually really nicely done there by H-June, because at the same time, the Seekers that was pulled out by Myth, you kind of see like maybe some teams like TSM sometimes pull out the Seekers and you run right behind it, right? So he tried to react behind it, but on a long range while it's still trying to find opponents, it's very difficult. But this could be the biggest kill.
10 seconds left. Spike down.
And he knows it. He's going to just run back. He knows he just has to stay alive here. Just keep the pressure on. You need 4 seconds to plant the spike. Can it be denied again? Oh, they came off the spike. There's no time to get the plant now. No time to clutch this one out for H-Team. And that was unfortunate. It was pretty well played, ultimately, by both teams in that round. That's always good to see.
Yep. Yeah, just to see the counter coming in from Team Lily, right? So the first blood that they lost actually for Team Lily on showers. Okay, let's adapt. It might be weaker towards B, and then you have again the buff from the Brimstone with the smokes. Not only we talked about the thick smokes that has been buffed, but the timer of the Brimstone smoke actually lasts a lot longer too. So they lose a couple of trades for Lily. They try to adapt. They actually catch Mid off guard. They run back towards A. But then it's nice that Team Lily kept one player on the lurk, holding the anchor on the site, and just time against the essence for Team Lily. For Team Michael Rees, they couldn't get the plant down. So this, once again here, Dan, comes back to one of those games that continues to go back and forth. We got to give props right now to the people of OfflineTV working in the back end to make teams as even as possible to see such close games.
Healers down.
Yeah, and I really like this here. You know, J gets that kill B long, and we saw that all towards A as well. So right now, you'd expect that the B side would be weaker. There's still 2 players here, though. We don't have... this bait is not bought by Lily or Fusely. They're just holding on to that position. And the ult coming in from Masayoshi will actually slow down the attack, because that orbital strike and hookah prevents any entry to the B side. But that said, you know, if you hit your shots, you hit your shots. And Jade is doing just that.
The thing is, there was a little bit of miscommunication there because Masayoshi was making his way back towards the A site, but you have Myth on a big flank right now. So finally to rotate back, they have more numbers inside the B site. Only 2 players versus 5. Can they hold it for Fusely?
30 seconds left.
Ooh, looking to just go forward here, and it's working out very nicely. 2 players left, 20 seconds again. A similar story here. The time is against Team Michael at the moment. H-June, roughly 15 seconds to make this one work. There's the first frag, able to get the heal. 8 bullets left. Make that 2 now. Has to go for the reload. And this is becoming a problem. There's just too much delay here. Oh, actually hitting the door, getting the concuss. The blinds coming through on June. Oh no. Oh no, June. Almost had time to win the round there. They didn't have to push it. They could have just won by time. They gave him a chance.
Exactly. The worry that came out of your voice definitely was coming out of mine too, because that was so close. Even you saw it coming, Dan. When that guided light came out and it went behind H-June, you're like, oh no, he's not going to be fully blinded. He could actually potentially spray him down because he actually just reloaded to 25 bullets. Super close right there. And like you said, it's not necessary to actually run for that kill. I guess they just want to make sure that the economy stays very low as well for Team Michael.
And just as you said, really even game, tied up 4-4. Myth, though, you know, changing his positions, trying to go aggressive outside. Will be short outside of hookah. Just getting that info, getting the pressure. He's actually burning every single flash here. He hears one. And he's going to creep across, change his position. Now, they can spam the boxes for free, but Myth is able to isolate both players. H-June and Michael Rees. That's a frustrating moment. If they're able to sync up just a little bit better there, Myth probably gets one at most.
And you wanted Myth to play a different agent, right? To have something that maybe like a Sentinel Initiator. This works out quite well as well, just to disrupt the way that he could use the guided lights as fakes or whatnot to actually pull his enemies off guard. And just pure aim is working out right now for Team Lily. So it looked pretty one-sided for the first few rounds, but then back and forth we continue to go. And 3 rounds amassed in a row here for Team Lily allows for them to retake the lead.
Yeah, definitely. And did we just see, was that a Marshal or an Operator? I guess we'll see soon enough. But we can catch some of the frags from the previous round right now. And yeah, Myth has been doing a good job in moving around the map, you know, creating aggression, B long, showers a couple times as you highlighted. We saw that short B aggression, yeah. Now whereas Myth, he's back to B. And the Killjoy setup is on A, so they're mixing things up a good amount. This is annoying to play against if you're Team Michael. It's a different look every single time.
Yeah, and now that you actually put the Killjoy utility back onto the A side, the turret could spot them towards that that short side, and unless the Viper wall comes up. And you see that from that minimap, Ivani is looking to set that up too. But they still have Shower's presence here with Masayoshi, and he also, once again, has an orbital strike. So a player like him to continue to build up these ult points is going to be very detrimental of how potentially they want to get into the site here for the attackers, and it could be a great hold for Team Lily still.
Lily, if she can hold on to U-Haul control, that would be excellent. And it's looking like there's a distinct possibility here. We'll have a fight on our hands against Quarter Jade. And also, well, we've got Michael Reese helping out as well. Able to take down Lily.
Yep. Orbital Strike actually did kill the Spike carrier, which was Ivani, so they lose the wall as well. So now they don't have smokes to work with for Team Michael.
30 seconds left. Spike down A.
Big kills coming through on the defense here. The Spike not able to make his way to an actual plant on the ground there in no man's land. Put a Jade. I'll get caught by Masayoshi. Great defense. Again, it just really shows you the power of delay. If you're able to stop the attackers from getting their kind of teeth sunk into the Spike and just getting that plant, falling back onto positions to defend it, if you can disrupt it before the Spike even goes down, it just slowly gets worse and worse for you.
100%. I agree with that, because even if you look at the scoreline for Lily, she still has 5 assists no matter what, and I think she was a crucial part into the hold of that previous round, because if it wasn't for her alarm bot in a nanoswarms that actually spotted the players moving up to support the orbital strike, then it would have made it so that the attackers of Team Michael would have gotten to the site a lot faster, and the rotation would have been a lot harder as well for Team Lily. So very well done for the delay of play from both the Brimstone and that Killjoy at that point, where Masayoshi continues to hold his ground towards Shower. So he was always playing towards you before. The Shower's hold seems to work out, and it's making things a lot harder actually for Team Michael to hit this A site. So you talked about it before here, DDK. Really trying to take the Shower's control is disrupting this whole aggression towards a short A site for the attackers.
3 versus 4 here for Team Michael, so they're down a player, but of course, moving into the A side, if that's what they choose to do, they'll be in a 3v2. However, we got a push coming in as well from Team Lily. See Brooke there in a very forward position. That's a great spot to be in. You don't need to go further than that. You can keep pushing if your teammates give you info that they're actually pushing in, but at this point, perfect spot for Brooke to be in.
Even Molly, with the guided light. So that's going to hold down the clock. That could actually force the attackers to run back towards B, because like, oh crap, there's 2 players holding towards the B site. Technically, it's going to be a 2 versus 2. Let's see if we could fight it right now, or 2 on each site. Let's see if we can fight it back.
And there's a very limited time here. They have to be able to plant with nothing else going wrong. And Myth is around the corner. Great finds. I mean, straight through the pocket box. They got the cabbages as well coming through. And coming off of the spike plant, there's no time unless they start now. Then they have to complete this. The spike has to go down here, but there's no one to defend. Ivani at this point. And that's very unfortunate there for Team Michael. Not sure what happened coming off the spike plant. But
I think it was just the audio cue of the Seekers coming forward. Kind of like stressed them out to try to get the spike down or not, because again, it was going to be potentially one of those aggressive pushes following the Seekers again from Myth. So they just wanted to say, okay, well, can we get the kill and plant? Excuse me, can we get the kill and plant after? But it was just, again, another round where it's against the clock. That doesn't pay off here for Team Michael. And it's just on the way that they're just running down that clock with the utilities for Team Lily. I think they have to try things a little bit differently here for Team Michael Rees. Try to work that B site. They haven't really tried Octagon that much, or Garden side, which is going to be the case right now.
And Quarter Jade actually has to run it back. There it is popped as well. We do have the Seekers available also, if Myth wants to use those. Lily, backside here, is in a lot of trouble. Has to try to hold on. Myth, though, from the back. Great job onto Ivani. Very important to take down the Viper before that post-plant situation. HG, though, able to hold the backside now as well. Dealing with... Oh, no. Oh, no. We get a team kill and Myth cleaning up in the back as well at the same time. Looking really scary here is we get more players emerging out of hookah here for Team Lily. Just down to 1, and it's Yummy, but not for much longer. really strong retake coming through, and yeah, that team kill, not ideal.
Yeah, definitely not ideal, and at that point, it's a great way to end the half right now for Team Lily, right? It looked like we had some sort of control, but overall, I think that an 8-4 scoreline is something quite normal here to see on a defense, especially when you're still trying to figure out how you want to execute as a team, where you don't have that practice in. You're still pretty happy to get these rounds more on that defender side than the attacker. So I don't think they're out of the equation yet for Team Michael Rees. I still think they have what it takes, and maybe Team B's could bring it back here on the second half.
Yeah, certainly. You know, we've talked about it in some of the previous games as well. You know, the halves can look drastically different as you're being tasked with something that is quite different, and especially insofar as how you can handle it with the agent composition that you have. So on the defense now, we'll see this knife round coming in. Team Michael, they certainly need it.
2v1. Let's go. Let's go. 2v1. Woo! Impeccable teamwork. Do the teleporter.
What is happening?
Okay.
Oh fuck! I'm coming to group with you.
I need help! Holy fuck!
I have the spike.
Another! Burger King foot lettuce!
Where's the last person?
Oh my god, that was so scary.
I'm not gonna kill Lily.
You have to.
I'm not gonna kill.
You have
I'm
to.
not
Save
gonna.
the- save the-
Nope, someone else.
Wait, what? Oh.
Someone else do it. All right, but. Sorry, Lily.
Go!
I'm coming for you.
Get here, Lily! Come here!
Lily, I'm one tap. Lily, I'm one tap. I'm one tap.
Nice.
Sorry, Lily.
I love it, Dan. We talked about the inter-clan turmoil that could potentially happen with the captains going head-to-head, but you still see that Michael Rees is the gentleman here. And, yeah, it's just going to let Lily survive, at least not die from his hands.
I was about to say that, but I feel you can make an argument that if he's a gentleman, that he'd only want her to die from his hands.
That's true.
You know?
That's true.
Right? I feel like you can go both ways with that. I don't know what to think.
That's true.
I don't know. Either way, we're back in the action, you know, moving into the following round. We saw what we needed to see from Team Michael. You know, they picked up that knife round that's going to give them a good chance going into the second half to stabilize and try to clamber back. And that's fantastic, isn't it? That's a phenomenal shot to start things off with.
That's definitely a beautiful shot too. In a round that they actually won with the knife rounds, they're trying to come back into this game. This is going to make things harder for Team Lily to execute. Thankfully, they still have smokes, and they still have a sage wall that they could put up to actually go for a plant. So, let's see what happens out of this.
Team Michael on the approach on the retake. Oh, it's looking pretty dangerous here. Around that U-haul position currently. Brooke is going to be holding it down, taking down Yummy. So it's just going to be H-June who will go down diffusely as well. So 9-5 is the score as the attackers win. Definitely not the result that Team Michael were hoping for after picking up the knife round.
Yeah.
That's a rough one.
Knife round, sheriff kill right here, as we mentioned it before. Just beautiful. Just crosshair placement on the entrance of the hookah. And that was just a nice flick to look at after. And somehow with that, getting a numbers advantage and seeing how the actions calm, right? We still had 3 players towards the A site, but somehow it was overwhelmed by just the basic stuff, I think, from Masayoshi and company, because the smokes that came out towards the EPC on towels gave a lot of map control for Team Lily on you, and just harder there for Team Michael to hold in the end. Giving too much space.
I like the fallback there from H-June, just not risking it, just falling back. Letting his teammates help him out. And Masayoshi able to get the conversion off the back of that incendiary, although the backside is still being held onto for now. Masayoshi, though, with other ideas, almost looking like he's playing Jet, but he's in those big brimstone boots right now, clambering around this backside, trying to find more damage, and that's exactly what's happening. Masayoshi putting on a clinic back B site, and it goes Michael with the classic. Oh my goodness, taking Masayoshi's head straight off, and now in the 1v1 against Lily. And yep, does he? I mean, I don't know. We're gonna. Well, Lily's gonna win it. to competitive integrity, we're just going to assume that it's at maximum right now, and we're not going to question that whatsoever.
No, definitely. I mean, it was still a ring around the rosy at that point too, right? So I'm pretty sure Lily was like on the walk through the tuna can or towards the middle boxes here towards that site. So I feel that Michael Reeves probably heard a drop outside of window, and why is he was still rotating there? See, so from that crosshair, he still saw that Lily was in window. So he probably thought that they were going to fight a long-range battle, came across the side, and Lily wins that fight. So a great clutch there to move forward for Team Lily, taking a lead by 5 at this point. And that's unfortunately going to force Team Michael Reeves on an eco. Unless they want to force buy out of this one. Yeah.
Oh, the Bucky. It's still in the game. It's still good. I don't care about that nerf. Fusely and Myth able to take control though, and pushing further forward. HGN already with a very nice Sheriff shot previously in the second round of the second half. We'll see if there's any repeats to be had as Yummy is going to get some damage with the Ghost. So softening up Myth for HGN. And with that kill on Fusely, you start to wonder. Having to dismiss away here, and Masayoshi looking like a man possessed in some of these rounds. Some great performances.
Still some the share shots continue to look very nice here from June, and at that point you see here that I think it was Myth, right? It was so low on HP. I think it had about like 10 left. If they actually connected onto a kill onto him as well, it would have looked pretty good for an eco round there for the defenders of Team Michael Reeves, where things would have been a little bit more expensive on the buys. You're hurting the economy for a bit. Of course, it was still going to be a buy for Team Lily, but winning this crucial round here for Team Michael Reeves could have put them maybe in a situation where they had 2 rounds in a row. Oh, that's a big ult. That's probably one of the biggest reasons why Brimstone is still very strong on a map like Bind, just for that ultimate inside you.
And running back there from Quarter J does get some information, but no kills yielded, unfortunately. So 4-on-4 in terms of numbers, pretty even in that sense. You can see the U-Haul takers coming through. Quarter J, so much pressure here. This is actually a really awesome. You can see the coordination coming in from U-Haul at the same time here from Team Michael, making it look like synchronized swimming. It just looks so well timed and coordinated. Lily coming in there. We'll actually be able to dodge the bird flying through, but there's a lot of bodies in the way as well. The meat shield there for Yummy to get the defuse locked in, and that will keep Team Michael in the action 6-11 as they try to climb their way back on a rather large deficit. Still 5 rounds to tie this one up.
Yeah, I kind of like it too. Like for a lot of these rounds where you have a pulse plant on the attacker side from Michael Reeves, they're falling back before playing a pulse plant a lot, and for Team Lily on a pulse plant, they're still playing semi back, right? So with the wall coming up, and Team Michael Reeves decided to just funnel through as a team inside the U and just play for the trades, it just worked out perfectly in their favor. But as I mentioned before, this is where if they actually had a couple of more kills on that eco, it would have been more detrimental here for Team Lily. But you're still going to have a full gun round for the attackers. And losing this round too, you could still have a half buy with a lot of money too. So they're not out of the frying pan yet here for Team Michael. They just have to try to keep members alive as they're winning these rounds. And they're having, it seems as though, a pretty decent stack of the utilities towards the B-side hit.
Yeah, this is looking pretty scary. The rotation is coming through, though, and that Viper Wall, we talked about it, is providing some delay in this attack, which does buy time for this defender rotation. No ultimates really in the picture in this round, so will have to be done off the back of the standard utility.
That's a bit of information, right? So the alarm bot, but they're still not rotating out for the defenders. So maybe the audio queue is called, but they're still holding 3 players out there. So it's going to be a fake on well, not anymore. The teleporter gives it away, and in a perfect stat now for Michael Reeves.
Quarter J with a timely curveball finds Masayoshi. Drops him so easily, and Quarter Jade is not done just yet, operating from that U-Haul position with extreme precision and confidence, and it's going to be good for a 3K. Lovely stuff. The flawless round, in fact, from Team Michael, and again, the delay was so fantastic. Just using the clock for the against the attackers as they are having to struggle to figure out where to go as they're constantly delayed. They can't go here, they can't go there. Really well done.
Yeah.
By Team Michael.
You want to look at it from the positioning from all of these agents of where they were was actually pretty good. When you have Michael Rees holding out towards the elbow, he's got all of his guided lights and the Trailblazer. The alarm bot there that you saw from the Killjoy of Yummy that puts it into Hookah. At the same time, Viper playing A side. You have the Cloud Poison, you have the Wall, you have the Snake Bites, and then you have Quarter Jade playing inside you so that she can react on any pushes with the curveballs. I think the positions that they have currently in the defense are in really good spots here for Team Michael Rees, and this could be a great opportunity for them to actually come back into this game because of these positions and how they adapted.
One thing I like too as well is that they're playing a 3-man setup here towards that A side of the map as well, which is great because they've got the Killjoy ultimate available at the moment. So that's going to provide them all that retake potential, and it's definitely much better on the B side. And Yummy's actually going to put it down on Cubby. That's a very dangerous spot to put it. Can definitely be easily dealt with, and we can see that it is going to get... Oh, it finally will get taken down, but in fact, and it's going to be traded. It actually serves as a bait that's traded. That's insane.
That is actually very good. Thankfully there for the defense, it was an eco run for the attack as we mentioned before. So they have a chance to make it 11-8. So Lily on her own unfortunately cannot come out here towards Hookah to capitalize on any frags, but that initial kill that he had, definitely, because you talked about the lockdown that they could use, right? And they have less players. And the thing is, usually as for a lockdown player, you'd probably have like a Killjoy playing towards the elbow, so that if you actually do lose this site, you could actually ult from the elbow instead and try to protect it from that area. But inside the B Cubby, it's so open right now. But you see how Fuslie was trying to shoot it down and just couldn't get it. And that's where you saw Michael Rees just come in and just sweep and swipe on 3 players and just really nice headshots on all those lineups after all. So yeah, I think it was a perfect bait setup there for Yummy, and they held a perfect 2-player hold on this B site.
The only downside is that the lockdown was burned, and we have a lockdown available for Lily. So if Lily pops that, there's no counter to it, which there would have been if we had that lockdown held onto previously. May matter, may not. We'll see how this pans out. We've got another A attack brewing, and there's a 3-player defense ready to go here for Team Michael. And the lockdown goes in, but you see Yummy understands that you can just try to commit your body to these attackers. If you get like a 1-for-1 there, that's actually better than, in some cases, than just retreating.
Oh, but look at the defense too. Like the setup from the Killjoy on the attacker side of Lily. Alarm bot turret on both sides. They don't have to worry about any flank on short at all. So this is looking really good for Team Lily on the attack.
Miss looking for a timing. He hears the reloads there. Oh, I think that was just a blind spam coming through from Michael. Reeves able to take down Myth and pressuring forwards. Brook goes down as well, leaving Lily alone in U-Haul. Run it back will get taken out, but the trade comes in very nicely with a good timing from Ivani. And there it is, 9-11. All of a sudden, it's starting to look quite scary. It's slipping through the fingers for Team Lily.
As I mentioned, great position for Team Lily on a pulse plan, and they were looking very good. Sometimes, Dan, those things do happen when you get those type of like blinded sprays and kills on the defense on a retake against you. Sometimes there's just nothing you could do against it. But this gives a lot of economy back into the favor of Team Michael Rees. Look at the economy now for Team Lily. It's completely shattered at this point. You're forcing 2 players on small shields. Yes, they still have rifles, but going into the next round, it's going to be potentially a half buy if they don't get a spike plant. So now you even have, for the first time, an operator coming back on defense, or coming out on a defense, which is actually quite strong on a map like Blind.
Oh, definitely, especially if you don't necessarily have the right protocols to deal with them. As a surprise, it's always going to catch you off guard. Oh, the curveball is so tempting for Quarter for her to follow that up with an attempt for the kill, but not working out. You get the delay with the Viper util once again. Ivani really doing a great job with that. I love this. The defensive Viper's pick coming through. It's not too aggressive. It's just there to delay even more. Again, we've seen how strong that is. There goes the res, and U-Haul control is there now with Team Lily, but oh, this is scary. Do they want to go for the plant next to the Viper's pit? I don't know that you want to do this, actually. They may decide to rotate off.
And if they rotate off, you see right now that the Killjoy is playing close to spawn, so if they do take the teleporter, he's got some nanostorms on that end to try to delay. And now here comes our rotation. So they are doing it, but the nanostorm's going to hold it back for a little bit longer, and they're going to have a battle through teleport into Hookah, most likely.
30 seconds left.
And the smoke's actually kind of helpful, able to get through that and catch a couple players off guard, but doesn't yield any kills, unfortunately, for Yummy. Spike is planted, and now the retake is looking rather desperate.
Yeah, Seeker's on top of that.
Everybody available. Yeah.
I've got your trail.
I do kind of love how people call them cabbages.
I got that from Taylor with TSM. I think he...
All right.
I got that from Taylor on your show, actually. When
yeah, I was going to say.
Yeah. And then ever since then, I was like, yep, I love how people call them cabbages now. And I coined that at the same time, too. I was like, I'm going to use it.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, when I heard that, it was just a no-brainer. But, I mean, we have an attempt here that's not looking too bad. But, unfortunately, you know, despite that good effort, Masayoshi is ready and willing. Disciplined. Shuts it down, and match point indeed. 12-9 now. Team Lily looking like they won't get pipped at the post. I mean, that's still possible, but looking less likely at this point. We can see that Team Michael, they do have a lot of money in the tank, but it's going to be a tough comeback to make. 3 in a row that's required now.
Yeah.
To force overtime.
Even it was a very difficult round for Team Michael Reese to try to get it back to, because Masayoshi, excuse me, was still alive with a orbital strike too. So to play all the way back towards the B side, he had a teammate that helps for delay in terms of the kit. It was just really good positioning here for Team Lily to win that round. Going into this one, though, you still see that June is trying to push aggressive, and he will capitalize on the kill down towards long B. So that's an important kill right now, because that's a Sage down. That's no heals. They have another one with the regrowth, of course, for Mythos Sky. But the individual heal onto Sky is needed from Sage, which is fully gone now.
Yeah, lots of presence and pressure towards this B side now. There's still 3 players. Team Michael on the A side. They will have to start thinking about the rotation. Of course, they've got the Viper's Wall. That's going to go up again.
Somehow he got fully hit by that one, so that forces June to fall back into the spawn. So a little bit of map control being controlled now for Team Lily. But we're also trying to push back with Ivani trying to aggress back towards this B site. But it's a teleporter to A.
And Michael... this is a really smart play here from Michael. I really like this. Instead of just trying to hold on to U-Haul, you're going to try to go for the longer wrap and catch other players coming in from the market rotation. You might get flanked here. Masayoshi with a really slow play, free shot. Spike planted. There's one coming through. There's the blind. He's blinded himself. Quarter Jade also following up onto Myth, but again, Masayoshi with a very long flank has the orbital strike ready to go. Is there a lineup as well for the Molotov? I'm not sure if there is or not, but either way, this is going to create a lot of delay. But Masayoshi is going to go down. Quarter Jade with a heads-up play, just heading off Masayoshi before he can get into position. And it's just happening. There's one more round on the board. That's 10 now.
That is still very well done by Michael Rees. I just love how fast he's moving out and cycling through his abilities to actually support the team as well as getting kills, right? So he drops the Killjoy to start, goes into the Guy Lights to blind the bench and give an assist for Quarter Jade to move in for the kill, and at the same time pulls out the regrowth so that his duelist could actually get full HP on a 3 versus 1 against Masayoshi, while that spike was still ticking. So good to keep ice in his veins to be able to pull all of that out. And like you said here, Dan, to be able to make it a 2-point scoreline. And you see how broken it is in terms of the buy that they have for Myth and company of Team Lily. There is a potential of a comeback in this overtime.
Oh, totally. And I like the start around showers here so far for Team Mark. We haven't ever seen, I don't think, like a full send everybody showers. Oh, sorry, for Team Lily. Oh, this is huge information. I saw like 3 or 4 players at least, and look at I don't know if they can commit to this. They may be just trying to force the issue, just hoping that the site's not very well defended, but at this point, they surely need to go back.
They're committing. Just because there's so much utility that was thrown out from the defense, so they're going for it. They want to go for that wall plant, I think, for showers.
Oh, that's a huge snake bite coming in from Yvonne as well. I respect it, but they have so little space to work with. This is going to be, insane. The transfer from Quarter Jade is just phenomenal there. And it's only going to get worse. There's, again, no space to play with here whatsoever for Team Lily in the post plan. And that kind of play is really awesome if the other team isn't expecting you to get there. And if that play comes in for the info from Sky just a little bit later, the timing would have probably worked out in favor of Team Lily, but it was just they just got caught a little bit too early.
I agree. And now, though, the light at the end of the tunnel for the attackers of Team Lily is, although they were on like a broken buy, half buy, they still also were able to get a plat down. So with a bonus that you get here for the 2400 plus, I think it's 300, right, for a spike plant for the whole team, it allows right now for Masayoshi and everybody else of Team Lily to get the full ARs, the full kits. Not any ultimates to work with, though, so they're not really going to fight for any type of orb control unless we're close here for a Myth, because he is actually lurking up towards the showers with help from Lily. Oh.
The showers focus is
for
awesome
the
to see. Yeah, farm those orbs.
Yeah.
And so they may be taking it towards Long B, possibly.
Yep. I like it. I like it because Myth was only one away from getting the cabbages as well. So to give it to Lily and allow Lily to go for an ult, but they're just actually not waiting for her. They're just rushing into the site, and we'll see if Team Michael could actually hold it.
Yeah, they may be looking to possibly use this in the post plan, which would actually be pretty awesome. And yeah, it's going to be used to get the spike planted, but they already have position on the site. Oh no, Masayoshi is just going absolutely ham straight into elbow. Gets a double and just really forcing the issue here. Three players left over Team Michael, and it's getting really bad right now. Just two remaining. They're forced all the way back into the spawn position. Yvonne there trying to figure out what to do and gets caught in the side. Boosty with the double headshot to finish it off, 13-11. And Team Lily able to clutch it on through. And after the trash talk segment, I gotta feel like there's at least one red face in the server right now.
Yeah, for sure. And congratulations there on that victory for Team Lily. And it looked pretty good and back and forth. But at the end, when you saw that round come in after the lockdown, we just took much advantage of the map control towards that B site for Team Lily, and it caught so many players off guard on the defenders. How many backstab kills did they had? I could count at least maybe the first one that was a surprise face-to-face, but then the other three that were remaining inside the elbow side towards the back spawn were all unfortunately picked off from the side, and that's some great kills and great map control in the end from Fusli to get that 2K. So well done at that point. And Team Lily, so they got that loss versus Team Pokey at the beginning of our broadcast, but now, at least for us, from what we know, they're 1-1. We'll have more later on.
Yeah, and I think definitely a really important mention goes to Myth for what he was able to do, given the fact that he's picked an agent like Sky where he can get information with Sky, like kind of like Sova, but he can actually be more aggressive with that Sky because he's able to flash for himself. And that's a really big game changer in terms of getting lots of value by yourself. We saw him playing aggressively around showers and short A and B and just basically every extremity on the map. Just he was at some point or another pushing and getting info there by himself. And that really made the difference. And given that Myth obviously has, I would presume being, the immortal level player, the highest ranked player, he's got probably the best game sense in the tournament, and you're really able to use that well in terms of knowing when to be aggressive, where to be aggressive, and when does your team need information the most. And he has tools to do all of those things on Sky.
By the way, chat, we just wanted to quickly underline the fact that you are all awesome because we've actually hit $20,000 in terms of donations so far for this charity event. So very well done. Big shout out to OfflineTV for putting this together at the same time for the charity VALORANT Invitational. If it's not for you, for the chat and OfflineTV, this wouldn't happen. And this is all for a good cause, right? We have 5 charities that all of these players and captains are playing for. And it's just wonderful to see that we're all coming together, banding together as well. So that we can actually support these organizations.
Yes, definitely. Like everyone give yourselves a pat on the back. I think the community around this has been just so incredible as well. There's such good vibes and everything's so wholesome. It makes you believe in gaming. Just you want to keep that sense, just don't go matchmaking. No, just kidding, of course. I'm obviously very biased by my recent matchmaking games, but that's we live and die by the matchmaking. I'll be in the servers again soon. But it is really cool as well to see just the how all of these influencers and everything are turning up to bring the communities together and to promote these messages too, because it's all as as we've been saying, all this is for a great cause, and I think gaming means something very special to each and every one of us. I know that it's touched me in a way that's completely indelible. It's something that's so important to me, and so much good has come in my life because of it. So and I think that can be said for so many. So it's great to see that we're all connecting on this, and yeah. With that said, Anthony, do you have anything else you want to say about that matchup? I was just throwing props to Myth.
Yeah.
All right, let's hear it.
I definitely have to give it to Myth, also to Masayoshi, of course, on that same team. But I do want to give a little bit to Team Michael Reeves too. Quarter Jade as that Phoenix looked very, very good there for that team. She actually held her ground on the A side, which helped Team Michael Reeves to get a couple of these rounds and actually bring it so close to that 13, or should I say 12-12 scoreline, to potentially bring it to overtime. So as much as we talked about an 8-4 scoreline, what did I tell you, Chad? I said that it was going to be fairly close for teams where, when you don't have set strategies that you practice quite often on execution, on map controls, using utility to gain these choke point controls. Just set executions is very, very hard to do on the attack, where you see much more defender-sided rounds, which is what we saw. It was so close between both of these teams on looking very good on both defender side. But Quarter Jane was definitely the one that was mounting that forward, at least for me, for Team Michael Reeves there on that defense.
Yeah, it was definitely like really, really good to see. And I think on top of that, something that, I was really happy with was also seeing, some of the kind of understanding of timings around the map. Like, for example, there was some really good pushes. I want to give Brooke a shout out as well, actually, with how she played on stage, being in this position, timing. It doesn't always work out for you because, again, it's a game like Valorant, in any tactical FPS, timings are so complex, and you do need super good communication and experience and so on. But she found a lot of good spots to make sure that she was taking space when it was offered up, when the opponents were rotating away and committing to a site. She was always very good at making sure to take the space. Masayoshi as well, I think, has some really good moments with that also. And I actually loved the Brimstone pick coming out of Masayoshi. I think that was awesome to see, because we were like, oh, Jet, he was playing Jet. He looks so good with the Jet. Why would he play, not pick Jet again? And we see the switch into Brimstone. Couldn't be any less like Jet, but still had lots of really good impact and knew exactly, how to get the most out of the Brimstone. So that was really cool too.
So from a triple duelist to only having one duelist, but Myth switching out to a Sky, and we have a Brimstone coming in from Masayoshi. It's paid off, and they get the victory. And to actually bring us the breakdown, and should I say the interview, we do have Rachel with Coach Myth.
Thank you guys so much. The man, the legend, the Myth. Great to be talking to you. Congratulations on the victory,
Hi,
Myth.
Rachel. Thank you.
Hey.
Thank you very much. Feels good.
I'm glad to hear it, because I have to say, when we discussed players in this tournament, everyone was looking at you, Myth. Myth, I don't know if you feel like pressure or expectation coming into this. Like, what is it like signing up, being the highest ranked player to come in here?
Yeah, it's a little, there's some pressure. I mean, I don't want to come in and just flop and, not do well in this. Obviously, I have a competitive spirit. It's why I love FPS games in general. It's why I love Valorant in general. So, I wanted to come in here and have a good time, but also be able to put up numbers with my team. And I think we were able to do that on this match, on this bind match. And honestly, I'm so proud. I'm so ready for us to play tomorrow. I'm so proud of this team after that match. Made my day.
Man, that was my next question. How are you feeling? Because I know you come in also with a little bit of the coach responsibility. So do you find yourself slipping into that role with this team too?
Yeah, for sure. I think throughout a lot of that last match, I definitely grabbed the mic when it came to shot calling and IGLing rotates and things that we should do. And it's, it is difficult in a way because I think our team has definitely has players that aren't as experienced or have played Valorant as much as some of the other players and their teams. So, but that's why I said I'm so proud of the team, where I would make a call and they would genuinely listen and do their best to execute it. And there were times throughout the game where I was telling them, I was like, listen, if we're going to do something, like, I want you guys to go give it 100 instead of like not doing it at all. And like, they just showed pure aggression. You had Leslie Fuseli tearing up the map, like just asserting her dominance. And after every round, she was just like, oh, I can't, I'm shaking. I'm so nervous. But I'm like, you're hitting your shots and that's what counts, baby. Let's go. So yeah.
Well, I have to say, like, you know, I'm watching the scoreboard. You are crushing it as expected, but Masayoshi coming up hot on your heels. Like, you're not even getting to play your main here. How is it playing on Sky in this matchup?
It's fun. I think Sky is a little pocket pick that I've played a little bit. You know, like in ranked, I typically play around Bind as well. So when they queued up Bind, I was like, oh, yeah, I'm ready to go with Sky. Let's see how this runs. And then Masayoshi, we decided like we needed some smokes for Binder, of course. So he picked up that role, and it just flowed really well. Like everything kind of clicked.
Well, my last question for you is, I don't know how caught up on the Murder Hornet discourse you are, but seems like your team had a little bit of a double Murder Hornet situation. You and Massa crushing at the end. Did you guys identify the Murder Hornet on the other team to go after?
You can no. They're, like they said, right? They're just a bunch of honeybees, all right? We are the Hornets. They have to swarm us, but you know what? The Murder Hornet might just swing back, all right? Might not just care that there's 200 honeybees on it and pop off. And all of us are Murder Hornets on this team. It ain't just me and John, baby. It's a team game, plain and simple. You win as a team, you lose as a team. Dunzo.
Oh. Love to hear it. This is the energy that's going to carry you guys to victory. We're going to see a whole bunch more from you tomorrow. But for now, I'm going to let you rest up. Myth, anything else you want to say to the people?
We'll see you in the finals.
Oh, beautiful sentiment. Ladies and gentlemen at home, everyone watching, if you would like to pick up a little memory of this day, well, you can hit enter in chat because it's time for our final giveaway of the day. So let me see you put an exclamation point enter in chat. And don't forget to check your whispers. That's how OfflineTV is going to reach out to you and let you know you won. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we've got our last match of the day. Don't go anywhere. Hey everybody, welcome back to the OfflineTV Charity Valorant Invitational. We have had 4 incredible matches so far today, and we are on to our 5th. Unfortunately, my face means that the giveaway is wrapping up for today. We'll be back tomorrow with lots more stuff to give away, but I see you guys type an exclamation point, enter in chat. I'm going to give you 5, 4, 3, 2... All right, wrap it up, guys. Giveaway is over. Keep an eye on your whispers. That is how OfflineTV is going to get in touch with you. Meanwhile, I'm going to whisper my buds, Vansili and DDK, back onto the screen. Gentlemen, you giggle when I talk, and it makes me feel like so happy. Like, am I actually funny? No, but you make me feel good about it.
We were just talking about before how awesome the vibes have been throughout the whole day with just Offline TV in general, the personalities that we have, the matches that we've gotten to. They've been all very quite even, and we've had like some great showcases of highlight reels, and the chat has been great, has been interactive at the same time, which is why I'm giggling, man. Everything is like wholesome right now, and you know what, Rachel, don't sell yourself short. We're coming back from a break. We see your face. For me, it's good news.
Oh, he's so nice. DDK, bring me down.
I think you're asking the wrong guy for that one. But yeah, I don't know if I have a follow-up for that. But yeah, everyone's doing a really great job in it. And it is really cool to see sort of the difference in this, because I think Myth was actually such a great post-match interview, because he's Coach Myth. You do get that competitive feeling from him. But he is also, I think, really a great personification of this tournament in many senses. Like a lot of the things that he stands for, and he has the bigger picture in mind in terms of, he knows what the fun is. He knows what the competition is. He knows how to bring these things together. And we saw that in so many, in everybody in this competition so far. And I love that dynamic we had. Our 2 team captains just passed, of course, Michael and Lily, of course, being a couple and everything, and that dynamic. There's just so much awesomeness in this. So it's, what's not to love?
Yeah, I was a little sad we didn't get to talk to Quarter Jade there, because she was top fragging for her team, and she got a lot of those frags on her boyfriend Masayoshi as well. So there's a lot of love in this community, even when there's violence. Love to see it.
Super nice to see. Super nice to see at the same time. So the competition's been pretty good too, and I think they're great spokesperson as well for the wholesomeness that we have towards this chat so far. And as we mentioned, and you saw it towards that break as well, chat, we have reached that $20,000 at least the line. We're trying to get to 50K. We only have one more map to go, so let's see if we can do it, man. 30K in one shot to see if we could double the donations and double the prizes going into tomorrow with all the gear you can get from Offline TV. So big shout out to OTV for that one too. But the link is below. You see it on that bit link, and it's a /OTV donate to be able to support the communities and also support the charities that these captains are currently playing for.
Well, if there was a match that could do it to raise 30K, it would be the one between Toast Team and Scar's team. That's, of course, the last match coming up here today. And chat, now's the time to choose what map they're going to be playing on. I want to remind you, the Toast team just played on Ascent, and Scar's team, of course, just played on Haven, so those will not be options. But the rest are your choice, guys.
I could definitely see a split at this point. Again, we were talking about how chat wants to see every single map today. Again, as Dan mentioned before, we were wishing that we'd have you in our lobbies every single time to be able to vote the maps that we get to play, because Icebox is cool, but like 5 times Icebox, 5 times Split. Actually, Split is my favorite map out of all the 5. People might call me out for that one, but I love Split. But yeah, definitely getting like these multiple queues in a row of that same map could get quite annoying. And we're just happy that chat is helping us out to see a variety in maps and in these matches too.
Definitely, it just goes to show, you don't want an algorithm doing it. You want the people, and the people know what we want. And yeah, so far it's been great, and it's cool to see all the different looks. Mm-hmm. And you're going to this last map. There's so many thoughts that I have already. What is Skara going to do? That's definitely the top of my mind, because on the race he's an absolute madman, and I'm loving that so far.
Well, fantastic. You guys already know the rosters of these 2 teams. You saw them earlier today. So if you guys are cool with it and we have a sense of what map is ready, well, let's see what the people are voting. So, you guys talked them into Split.
I didn't talk anybody to anybody. You know what? Maybe I did. When we talked about, do we want to see Pokey on Icebox, and then we all voted for that, I kind of see that maybe we swayed the votes, but I like to say that it was a nice demography vote. Sorry, demography.
I was into it. I was leading into that. That was.
Oh man.
Well, that vote is going to play out. Chat, you can still contribute right as that counts down, but I think if we're ready, we should get into trash talk because I would love to check in with Toast and Scar. Thank you so much, guys. We'll hear from you during the game. But Scar, Toast, two gentlemen I know from two very different esports come together now to shoot each other in the face in Valorant. Scar, I just recently talked to you about why you're great at FPS and what makes you exceptional at this game, but I feel like we could use a reminder.
Oh, you think Toast could use a reminder? He watch. I feel like he watches me a lot, so I think he knows. He knows.
Yeah. I'm gonna expect Scar to flank every single round or satchel up onto high to reach places. And
okay.
Yeah, that sums up Scar's gameplay.
Okay, but look, see, I can sum up Toast gameplay right now. He only buys a judge and he only buys an op. He just will judge in some random corner that you'd have to be brainless to die to. Look, I saw what you did to June, okay? You got 7 kills on June, and he was like 30 fragging out. Look at our team. Look at the players on our team. We got Edison, we got Arya, we got Hannah. That will not die to you with a judge in the corner, okay? We got smart-ass players, and they're going to do smart-ass things. You know, I think it's going to be an easy one for us.
That's kind of rude.
Well, I gotta say, Scar, you're the first one to come on here and really nail the trash talk, so I'm gonna give you the microphone again and say you guys did some great job not only calling out knife strats, but actually following up and bringing those knife strats in the middle of the map last time.
Oh, wait, you guys have knife strats? Oh, I thought this was a for fun tournament. Sorry, I didn't know.
No, dude, Edison just said... What?
Sorry. We don't have knife strat because we were here for fun. My bad.
Come on, our team is just vibing out, dude. We got all of our stuff. We don't say verbally, we just do.
Well, Toast, Scar's team, they've got the vibes, they've got the knives. What do you guys have that nobody else in this tournament has?
We have friendship and team spirit, and my huge IQ. So I expect us to dominate Scar's team very easily. They're gonna rely on ego peeking. And we have decided that we're not going to peek them once. We're each going to buy a judge and hold cheesy corners, and there's nothing they can do about that. They don't have the skills needed to overcome it.
You know?
Well,
we're just have to prove
anything
wrong.
You'd like to add there?
No, we're just have to prove it wrong. You'll see what happens in the game.
All right, I'll take that as a throw, Scar. Now that you guys have outlined your strategies in their entirety to each other, there's nothing left to do but watch them play out. So let's get into our final match of the day.
Dan, this is gonna sound very scary right now because if they understand that Toast and his teammates could potentially buy judges and try to outplay that, one of the toughest maps to actually clear out corners versus judges is Split in itself.
Yeah, Split's a nasty one for judges. I have been sort of I like to merge both what Scara and Toast do, which is get the judge and play Raze and satchel at people. So it's like, and you know what, that is extremely effective. So I don't feel like I should ever change that. And so I hope that we get a multiplied amount of judges from Toast's team as well. And I think that after that segment, if he wasn't already planning to do it, I feel like he really should now. I feel like if we don't see that now, then we should be very disappointed.
I'm pretty sure we have friends from Riot that's currently watching this right now to like figure out what's the next thing to tweak for the meta, right? So as the pro community was talking about, okay, let's nerf the Frenzy, let's nerf the Cost, let's nerf the Stinger, now let's nerf the Judge. It's time to potentially see if we need to nerf the Bucky before. Now it's time to potentially see if it's time to nerf the Judge. But you talked about the satchel charges as Raze. I think another map where we have a Jet actually could be very good on this map, not only for the Jet dash judges, but also the flash and dashes that we usually see that Korean teams coin, like Vision Strikers, overall in the beta days. But I think that if you want to have another agent that's going to be strong with shotguns and you want to be aggressive and fast, not only with a Raze, but a Jet will definitely be good as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great map. I mean, Jet's abilities are just so good. It just works on really any map. Just a dash. It's that get out of jail free card. You can chase people down with it. There's just so much that you can do with it. Obviously the shotguns are accurate when you're in the air, and you can like float at people and do all sorts of shenanigans. So yeah, totally agree. There's lots of craziness with Jet that would be really fun to see. But I do wonder what the look will be here from a composition perspective. We have seen some teams sticking to a composition, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see Toast still on the Cypher, just because I just get the sense that Toast is just going to be, that's just who he is. I wouldn't say anything else other than that.
It's actually not so bad though, Dan. If you're looking at the composition that they played before on Ascent, it's a Cypher, Viper, Brimstone, Sky, and Sage. So I feel that on a map right now, like Split, could still be very good. But again, that means there's no Raze and there's no Jet. But they still have a very strong composition for defender side with the Cypher and the Sage, on the attacker side for the information, and also to help execute with the Sky, and of course, Toast's Judge. So that's not going to change from what we've just mentioned before. We just mentioned the lineup, and it stays the same.
Yeah, it is a super interesting composition teams that we see on Team Skara, but as you sort of just covered it, we'll go back to that in a moment. You're still seeing exactly what they're going to get out of their opposition. Team Toast, we saw Binance on the Cypher and Haven previously today, and looking to go for another Sentinel. We've got Killjoy locked in by Binance. Skara on the Raze. Raze is perhaps I would say, I feel like is the most valuable duelist. I say that with an asterisk because Jet is just really insane if you have someone that's a specialist, no matter what the situation. But Raze's utility is so good if you only have one duelist. Like you can do so much clearing a position just with Raze, and that in of itself is very powerful. If you want to be a slower paced team defaulting, or if you want to go fast. So we're going to see a pretty normal lineup there. The Killjoy, the Omen, the Raze, the Sage, and the Rain. I feel like that's a very standard lineup for Split.
Yeah, definitely very good. And I think it's reversed just a little bit there. You see on the attackers, it's actually Team Skara, but at the same time, the switch out from Binance going from Cypher to Killjoy is still very good on a map like Split, because of the nanoswarms that you place for the deep entries, the deep pushes, or nanoswarms that you want to put at the entrances to delay. There's so many opportunities with the Killjoy, and if you're going to be a little bit sweatier, you could actually place some nanoswarms and throw it from spawn side on pulse plants that could be very detrimental instead of having a Viper in there, right? And speaking of Viper, Valkyrie is going to maintain that Viper for the team, for Team Toast, and again, with the buffs and the walls, it could be a very, very strong agent. And I've seen it in pro play where the Vipers are actually currently being played towards the A side, and it works perfectly.
They're all dead.
Oh yeah, there's so much you can do with it.
I think a couple are mid.
I would be surprised if Viper doesn't at least get more cost in their abilities.
Yeah, definitely. So let's check out Team Scar on the comps.
It's only Toast mid.
Now we walk. Now we run.
What the
go,
fuck?
Go, Edson, go! Go, Edson, go! Fucking get him!
Whoa.
It's a pit!
It's a trap! Get the hell out of there!
Oh my!
No, what have you done?
That was Daddy! It was a trap!
Oh,
I blame Danny. I trusted him.
Let's fucking go! Heal that!
Okay.
No, I can't. No abilities.
Yeah, I was just messing.
Okay.
Okay.
They're both hit for one. I hit them both for one.
Right or left click?
They're
Did you right or
both
left
low.
click them?
One enemy remaining.
Let's go!
No way!
I already hit
He's
both
scared.
ones.
He's scared.
Yeah,
What do we do? What do we do?
Right click him, bro. Right click him.
Wait, what is he doing? Wait, what is this? Does this end like this? Wait,
No,
we can't
that's
do
how he trapped us.
Wait, but if they're...
No,
What happens when
I
time
can't
runs
fight
out?
that. What the?
Do you just grab bomb? What
out?
happens?
Dude, you just,
I think you just ran at him, bro.
just run out.
No, it's a fucking trap!
Wait, what happens with the timer?
Oh
Do we just
my
have to fight?
god!
Yeah. Dan, it started off with talking about the Viper's pit, but now it's definitely a pit that's going to leave scars there for Team Skara as they were jumping inside and realized that it was a trap left behind from Team Toast. And that question, we had the same question, Dan. What happens if the time actually ran out? I actually do think that it's a defender side win.
I'm not entirely sure, but we'll never find out now because they didn't test it. All right, that was the chance. They had the power to test it. We don't have that power. But anyway, it was a really interesting little death trap, and there is a lot to be said about that position a little bit later on as we do get this first gun round. You're talking about that's Viper getting played towards the A site, and we can see that Team Scar are just waiting out the poison orb, looking to just rush in.
Mm-hmm. I also love the fact that the wall isn't up yet, right? So it's definitely a good opportunity for Valkyrie to keep that wall, the toxic screen, for retakes as well, if it's going to be towards the B site.
Ooh, the rotation back, and they're going to leave one player towards that A site to create some noise and to try to keep the rotation away from B, where the spike is going currently. We can see Ariasaki is holding onto that spike.
Yeah, that's actually a big pick to start because that forces a rotate. Now 3 players can actually move into the B site, but they hit a trap wire. The camera's going to come up. It's going to spot them all. They know it's a hit towards the B site now for Team Toast, so the rotation's coming out. But you still have Edison Park flanking.
30 seconds
Judge.
left.
One down.
It begins. Oh, okay. Valkyrie able to deny the plant. That might actually just completely deny it fully now. I don't know that they'll be able to get the spike planted at this point. We'll see what they can do. The dark cover does go down on spawn. Scar is trying to get some shots through the smoke. Limited time now. 4 seconds again to get a full plant. And Valkyrie with the denial and the 3K to clean up the eco round. Lovely stuff there. 2-0 finish. And we'll get the full buy. And of course, we're going to get the bonus here from Team Toast. So opportunity for Team Scar with the firepower to get back in. But again, you were talking about how good the judge is on this map, on the defense especially. It's really scary. So it's in fact, there's only one Spectre.
Yeah.
So it's a pretty nasty buy from Team Toast.
Pretty good, pretty good. Are you even upgrading for the one that wanted to upgrade? They went up to a Vandal at the same time. And when we talk about the angles of how good the judge is, what we mean by that is just look at everywhere on this map right now when you're looking at the screen. Every time you come out of somewhere, you have to check, and you have your left and you have to check the right. Well, that's what we call like the 50-50 check. Where, let's check that out actually. Skara is actually, it's crossing out. Skara is moving forward for the lurk again, and it's battling against Valkyrie towards the A side, and he wins it. So that allows all of Team Skara to say, okay, they're weaker on the A side. Let's try to work towards that site when we know that on the B side there's a Cypher there, and where there's a Cypher, there's a Judge.
ADS and the Vandal, you were talking about that earlier. Chris could make the difference here. More ADS coming through, but only good for the one. Shifter goes down, but still so many left. And here comes the Judge, just, ambling its way forward. The unsupposing Judge.
And here's an example too, like just on that right corner, that it's a tight angle that you have to check. When you come out towards this doorway, you check the elbow, but you have to check the right side as well. So all these 50 corners has to be checked, where somebody lurking with a Judge could do so much damage right now on the defense. But very smart for Skara to continue to move where the Judge isn't so far, and literally a disguised Toast walks into a wall. Sorry.
Good hold comes through, and yeah, it was unfortunate that they lost a player early.
Yeah.
And Valkyrie went aggressive beyond her wall. I think that's actually awesome, especially if it was combined with a flash or something like that. But they don't have a Sky or really any flashes, so that's one of. Actually, no, they do have a Sky. Sorry, that's my mistake. But yeah, if you combine that, then it's a really good info play. Because if there's no one in that position, yeah, you can walk Valkyrie forward, and then your Sky, Peter Park can rotate off, and you can just have one on A.
Yeah. And they're seeing it too, so the adaptation comes out. We have Toast that's going to play towards the Judge, towards the A side instead, and use a Trailblazer to get information on the A side. And look, you're just pelleting through the smoke, and you're still getting kills at that range. That's how good that Judge is.
And this is a good hold coming through now for Team Toast. You can see they could get the bodies and the utility into the right timings. And you can see how paralyzed Team Skara is now at this point. Trying to wait out some of this util. Just, Toast is standing. That is very bold. That's so bold. And the Stinger. Do not sleep on the Stinger. Stinger, it got nerfed, sure. Everyone stopped using it, but it's still really good. Yeah. If you pick the right spots.
Especially on mid-range to close range. That flower pot, he was just unfortunate that he actually went into the side instead of trying to cross over to the screens to try to get back control, right? So unfortunate there, and Scar continues to his dominance towards this A ramp control, leaving now Peter Park on his own, and is only going to be able to drop Ariasaki. And it's going to be a 2-2 scoreline where Dan, I feel that you were talking about how good they were on their positioning on this defense for Team Toast, and I felt that as well because Valkyrie did a very good job by putting the Stink Bite on the ground and then the Poison Cloud at the top, delaying the time for the rotate, but just wasn't able to delay long enough here for the rotation to come out from Sky as Peter Park from the B site.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
More adaptation.
Yes. Yeah, and it's that scary spot too, where you feel like you had everybody in position, you had the advantage, but still you lose the round. So now you can see almost there's that possibility for an overcompensation to have lots of players towards A, but there is a mitigating factor. We can see that the Viper's Pit has been activated by Valkyrie, who's switched up that position away from A to play B, and that allows them to play more safely towards A and stack that side of the map. So you can see the impact. Team Skara, they're like, not sure if we want anything to do with this Viper's Pit on the B side.
And the thing is, where the Viper Pit is going is that it still gives a lot of space that can take advantage of going into B and lurking up towards B heaven and still get a backstab, right? But they're going face first with the showstopper, and Skara opens it up. And that's another great way to counter, put a lockdown.
That's a great kill from Chris. That's going to allow the rotation through. Neural Theft is used to find out the positioning of the remaining players. And Valkyrie is able to also dance around this. You can see that she's able to just sit on outside of the radius of that Killjoy ult and then go back into the pit so that she keeps the integrity of the poison, of the toxic fumes. Oh my god, there's so much green on the screen.
It's like the show called Uh-Oh, but I think I'm the only Canadian boomer that knows this reference. Where it's just slime buckets that gets dropped on your head and then people go, uh-oh. It was like a teen show. Nonetheless, though, with that, the way that Valkyrie was dancing out back and forth through that Viper's Pit also nullified the Killjoy ult. You saw how close it was where Valkyrie could actually get locked down. She timed it perfectly to say, okay, I'm going to step where there's X amount of seconds left or 0.0 seconds left and back out of it just so that I can replenish the poison and I don't lose my Viper's Pit. And just because of that, it's created so much control on the B side, on the defense, where you saw Team Skara. They were basically paralyzed. Skara, they were paralyzed, not being able to walk into the side. There was only Edison that's trying to get an opening there. Didn't work out, and then you run out of time on the clock.
Yeah, that was a classic case of they really wanted to use that Killjoy ult for that B take and didn't really want to adjust off of the Viper's Pit, which is fair enough.
Mm-hmm. You definitely won though, right? Because it's a Viper's Pit ultimate versus a showstopper in a lockdown, so you definitely won in that department for Team Toast.
Definitely agreed. Oh, once again we see the judge in this position doing exactly what Toast wants it to do, which is to murder absolutely everybody. And there's the forward cage. You surely know that he's in this cage. Oh man. Oh no, he's being set up. And it's a dunk off of the layup, and Toast with the 3K off the judge. And you kind of, at this point, know where he's going to be.
Yeah.
I feel like.
Yeah. But that's actually not bad at that point, the combinations that you had coming out from the defense. But we'll bring it back as Skara is trying to clutch a 5v1, pick up the spike, and try to win this. But we'll talk about the combination here of Team Toast. Might not happen
Lots
at
of
this
noise.
point.
Skara has the last laugh. Oh, there's just the reload. Just all right. Hey, he managed to take down Mr. Toast. So I feel like that's enough.
Yes, definitely. And there, so we get to talk about it as we have the replay too, right? So to combine there the brimstone smokes, I think that's from Chris putting on the ground, and then you have the judge with the trap wire. We talked about the trap kills before, from a cyber cage to a trap wire. Well, he's doing it with the smoke coming out from brimstone instead, because he's already placed the cage on the ground. That adds more delay at the same time, and also it allows Toast to use his second cage as that aggressive push instead of trying to delay. So I like how reactionary he is with the way he's using his kit, or not reactionary, but more aggressive, right? He's keeping Team Scar on their toes, and this is some great teamwork and high IQ play from this team.
And you don't, as soon as this gets killed, he's going to be able to take down Skara, and you don't expect him to be there. He's just been playing almost every single round towards A. You think, okay, we can avoid him by going to B, and what do you find when you go to B? He's right there with the judge. So definitely winning the psychological game there. You've got to start to think to yourself, okay, we got to figure out a way to take some map control whereby we're not actually getting abused by the judge early on. And so mid is coming through. Play towards male. The trades are pretty good. Shifter able to take down Natsumi. Natsumi at least took down one with her, but 2v3 now for Team Skara to convert.
So you should be able to have the smoke that is being thrown towards spawn. The second one should be coming up soon. They're going to plan a default. Here's a bait on a res, but unfortunately, we did have a wall come out from Arasaki instead of trying to cover the body. Unfortunate there, but at least it's going to make things slightly easier for Shifter that's going to try to clutch a 3v1.
Yeah, really smart stuff from Valkyrie, actually. He's playing this very disciplined. Finally looking to go in for the final kill, but it's actually a 1v1 here. Shifter, does he realize where Chris is? Very weak is Shifter, low HP. No! And so backs into Chris, you don't want to see that, but really great attempt. It didn't look like he was going to get that much value out of it, so I think a lot of credit obviously going to Valkyrie. She found a timing, she heard the stepping, and was like, okay, I might be able to come in at a timing in which they won't expect from this heaven position. And very patient shooting, and then finally, of course, not trying to take the 1v1 at the end, which I actually think is more disciplined than I've seen out of 99.9% of players in matchmaking. So it's very impressive, because I feel like in matchmaking, you take every 1v1. So
100%, 100%. And I thought that Chris was going to get that one too, Dan, because it started on a 3 versus 1. Despite the res and the wall was perfect for Christopher. That's why I was saying, like, he has a good chance to win this, because that means no opponent is going to siphon through B heaven into the red wall and try to flank from pillar. So he could fight from spawn side, and he could fight from the B entrance. And that corner, that cubby that came out that he was hiding after Valkyrie died in that right side of that B entrance, I thought he was going to stay there and actually use the close wall to win that 1 versus 1. But unfortunately, it's still going to be Team Toast on a retake, losing 4 players in the process, but winning a lot of rounds. Going to be very hard here for Scar to move forward. Nice.
Spike down B.
Yeah, very important 2K coming through from Valkyrie on the Valkyrie. On that defense. Makes all the difference getting that extra one. It does give up the weapon, but still everybody else has pistols. And of course this guy says going through his own cage. With the trays coming through. Beanaz with the judge.
Yes.
There we go. Get some, fight fire with fire. And actually some good damage and a spike plant here as well. So it's not just the economy damage to consider, but the kills that you get, the spike plant, it's extra money, but also more importantly, it's extra ultimate points. And the ultimate economy is important too.
But let's look at the money that they have right now. Yeah, I guess they won 4 rounds in a row, so technically you're winning 3 rounds, 3,000 credits every single time. Your money is still pretty much up there. But to lose 4 players 2 rounds ago, to lose 3 players into this round, it's starting to dwindle down just a bit here for Team Toast, where you want Team Scar right now to really try to find a solution on how they could stop Disguised Toast. Because if it's not the judge towards the A side and they're trying to walk towards the B side, Valkyrie has been doing a great job anchoring that site on her end too. Mid control seems to be where they've had the most success. It's just a split after doesn't seem to pay off.
Oh no. Great catch by Chris. Onto Edison. Edison obviously being a key performer as well for Team Skara. This is looking really great, though, on the defense right now. There's really not much position to work with. You've got to make the frags happen, and there's so much confidence playing in the hands of Team Toast at the moment, just really winning all of their individual fights.
Yeah, the idea was so good to start, though, because I think seeing that Shifter ulted towards the back spawn of defender spawn of Team Toast, you saw that Toast actually decided to run back with the judge and be like, okay, where is he ulting to? Probably towards spawn. So they've already peeled out a strong defender hold towards that A site for Team Skara, towards that area. But unfortunately, as they try to gain control of that map and they're not getting judged, they didn't check the corner on the left side where Christopher was able to drop 2 kills of his own on that A ramp. So continue to try to utilize maybe their abilities if Skara is there to help. Try to use that boombot to clear the corners. If not, try to leverage the leers as well for these explosions, the explosive hits that you might want to try. And you're still trying it right now towards this this A site.
Once again, this guy's so at his usual shenanigans. You can see that they're pre-aiming. It isn't. Bark was, pre-aiming his position, but still gets the 1 kill out of that judge, just showing how effective he is in those spots. And Showstopper is available for Scar. He's had that for a while here. That could be pretty key, especially coming in from the heaven on a late lurk.
Oh,
Peter Park able to take down one more. There goes the orbital strike as well. Again, we've got Scar just biding his time, able to find that flank onto Asumi. And there we go. Here comes the satchels as well. Double satcheling in, looking to find somebody, one right below himself. And now it's just down to 1 more. Chris trying to make it work with that Brimstone, with that Vandal. Tap the defuse, trying to find a way to force the fight, but gets a better angle into Binan, spots an elbow, and that's all he needs.
Those pointy elbows that unfortunately popped out around the corner, and you saw how good that retake was, though. Like I said, when you have somebody like Valkyrie that's really just utilizing her Poison Cloud for the initial hold, but holding on to her toxic screen for the retake, the way that she puts that up and it crosses over towards that A side allows all this funneling to come out towards that spawn side. It did happen to be very close there. Scar actually connected onto that one faster. I'm sure it was potentially he would see Valkyrie as he's shifting by towards the back of the site, potentially hit that showstopper onto Christopher, and then it becomes a 2 versus 1 against Valkyrie. But again, it just continues to be a great retake play from Team Toast. 8-2 scoreline, not over yet, chat. Not over yet. We've talked about how defender-sided maps could be very defender-sided if you don't have those setups. It could still turn into the favor of Skara in the second half.
Lots of ults in this round available here on the defense for Team Toast, and that's going to make things a lot easier. Just able to take down one of the more dangerous players, Skara. Trade though from Edison, but the neural theft will reveal the remaining positions. And you can see that, yeah, that's actually not too bad because everyone's in one spot and there's lots of time here to slowly funnel away from Midlands.
I have dropped the spike. They're just going to go for it. They're going to pick up Spike because they were spotted. They're going to group together and say, look, if they already know where we are, let's stick as a group. The Bumblebee to move forward towards this B site. A res to come out, so that baits up the back of the site. They could check this corner. Interesting.
Oh, that molly. They can't get onto the site now to actually play. They have to go the other way around, but you can see they have to deal with Disguise Toast. That funnel into close range position. That's where the judge shines. That's where Disguise Toast looks to shine as he just wraps the corner. Gets so much damage out of that judge. Shifter, nice return though. 1 versus 1 now. 20 seconds to go. Plenty of time to make this one work as he just creeps forwards. But Chris has a better angle. Knows it's coming. There's only one move for Shifter. And Chris is able to lock it in.
That was so close. An opportunity there for Shifter to get what I would call a fake ace, because that 5th kill would have been from a res. And because that res came out, they knew exactly who was getting rezzed and where the position of that Brimstone was going to be there for Christopher. So great on Shifter to have that game sense to find out where that last player is, but even better here for Christopher to hold that patience at the corner in the back of the wall. Because outside of that, once the attackers of Team Skara got spotted there towards that mid side, any type of strat was out the window. It came down to individual skill that came down very close, down to the wire for Team Skara. And this round, very similar to a couple of rounds ago, where you have that ult now inside this B site. It's unlocked, but there's gaps right now towards that front of the site that Team Skara could potentially take advantage of.
Yeah, this will be tough. They don't have the luxury of having the showstopper or the lockdown this time to try to deal with this Viper's Pit from Valkyrie. And you can see how much this also favors the style of play that Disguised Toast has with the Judge, able to lurk in that smoke and play those close ranges. However, this is a great way to abuse this, to set up on the B site, take over Rose, take over a Heaven, try to suggest that maybe you're going elsewhere, pull rotation away, Shifter able to take down that Sumi. And with that Sumi out of the picture, now we have a split onto this B site and it starts to get rather dangerous. And Valkyrie has a lot of work to do.
Yeah, and she got that kill onto the spike carrier, though, so she did her job. She even puts a snake bite onto the ground, waste of time. Now they're forcing opponents into there, and unfortunately, she finally gets dropped. The thing is, there was probably a couple more utilities that could have been used here on this B take. Scar is moving forward towards that spawn side. Here comes the orbital strike, and it's a 3 versus 1. Christopher Yi looking for another clutch here.
Might just have to try to find a timing. Walking through this smoke, possibly. Oh, smoke actually dissipates, which is quite fortunate. Here's the drop down into the hell position. Takes down one. Oh, he actually gets the dig of their own. Saki, Chris with the triple and the save. And you just can't catch a break if you're Team Skara. There's just nothing to be done there. That is so unfortunate for them.
And that was like a flick headshot onto the last bullet, too. Because I saw that moment where there was a dink through the wall, through that box, but it didn't get the kill with the Vandal of all guns too, and you're like, oh no, are they actually going to be able to to capitulate on that mistake there from Skara, from Team Skara, sorry, after Christopher Yi couldn't get that kill, but unfortunately it didn't. Christopher Yi with that spray ended up clutching a very beautiful round for Team Toast, and everything worked out perfectly there for the attackers. Getting down the Viper's Pit, dropping Valkyrie, and getting that spike plant in a safe spot just to make sure that you're just able to play your numbers on a 3 versus 1. Especially on top of that, you had a res. Very, very tough. But let's check the comms now for the ninth round of the second half.
I think we just run it in this time.
Oh, okay.
God. Wait, there's only some here.
Oh.
So 2. All right, let's
Watch your flanks. Watch your flanks. Watch your flanks.
Let's all come here.
Oh, I'm gonna try to flank them.
Okay.
Oh my God, Edison's in garage.
All right, let's send one out.
In garage. Okay.
Okay, Peter.
All right.
All right, Chris, back it up. Oh, they're not respecting the. Are they respecting the 1v1? Are they respecting the 1v1?
Okay.
Fuck them up, Peter. Fuck them up.
There's 2 handhelds!
Oh, go! Push numbers advantage! Go! Nice.
Okay.
I got one.
I'm here to.
My first kill. Nice kill. My first kill.
We're good.
Get it. I'm gonna send it. I'm sending it.
Oh no!
Send him.
All right, Edison is coming from.
They're doing the strat.
They're taking our strat.
Okay, no. Go B.
Okay, go B. Edison.
Do we have to plant?
I
don't know.
I think if they don't try and fight us, we can plant.
Yes.
You guys, he's luring us. They're luring us.
Thank you. Shit. Yeah, fight him here. Fight him on Heaven.
Oh.
Ah, there you go.
One enemy remaining.
Come on, Chris.
Got this, Chris.
Get the goal, Chris.
Nice.
Oh, we're running out of time.
Fight him.
They're all in. All in.
Oh!
3 seconds.
One more shot. Chris, that was really good, though.
Really good try, though.
Mega money.
Mega money.
Dan, we've seen it all. It wasn't a plant, but it was like a 2-second knife kill. Would have been against the clock for the defenders to win or for the attackers to get the kill and get it for Team Toast. But we stay alive now for Team Skara. Very important knife round that comes into their favor, and we're going to start seeing if the comeback could also happen.
Yeah, and I think one thing that's worth mentioning too is that the judge is not going to be as impactful on the attack.
True.
Because you have to move into positions as opposed to holding positions from the get-go. So that's something to keep an eye on. Skara is going to be able to detect some players with the boombot, gets to send the paint shells forward. And already Valkyrie's been lost for Team Toast, so they're operating from a man. Or got disadvantage, I should say. Player disadvantage, as we will see ourselves now looking to get that finish on that B site. But that B main control from Team Skara is actually genius. You can give up the site, but if you've got B main, that's all that matters at this point, especially because the spike is right there at the door.
Now they can hold it. They're going to spot it at the same time, and they're not going to try to split up too much, right? It's going to maybe come down to that Omen that could potentially lurk and go for a backstab kill, but you're trying to get a perfect crossfire setup, but now you're trying to get information, and you get punished for it, unfortunately. So BNaz is in such a tight spot. She just got spotted by Christopher. She's going to relinquish her position, and you're really hoping for Shifter to come back for the flank.
Oh, this is a scary spot to be in. Chris trying to clear some of these close positions. They know there has to be somebody around the corner, and it's BNaz, and she's got the goods, able to take down both players. Easy does it.
One step at a time. So, and to start things off with the confidence that you have after that 4K, after winning a knife round on top of that too, due to time, it was a stressful moment. It was like, okay, we have to really get this round. This brings the momentum back here for Team Scar. The confidence more than the momentum, as they still need a couple more here. 6 rounds to try to tie up this game. And it seems as though we're trying to have Toast have a little taste of his own medicine. So Scar is looking to go potentially aggressive with satchel charges down mid, or just slowly creep down mid. But you see from the rest of the attackers, aggressive push from Toast up towards the A ramp that gets punished.
And popping the Empress as well. Scary prospect. Oh, I was feeling the headshot there. It doesn't come through, unfortunately, for Peter Park. Quite a lot of time left in this 3 versus 4, so lots of room to maneuver around the map, lots of time to do it.
Yeah.
And we can see that we get this call from Team Toast. It looks like they want to reset onto this A site. And it's really good to kind of cut the noise. As I say that, they do wander back to mid, but cutting the noise is pretty good because it creates a lot of question marks. So much time passes, the defenders are like, well, they could actually be anywhere right now.
Exactly, and that's why, look at that mini-map. They're continuing to shift. Okay, is it going to be A? Is it going to be B? They stack up towards the B side now because the wall has broke. And you want to know if the Reyna is going to go towards ropes as well. But now as they kill noise, they head back towards this A site. Shifter spots him on the cross. Drops one as we only have 2 more remaining for Team Toast.
Shifter looking to take that forward position. Pretty nasty off angle. 20 seconds to get the plant secured now. There is an orbital strike available, but it feels quite difficult to see that really come into play here because there's no way onto the side at this point. There's no time to get all these kills. So looking to see if there'll be an overextension here, and Arisaki's going to be able to find one, but the judge simply doesn't work at that range. Natsumi does get the trade though, so that's some extra damage at least. 2 players down. And Natsumi might try her hand just for a moment with the judge, but looking to save that Phantom.
Yeah. Dropping a judge for a judge and then realizing, okay, well, there's got to be something else. There's so many bodies around here. But in the end, time was against them for the attackers of Team Toast. You're going to take it for sure for Team Scara. And now that you also have 2 players alive, that means they could drop a weapon for teammates, and Scara was in a position where he could even buy a Phantom if he wanted to, or a Vandal, but he's still opting to go for that Judge. So now, we talked about momentum before, it might slowly start coming here with BNaz popping off on that 2nd round. She already has a lockdown into the 3rd. So they could play passively towards this B side if they want to, but they're actually leveraging Scara instead to play the corner of that garage side while the rest are still lurking towards A, which I like. Usually when you're looking at these pro play matches here, Dan, you have a Cypher kind of lurk on his own just to try to bait out utility on that A side, but they're actually doing that as a group. So throwing some smokes, maybe showing some bodies, and then you're forcing rotations out, and then the lurk becomes just a full execution for the team later on as a team with no late lurks.
You can see an assessment of the situation coming through here for both sides. Disguised Toast finds himself the timing. There goes the orbital strike as well on the B stairs to try to prevent anybody from making their way up from challenging Toast as he is now able to get a closer position. Scara with the judge of his own, but taken down by Natsumi. Now the B side is being overrun by the remainder of Team Toast. See the remainder, they're all still alive and well.
Tough position here. Toast is going to be able to take down 1 at least, and now information is given away where Shifter is at. Big paranoia as Shifter unfortunately could not connect on the kill, but actually a great crosshair placement, holding the patience, getting that headshot onto Christopher, leaving it now a 3-on-2. Still very doable for the defense, but now only leaving Shifter with 8 HP A flash still gets the kill on top of that, but as he drops on the ground, he's gonna get hurt. They're gonna peek out and get the kill. There you go, Valkyrie sealing the deal and putting the round back here on the attack for Team Toast. And Dan, you mentioned where rounds were gonna be difficult for Disguised Toast on the attack with this judge. I think moving up this male side and moving up towards B Heaven, it's definitely probably the better play to try to clear out the spots right now, or try to use the judge at its better
so Scar,
on the
you should
attacker
try to
side.
save your boom bot just to info gather.
Yeah, I definitely agree.
Like, they like to creep around a lot. They'll show like 5-man one direction and then creep to the other.
There, help, please!
In mid?
Yes, they're going like crazy.
Kill for me?
They smoked. Oh god.
And this info play coming out for Team Skara all the way in spawn on the Omen, that is a problem. And if Team Toast don't pick up the speed, Valkyrie is going to go down with the spike in B lobby. And that's about to happen right now, I think. Oh, Shifter. And he's taken down Valkyrie, and that's the spike on the ground.
Thankfully, they have res, right? So the regrowth is going to come out, potentially a heal very soon. I saw it being used earlier on there by Toast's team Sage, but at the same time, once that comes back, she could heal up. There's going to be a res that comes out. It's going to be back on a 4 versus 3. They res Toast on top of it too, and now it's time for them to fight back on mid control and regain the spike with only 30 seconds.
30 seconds left. Gotcha. One enemy remaining.
Yeah, I think, you know, oh, well, I was about to say, I think you nailed it by saying only 30 seconds, but it might really be enough. Now, the question is, how long can Shifter hold on for? There's a Paranoia available. Could just toss that in, possibly right now, but try to defend from behind the dark cover, just trying to hold this one down. Oh, Chris! Just walks through, doesn't care at all. Just quick flick, and that's it.
What we used to say back in the day is that long hair don't care. I don't know if it's still good as a term to use these days for the people watching today. But potentially, ice in the veins is probably going to be the closest one as the long hair don't care analogy from generation to generations. Christopher did a great job on that flank in the backstab to allow all of this to happen and unfold for Team Toast to regain that advantage here on the attacker side. So still could be, again, very doable for Team Scar, though, because they still have a bit of money. Yes, there's a Bucky in there, but they still have a lot of ARs, which could definitely help.
You can see the plan here with this judge. You just try to get that, get the ability to move in through some of these more dangerous spaces, walking through the cages. And if anyone challenges you, well, super close range. And speaking of which, this could be the opportunity right now, but it's actually Shifter with that Bucky, but the trade comes through. Shotgun for shotgun is the judge wins the day in this instance. However, Edison is still holding on to that B Heaven position, has the assistance to with Skara, and well, it doesn't matter.
Wow.
Does not matter.
Wait, though, because of the Seekers and also from the Neural Theft, they're like, well, there's so many players towards the B side, Valkyrie is actually running towards A. Now they realize, okay, we've killed everybody, come back, we've cleared the site, we're going to get a plant, and now it comes down to B-Nan to try to clutch a 3 versus 1. So much utilities on these ultimates that worked out for Team Toast. So the Seekers and the Neural Theft, what can B-Nans do? Now she has to face off against a Viper's Pit. Everything is thrown out into, as well as the kitchen sink for Team Toast.
Yeah, that's a very tough one. I mean, there is a nanoswarm available, but never mind. Peter Park is going to finish off B-Nans, and Team Toast with the most decisive victory, I believe, that we've seen today in the 5 best of ones that we've seen in this round of Robin. And yeah, a great look on Split. We got to see all 5 maps as well. And you know, props to Disguised Toast. You know, he said it. The judge was going to come out, and it came out in force.
Yeah, it definitely did work in their favor. And again, finally realizing that the mid side was going to work. Using the mid side, he could use that judge they control of ropes, use that judge they control of male and B Heaven, and that allows to the rest of his teammates to actually move up, gain that map control, and fight with the automatic rifles. Right, the judge maybe not as strong from like B side Heaven entrance all the way to spawn side, but at least you have trade opportunities with the second player moving in for the entry. So very well done at that point. You mentioned here, Dan, it's probably the the most one-sided scoreline that we've seen so far today. We've seen a lot of like 13-11s, 13-10s, 13-8s, and this is probably the first one that that we saw that it was a very one-sided thing. But that means that you do definitely have to be afraid or be weary of Toast with his judge.
Definitely. Most certainly, and I think it's fair to say that he picked times, the best times to kind of walk around the map and just change position to round to round, and that was something that was pretty key in just throwing off the opposition, because much like the previous game we saw against Michael's team, there's this conditioning where he was Disguised Toast was standing on ascent on defense on catwalk with a judge, and Michael's team just they stopped going there, and they just stopped chancing it at a certain point. So you just shut off an entire part of the map with a gun that's 1,600 credits. So that's pretty good.
This continues to be like the same type of storyline that we're looking for this roster, right? Because not only we're looking at Toast with that judge that's been pretty good in terms of the entries or just the anchor holds, there's also the fact that you have someone like Christopher that's able to do so many good flanks right now for the team, or have one of those, as we saw in Ascent, those drive-by Odins that we've seen that he actually pulled off a kill with. But again, looking at the rest of the roster, you have Valkyrie. Valkyrie with that Viper's Pit actually played a huge role on a defender side of the split side, because that Viper's Pit on the site, able to drop down the spike carrier not once, maybe even twice into the game, and also being able to maintain that wall for these Viper Pits to come, or sorry, the toxic screens to come out for these retakes, have been good on this utility. Because when you're actually dividing these sites with the retakes, with the toxic screen, it allows players like Disguised Toast to come out with the judge, get that map control towards the entrance, cross over, and play the close range battles.
Yeah, I'm so with you. I love that you're calling out some of the great stuff that we saw from Valkyrie. I think that Viper is obviously a great pick. She's been buffed a lot, but there's just a lot of principally just very strong maneuvers you can get out of Viper, and it also demands a player that wants to, or is in the mind of being a more slow play style. And you can see this from Valkyrie as well, the way that she gets those 2 kills, and we won't see the next bit, but she actually falls off. Had a favorable 1v1, I would say, but still decides not to take it, even if it's 75-25. It's just like, okay, I got a teammate alive, let's just try to guarantee this. And that's really a good quality in a Viper player, because the thing with Viper is that her utility is great, but she needs to be alive the whole round for you to really get the most out of it. So you need players that have that sense.
Yeah, and Valkyrie was definitely able to show that and display that for sure. And on the other end, though, I do have to give credit for Team Scar for Binance. She actually tried to do as much as she could. As you see that she was able to get like a 4K, I think, on that second round, trying to keep the dream alive there on the other end for Team Scara. They were vibing for sure, but I think they were vibing too much and maybe be a little bit too laid back against Toast's judge. But that's definitely, again, I think that was probably the momentum killer too. They had everything in their favor for Team Scara on the attack. And look at the spray. So the spray that goes on into the box, right? So there's that spray. He doesn't connect on the full kill, and with like the last 2 bullets is able to get the headshot onto Beanuts. Because then again, you're still spraying while the res is coming up, so you're still invulnerable while you're in the res. So there was a moment where if it was like a second later, then the spray probably wouldn't have worked, and Binance, with the reaction time that she has and how good she is in tactical shooters, she could probably do that 180 and get the shot. So count your lucky stars, but definitely count the confidence on that win for Team Toast.
Yeah, very impressive stuff, and it's been really cool across the day too to see sort of the different looks that we've seen out of these teams. Again, it's a question that we talked about. There are some teams that want to stick with a more all-rounded generalized composition, like we saw from Team Pokey, and that worked out well for them. And then there's other teams that want to make have those pocket picks, like we saw Myth with the Sky in the previous bind game, or here, for example, we're seeing this usage from Valkyrie of Viper and how effective that was. I think that was a switch up, but just generally, we're seeing just I think how Riot intended it to be, just having so many options going map to map in terms of what you want to play. And that's awesome, because that's actually one of the best things about MOBAs is that you have the same map, but it just never feels like the same game.
Correct. You always have to bring out more champions, more heroes, depending on what game you're playing. But at the same time, when you're looking at Valorant, it's a mix of both because you're starting to pull out a lot more maps, and also you're pulling out more agents. So I think it's going to continue to remain fresh, right? And what I like about these games, such as this game for Valorant or for Dota or any other MOBA or any other like FPS that has a bunch of agents, is that you could actually identify with some of these agents and these characters do, and it makes you want to play it. It makes you want to play the game, makes you want to play the character and stick with that, right? So I love what we've seen today. I love to see where Valorant continues in the future, but the focus on right now, it's also a big shout out to OTV for this charity Valorant Invitational, because we have surpassed the $20,000. So a big shout out to everybody in the chat and everybody that's been participating, not only from the donations, because we also support the wholesomeness and the interaction that the chat has been given throughout this whole event. It's not only about the money. If you don't have the money to donate, don't donate. If you can, it'll be great. But if not, your positivity or your positivism and your interaction has been greatly appreciated. And with that, though, it's time to bring in our interview. Rachel is ready on the sidelines to talk with Chris of Team Toast.
Thanks so much, Van Silly. And actually, chat is a great segue into this conversation. Chris, you have had a day full of beautiful gameplay, and chat has absolutely taken notice.
Sorry, I just could hear just now. I muted the site because I heard so many things. Hello.
No worries. I was just here to heap compliments on you to let you know that chat had your back, and that I just want to say, Chris is clean. Chris is so clean. I don't know if that got to you earlier today, so I want to make sure
They don't say that a lot of the time.
Well, Chris, you did an excellent job today. Tell me a little bit about how you kind of slotted into Toast's team and like really, brought that group together.
I don't know, I got the last minute invite and I was really excited to do it, especially when I heard it was like a charity event. And I don't know, Toast, I feel like our team's comms are like so good, even though like I hear Ray screaming in my ears when like stuff starts going down, but I can tell like what's happening. And like when you can like see in your head where they are, it's so much easier to shoot.
That sounds great that you guys have an excellent communication strategy, especially because this team kind of just came together. So what would you attribute that to with all the personalities on the team?
I don't know. I really just think everyone on the team is like really good at like just talking. Like it's like, this is what's happening. And it's really quick. It's to the point. And it's just like, okay, we'll do this. And then I feel like a lot of us know, because we're streamers, I guess, to know like when to be more aggressive and when to be more like supportive. Because I feel like we've all like been in situations where we get to like improv together. So it's like if someone's going to make the call, you try not to make a call above the call. You just like, okay, this is the call. Okay, we do it. If it doesn't work, it didn't work.
Tell me a little bit about the call for the knife trap.
That was Toast. I don't know, something about Vince and him, just like they just synergize so well together. But it was just like, yeah, I'm gonna pull him in. And we're gonna like, what's the meme? Is like, it was at this moment they knew you messed up.
Yeah, that was one of those beautiful, entertaining stream moments from, as you said, a team full of entertainers. So thank you so much for bringing us all that. Chris, I know that you're a big PC builder. Are you playing on something special today? What kind of rig you got going?
Honestly, my stuff is like a generation or two old. All the new stuff goes to like the people I build for, and then because stuff right now is so hard to get. So especially, I'm not gonna upgrade any of my stuff. Nothing special, but I definitely try to save the better stuff for others.
Well, that's exceptionally kind of you, Chris. And I want to say, is there anything else you want to say to all the viewers watching you, everybody cheering you on, and everybody very happy to see this victory for Team Toast?
Yeah, donate if you can afford to, because I don't know, it's a cool event, and I appreciate people coming out to watch. It's really fun. Production quality is insane. I did not realize how like amazing this was going to be. It's so well done. You guys are doing a good job.
A lot of work from a lot of people behind the scenes went in to make this show what it is. So thank you so much for acknowledging it, and I'll pass that on to all the incredible people behind the scenes. But thank you, Chris. We'll see more of you tomorrow as the games continue.
Yeah, thank you, Rachel. Have a good one.
You too. I have loved every person that I've talked to over the course of the day. Everyone is so wonderful in this tournament.
Yeah. You know what? For me, it's like coming in from the pro scene. There's like some professional players where you try to do an interview and then the answer is just like, "Yep, we just played."
I don't know what you're talking about, Vince.
Exactly. I think you know exactly what I'm talking about, Rachel. So just to see like the great attitude that we had from these personalities that are currently playing throughout this weekend, it's just been cool to watch the interaction and how fun it's been and coming out from every single person.
Absolutely. Chris said it. They're all entertainers. Well, DDK, Vansili, you guys have got to watch a ton of excellent and very entertaining matches here today. I think it's time we take maybe a look at the standings and see how everything played out.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, we've seen some great stuff. I think looking at the beginning here, Dan. I mean, it's Pokemon Start on Icebox that just destroyed on the first map how good she was versus Lily's team.
Yeah, and definitely it's interesting because we didn't know what to expect at all going into this. You know, even though on paper we know what some of the players are capable of, skill-wise, this is all about the synergy and the matchups and the maps and all of that. And we've seen such a great range. And it's actually interesting because for me, I'm looking at Michael Reeves' team having 2 losses, and in my brain that doesn't make sense. I don't know why, but it didn't make sense. But I think that just goes to show we've had so many close games. We've only had one, I feel like, very convincing victory, which was the 5th map that we just casted. Otherwise, it really has felt like anyone's.
Yeah. I do have to echo what chat has been saying. In terms like, oh my god, these teams have been so close. They were very well picked, and I definitely, once again, just to echo what Chris was saying, just to give a shout out to the people working in the background for this event, just to give us like some great action, some great close matches, some highlight reels just like this one, the drive-by of the Odin that we talked about before, the 3-player spray from Arya. It was just great to see like all how close these matches were, and those type of fun moments as well. I think we've seen it all, as I mentioned before, especially in these knife rounds. And I think at first when I heard about knife rounds, I was like, oh god, this is gonna be like one of those moments where it's gonna be sort of funny, but it's also gonna be like it's gonna drag on, right? But every single knife round has been totally different from every single one of these matchups, which is just amazing to actually watch in the end.
Yeah, shout outs actually to production as well for like adding in the comms of the teams during those, because that's actually been really awesome. And I wasn't expecting, I didn't know that was going to be how things would shake out going into this, and it's just added a lot. So it's been great to see how the personalities have come through, not just the agent picks, but also getting those small looks into the team dynamics, and who's the person that's a bit more quiet, or who's for example, I didn't realize that Michael Reeves was going to be a hype beast in those knife rounds, and that was amazing. Became an instant fan.
Yeah, 100%. I think even for me, right, coming in from like the pro scene, looking at all these pro plays and whatnot, and looking at pro streamers play every time that they're actually streaming their ranked games or streaming their practice or whatnot, it always gets very sweaty and very aggressive. And just to see how the personality of the players participating for this weekend's event, they're still fraggers right now. They made me an instant fan, and I'm definitely going to check out more of their stuff. Right, buddy?
Absolutely. Oh, are you going to be watching too, Pup?
Yeah.
He only has eyes for you, Vansili.
I know. He's like asking me, what should I answer? Say you answer, yeah. I'll watch more tomorrow.
Well, for those of you watching now who are wondering when we're going to start up tomorrow, it's going to be at the same bat time, same bat channel. That's right, 12:30 here on Pacific. What is that on the East Coast, Vansili? Like 3:30 for you?
Correct. 3 hours later.
I mathed the heck out of that one. Well, we'll be so excited to have you join us again tomorrow, where our teams will go head-to-head once again, and we will determine our winners and our ranking. And of course, that ranking determines what amount of the prize pool goes to which charity represented by which team. It's all very complicated. If you're confused, join us tomorrow. We're going to explain it again. And don't forget, you're going to have an opportunity to win some prizes again tomorrow, too. You've done an excellent job raising some funds here today, and that's going to happen again tomorrow, too. DDK, Vansili, what do you got going on tomorrow?
This? We're just going to be hopping on right now?
It was a trick question.
Oh, okay. I was like, wait, did I say something wrong and I'm fired already for tomorrow?
I don't have that kind of authority.
We're gonna be here. We're gonna be here. We're gonna be casting some great Valorant action continuing tomorrow. Dougal Cam is gonna be here tomorrow as well. I'm just looking forward to it. I mean, it's already 9:30 my time, so I'm gonna go to bed because I'm a boomer. I wake up and it's already gonna be time to do more Valorant.
And all I have to say to that is hell yeah.
Well, we went over it before, but I want to say again, it has been a lot of work to make this event happen, and that work has been done by some incredible people behind the scenes at OfflineTV with our wonderful production partner, and also big shout out to our spectators, our observers throughout the course of the day, really catching some amazing plays. We've got so much more for you tomorrow. If you enjoyed all our lovely personalities and all the interviews and all the great gameplay, well, we'll see you then.
Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high. Left and right, left and right, left and right, left and right.